I was saying, I think while you're out, everybody knows Johnny might have to step out throughout the day, and that's all good. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. So, just to start, everybody got everything, so
We
the
actually
review.
do have to just roll call real
Oh,
quick.
yeah,
Do that
thank
thing.
you, thank
Yeah,
you.
there's that.
There's just
Yeah.
a little housekeeping very quickly. Like DeVore Leonard,
Here.
Shue. Here. Brown.
Here.
Smear.
Here.
Pierce.
Here.
Also present, Solicitor Amy Blankenship, Assistant Village Manager Elise Giardillo, and we're expecting Johnny Burns, Village Manager, any moment.
And I guess I should have asked, so Ben, we're on? Okay. We didn't do like a 3, 2, 1. Cool. Okay. Okay. Well, so the first little chunk here was just reviewing the agenda and any questions or changes. So I guess, does anybody have any questions or suggested changes for the agenda? And obviously, there's a whole bunch of things that have timestamps that if we don't stick to completely, that's totally fine. But you get the arc. Okay. Well, then let's ease in. Intro questions. How are you arriving? One thing you're really looking forward to this year for the village. Judy and I were talking about throughout. If it's got the capital V, I'm talking about like the government entity, lowercase v, the whole shebang. And then, what is one thing you're anxious or nervous about for the village this year? And I don't know if anybody wants to start, and then we can just kind of go around to the left after them. Let the spirit move.
How long does it take the spirit to move?
I'll let the spirit move. Yeah, I guess so. Here we go.
I second.
Yeah. Okay, I am arriving good. I was saying to Johnny that I was in an all-day meeting yesterday, and we decided that we'll solve all the world's problems next week. Kind of like the Joe's Crab Shack that says free crabs tomorrow. So this is like next week, everything will be solved. And then with the storm, maybe it's 2 weeks from now. And then we thought maybe next year. So anyway, I'm arriving well, but it's been a long week, and I'm looking forward to closure today. One thing I'm really looking forward to for the village this year, I really hope that we can act more proactively, and I think that I have a sense that we can, and that is exciting to me. The thing that I'm anxious or nervous about is that we've got so many things we could do, and I think inevitably there's going to be people that are disappointed by some of the things that we don't do. And at my heart, I want to make everyone happy all the time, so that makes me anxious that isn't possible. But yeah, that's something we'll work through. So that's me.
Okay, well, if we're going to the left, then I'm up. I arrived in a Honda. So I'm arriving happy to be here. Not billing you by the hour for this, because we have a retainer, a monthly meeting retainer, and that covers the 2 council meetings, and I'm gonna go retreat under that. Looking forward to a little bit more defined leadership and direction this year, to be frank. Worried about money, worried about my fees, worried about 2 different pressures. One, charging you less, while the firm telling me to raise my rates.
All right, well, I'm arriving actually in a pretty optimistic mood. I feel really good. Obviously, this is my first council retreat. I don't know, I feel like I'm still riding the wave of election season in November, and it felt like it was, I don't want to say a referendum from the village, but it felt like it was a vote from the village that they are looking for, as you said, leadership and some collaboration, 2 things that I think I can bring to the table. And so one of the things that I'm really looking forward to this year is providing that value add in the fields that I believe I can provide value add, so economic development, business development, communication, and leadership. And also being open and honest about the things that I need more, work on. And so I'm looking to lean on my fellow council members in those regards as well. One thing that I'm anxious or nervous about, I don't know, the whole thing is pretty I said the first meeting, I just stood there and I was like, I'm way more nervous than I thought I was going to be at that first meeting. I think I told everybody here. Second meeting, a lot more, and I think it'll get more natural, more better. But if we're picking specifics, nervousness, there's outside forces that I think are inevitable that we don't control, especially from like a federal and state level, and how we can stay the course without getting too sidetracked or having to pivot all the time. That's a little bit nerve-wracking. But besides that, I'm arriving well. I'm thankful to be here.
Great, I'm excited to be here. Somebody, when I was at work yesterday, said, "Oh, I saw the agenda in the paper, that's really intense." I said, I don't remember the last time I got to sit in a 9 to 4 meeting, and I really like doing that. So I was like, yeah, it's a way of working I really enjoy, so I'm happy to be here. I'm really looking forward to looking at the big picture of the village. I feel like, my time living here, I've been involved in different pieces here and there, and there's a lot going on right now, and I'm really looking forward to stepping back and looking at it comprehensively and cohesively as much as possible. And I am anxious or nervous about addressing the deficit and like how to make decisions with that in mind, but not let it take over or take over too much. So finding the right balance, I think, of how to address those real questions about our finances.
I'm just ready to work. I'm looking forward to working with new council members a great deal. I am looking forward to having some more cohesiveness. I'm also looking forward to having better leadership. I'm looking forward to making effective, policy changes. I am nervous. I don't want to say nervous because, with crisis brings opportunity. We're going to have to get really creative, but, addressing the deficit and addressing, especially balancing infrastructure and other things, but we're capable. We have a lot of really talented staff and really talented group of people that have been elected, and I'm looking forward to actually getting some more.
I am arriving ready, excited. I've been excited. I guess kind of the same thing, kind of riding that election wave, ready to do stuff. I am looking forward to seeing and feeling and hearing like better engagement all around, like with council, excited to be a part of that improvement, engagement with the community and how to balance that, and pacify and please, that type of thing. Concern, I don't really get nervous or anxious, so, but concerns, money, the budget, of course, I like that we kind of seem to all think about the same thing. And also, for myself, I tend to be like a people pleaser, so I'm concerned about a little, in the back of my mind at how, feeling like I let people down or even let myself down, and how do you please everyone, because in my regular life, that's kind of easy. So, I guess getting a grip on my own expectations of what I can do.
I'm arriving really glad to be out of bed with you. And I would say the thing is I'm excited about is the same thing that worries me, which is new leadership, new council. I think that's a really good thing. But the fact that was the leadership angle was a little lacking previously, means that the tail was wagging the dog from the community standpoint. Y'all are new. Boy, are they rushing in to grab hold of you and start wagging you guys. So your enthusiasm is fantastic. The dynamic is scary. So we're really hoping that all gets well managed.
I'm also arriving well, energetic. I think something I'm really looking forward to is actually goal setting and getting clarity on like direction and yeah, just figuring out what are the priorities that you want to see from staff. And I think, you know, anxiety, I guess, comes from, I think to Gavin's point, like just wanting to just kind of do it all. I think, you know, both myself and Johnny, we have a lot of passion for the village, and I think with that comes, you know, we spread ourselves really thin sometimes. You know, we're only 2 people. We have great staff, but it is, you know, 50 of us serving 3,700. So yeah, I think just figuring out what the priorities are and yeah, how we can make it all work going forward.
I'm arriving late. Trying to prepare for a couple of things.
Gee, I wonder what.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine what we're getting ready to deal with, but.
And everybody knows that you might be stepping out throughout the day.
So I have a
good, yeah.
1:30 call with Greene County that I will have to leave for the weather for the region area. What am I'll just say excited about the council, but also cautious of the council, because you guys are like new little best friends to a lot of different people. And myself, I won't speak for any of the other staff, I'm already getting, I've talked to this person, and I've talked to this person, and we're doing this, and we're doing this. And so the laundry list from outside council is growing long on a list over here that is like, okay, we can't do this right now, we can't do this right now, we can't. And then, you know, past council wanted me to do something. Now I get calls from other people that says, we don't want none of that. So it's kind of figuring that out. And like Elise said, we are small, we are mighty. And I really hope in 26, we're trying to get the deficit back in control. We can also slow down to where we can have some kind of a life, council as well, staff as well. Lisa and I was here until 7 o'clock last night, and then I worked for an hour and a half when I got home. Not your guys' fault, that is my fault. I did it to myself. And then I was back here at 6 o'clock this morning, talking to the engineers about other things. So work-life balance is a true thing for me and a true thing for my wife.
Cool. Well, cool. Thanks, everybody. So this first chunk, and I'm glad we're early, because I think we had talked about, you know, maybe needing some more minutes here, so we've got them. Carmen, you had brought up at the agenda, when we were talking about agenda planning, this idea of, hey, let's start with who does what. And so I thought you could just talk about that a little bit, and sort of what your kind of expectations are. Not yours, but I think you're saying, hey, let's talk about what are, you know, how these different entities work together, what's the kind of flow. And then I had, I know, Judy, I feel like you usually have sort of a, here's how typically these entities interrelate, community, council, staff. And then, you know, Johnny, you just started talking about a little bit in your intro remarks, like, there is an interplay between, if we're out talking to people in the community, then they might come and talk to staff, and how does that work best? I wanted to sort of hear from you on, and then just open it up a little bit. So hoping this is just kind of a how do we work? How do we want to work in the big picture? So yeah, I don't know, Carmen, if you want to
Can I
drop
use the
a thought.
board?
Absolutely, yeah.
Great.
She's stepping it up.
Pictures in the morning.
Wrong place for the board.
Right. No.
That can move, for sure. It was where
We should move
it
it
got
back here.
You want to?
Well,
What?
just thinking for cameras.
Here, like you're saying right here.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
No, if we move it down here at the end, that way she could.
Oh, and everybody can see it.
Exactly.
Front row seats.
I'm good at visionary, I just want to say.
I know, I'm stuck in my face.
I get competitive too, Johnny, so if you want to get into Pictionary, throw down.
I don't like to.
12:45.
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Dictionary is not one of them.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Absolutely.
It's a hill, it's a,
It's a rainbow, leprechaun.
It's a roundabout.
Cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
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 Okay. So, for the last 5 years, I have witnessed a lot of really unnecessary struggling between who does what and how it goes. Coming into this, as someone who ran for council, I kind of have been interested in serving for a long time, for like the majority of my life. And it goes like this. Everybody agree? Am I ready? I hope I spelled it right. Constituents, council, staff. Okay. So constituents includes everybody who voted for us, right? It includes nonprofits. It includes them too. We're everybody's council. Businesses and individuals. Okay. And that's everybody. So our constituents are our bosses, council's bosses. Staff, we are staff's directors. We're to provide guidance and leadership. Bosses, yes, but more importantly, leadership and direction. Nonprofits are our constituents. They come to council with their concerns. Businesses, constituents, individuals, Mitzi, our constituents come to council with their concerns. It should not ever go nonprofit staff. It should never go individual staff. It should never go businesses staff. Because what happens is that we run the risk of muddying the waters, number one, and spending public funds on for-profit businesses, nonprofits, and individuals. So we have to make sure that this stays plain for everybody. We are here to direct the staff and to help protect staff's time. And it goes staff, council, the same way. So if we can, well, not if we can, it's important and it's paramount that we're gonna have to work so that this is how it goes and there's not a whole bunch of interruption. I've seen it time and time again. The last council meeting, loved the senior center. But it was like, hey, I know you guys are doing all of your jobs and you're new, and I know that staff is doing their jobs, but we need you guys to do a job for us too, and that's help to secure a grant. And it happens over and over again. And, you know, not to bring the room down, but it's gonna be incredibly important that this is how it goes. And not, there can't be any interplay, because it's pulling people in a million different directions. And I feel like that's part of the reason in the last 5 years we haven't gotten done as much as we wanted to get done, because we're capable, very capable. This staff and this council, capable. So there's my picture. And I don't, that's all I got. That's all I got to say. And it's probably longer than 3 minutes.
That's totally fine. Can I ask you a follow-up real quick?
Sure.
So just to use the, and we're not picking on the senior center, you said, I agree, but just
No,
a
no,
good
that was
concrete
That
example.
was an example, because it just
So,
happened.
in that example,
Yes.
I guess it kind of feels like they did the thing where they
Yes.
said, hey, council, here's the thing. And then now we have to do the job of saying, all right, this now goes on the list of all the things.
Well, let me
Yeah.
bring it back. They said, this is the thing, here's what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks for letting us know. But then, when it's like, can you guys find someone to do it? Can
Right.
someone on staff do it? Can someone on council do it? Ugh.
yeah,
And then that becomes an outside entity directing staff and directing council.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. So yes, they did, of course. And nothing, I mean, obviously nothing against the senior center,
yeah,
but it changed, that, in that moment,
yeah.
it changed from informing us to directing us.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And then it seems like it's on us to figure out, okay, when people, there's gonna be lots of concerns or questions, and then we gotta figure out which ones, and then when people go around, because there will be people who go around, that then we bring them back and say, hey, is this a thing that we wanna prioritize, right? It's like, it's just,
When people go around, we'll say, hey, you gotta come to
Please don't do
council.
that.
No,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
yeah,
because it's been, I mean,
yeah,
it's been really difficult. Like, I looked at the challenges and the goals, and the challenges from staff were, we need direction. This has been a huge time suck. It's been really hard on us, and we need direction from council. We need leadership. And so, you stated that you want to make everybody happy. And also, that's not possible, which you also stated. And also, when there's go-around, we are here to say, hang on, we need to protect staff's time, we need to protect our time.
yeah,
So, I need to talk to Johnny, what is it about?
yeah.
Like, or we need this person to do this thing. Not only is it's really messy and waste time, but, we're thinking about how we're spending public funds. Staff time is public funds. Is staff gonna, work and do stuff individually for individuals and for businesses and nonprofits? That's tricky. I mean, that's on the fiscal part of it.
So, not to beat the senior center horse, but I will say, they came to me and they wanted to have a meeting. I met with them and I said, I'm brand new. This is like January, whatever, 7th. I said, I think the right thing to do is to write a memo or a letter, get it in the packet. You can come and present to citizen concerns. I will say, I have a list of things I'm hoping to get answered today, and one of them is exactly this, like, what is the flow chart of when individuals or organizations or businesses come to us? Like, if we can understand who to contact and when, because I did feel awkward in that example totally, because I didn't understand, like, and they were like, there's a time pressure, and I'm like, is it a real time pressure? But
Time pressure for who?
yeah, a
Right.
deadline, for the grant deadline.
Right,
So,
for the senior center.
so I did write Johnny maybe even yesterday, and I was like, hey, I literally don't understand how much work this is, but I'm available if we decide that we do want to move forward. But even then, I was like, I don't know if this is the right way to do it. So I think my ask, and I know we're gonna get there, is like, especially for those of us who are new, like, what's the flow chart of how to respond to people? And definitely, I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
And the staff shouldn't be having to field that.
Right.
And I did read something, like initiatives should have a council person who's
Sure.
sponsoring it or the contact, and that we should be part of that barrier
I
that lets
guess,
you guys focus.
I guess and I'll say it again, not to belabor, but I've been belaboring, but to belabor once again, it's that things changed, everything was fine with how it went down.
Yeah.
But it was the moment where it was like, you find someone to do, either council or staff. That's, therein lies the rub.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard.
Cool. Judy, you want to jump in on
Yeah, because, I mean, that all flows really well. First of all, phew, thanks Carmen for, that is exactly what I was expressing in terms of my kind of fear about folks being new and kind of like, you're gonna get jumped for let's do stuff.
Lobbied heavily.
Lobbied. Angie, you handled it perfectly. That's exactly the way it should have gone. And so, yeah, I agree with Carmen that it was a tipping point where they were like, yeah, but do it. And what's happened in the past is when staff have said, oof, I don't think we have time to do this, we just cannot, that entity will often go right back to the council person to go, you said, or we need, and then that council person has taken it upon themselves to drive it forward, and then at the last minute goes, staff, we did all the paperwork, you need to turn this in. Which is unacceptable and creates a lot of problems, which was why we did the flow chart to say, follow the flow chart. So the flow chart is helpful, but also not, because when you're new, you're like, but is it on the flow chart, or how to what? Just ask. That is exactly the thing to do, which is exactly what you did. I mean, it's been handled really well, so that's great.
You all know what she's talking about, the flow chart?
Yeah.
The like
Packet, yeah.
key thing? Okay, sorry, yeah, keep going.
I'm probably inordinately proud of the flow chart, but anyway.
It's very flowy.
It is.
It's a nice
I would like to
chat.
review the flow chart with you. One-on-one.
Right on. So typical lanes, well, they've been a little perverted in the last while.
Not perverted
So,
lanes.
the way that Carmen described it is the way that it should work, with one thing that I would add. And that is, you are not expected to be experts in every field. So when someone comes to you and says, here's the thing that we need, the expectation is that you may say, staff, this has come to me and I think it's interesting, has some validity. Can you let us know if that's something we should be doing? That's usually, either it gets handled down on that level of, oh God, no, because here's why, and then it just goes away, or it's feasible, but we're not, it's not gonna maybe be a straight shot, we gotta give you some info. Then it goes to council, all of council, with information provided. That's where you go, staff, get the background on it so that we can make an informed decision. So it kind of bounces between council and staff sometimes before council says yay or nay. And I think one thing that's happened a lot in the past is that staff have said, here are the reasons why we don't think that can work at this time. And council have said, but do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I think, partly a function of council not being cohesive, not like connecting with each other about what's important, what should we do. So people tended to just be like, oh, I'll vote with you because I need your vote on the next thing, and even though I don't, that happened a bunch. I think there's good opportunity for you folks to really get solid with goals and objectives and what is it we really need to be doing so that that doesn't get messed with, because it's really easy for the balance to just get thrown off.
Cool. I want to, I guess, like a question clarification. So in that cycle that you described where like a council member gets interested in a project, starts working with someone on it, then in some way, shape, or form sort of moves something forward without there being council agreement.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is the key, where it's
Yes.
like if 3 council members have said, if there's been a majority that have said, hey, let's do this thing, the thing we want, then that's the thing we're trying to do. The biggest thing that seems obvious to try to cut out is the part where, and the flow chart was developed because we're trying to figure out how do you remove the times where there's 1 council member or 2 council members that are behind the scenes lobbying staff to do things, and that there actually hasn't been agreement by the council that that's a thing worth spending time on. So just to name, that's the, and then the other one that I wanted to just clarify, or sort of make sure I understand correctly, is, so let's, and just use the senior center, say senior center comes and says, hey, would you do this thing? Let's pick somebody else. Let's say the
Writing center.
riding center. The riding center comes and says, hey, we want you to do this thing. And then let's say it's often, hey, why don't you have an introductory meeting with staff? And then staff says, they meet with them, and then they come back and say, actually, we don't think this is a priority. Here's the reasons it's not a priority, or doesn't make sense to do. That's all normal, right? Then it's okay for the writing center to come back to council and say, hey, we don't like what happened with staff. But that's where we have to say, okay, either we're gonna agree that we need to move this thing forward, or we're gonna agree with the staff. Or we could just not take it up at all, right? And that's where we get into future agenda, where we say, okay, they brought this thing back up, and it happens all the time, right? People send letters, like the senior center, they brought the thing, we haven't, it's not on the agenda, so there's lots of things that'll come that we just, if no one says, I wanna make a motion to put this on the agenda, then it just falls away. So I just wanna make sure that that's and the thing we're trying to avoid especially is the one person on council asking staff to do a thing. I think if we can just get in the habit of the decisions happen collectively, it's gonna make so much clearer certainly for staff, and I think for community members too.
Right, and also,
Yeah,
with that, recommending that different entities meet with staff to figure a thing out, that's staff's time.
totally.
So,
Yes.
we gotta figure out, we gotta figure out the detail with that piece.
Yeah, I think that would go. I think that comes. I was trying to get to the end, like the end example of what happens when people don't like the staff opinion. But I think whether or not we would encourage the writing center to meet with staff, that's a thing we should just. That's the flow chart. That's where we should decide on that at council.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think by this structure, they should be meeting with staff only after council has 3 people saying we want to move on it, right? Because then it's potentially wasted time.
So I think what I'm hearing is that we're really encouraging and want the staff to say to people, hey, I gotta check whether that's a thing that I should add to my list. And then that's a thing we should talk about at council.
And then if it's coming back the other way too, where the message is clear back to that, say that council member, it says back to the writing center, give that proposal, go ahead and send that proposal to Johnny. We're good with whatever recommendation is made by staff. So we're letting staff decide that, because it may just be something like, can you, I don't know, do something with the road in front of our thing? And then you're like, we're gonna let staff decide on that. And Johnny may say, no, we're not gonna do a thing with the road in front of your place because this.
Okay.
And they may accept that and we're done, they may not, and they go back to council and say, we don't like what they did, and then you're kind of off in the next move. But I think there's
So,
a scenario where you're just handing it off.
And that's recommendation from staff. As far as municipal staff go, we have the best. We have the best. And that's not, of course, you would.
I'll agree for everybody below me.
No, we have the best. We have the best. There are no other village managers that are going to fix a water main break. It's not happening. Not because they don't want a photo op, but because they cannot. This man can. And I don't want to get all, now I'm trying not to get too touchy-feely, but what happens is that breaks morale. So if something comes back, if Johnny says that this is not going to work, and this is why it's not going to work. It's not an impossibility, but it can't work now, and these are the reasons. Or if staff says, can't work now, and these are the reasons, and then the entity comes back and says, but, that is really morale reducing. And I've seen that happen a lot in these last 5 years, and it's we gotta not do that. We gotta try not to do it.
Can I interject one thing, just a perspective thing? I just want to make sure that the new members are aware of this, you probably already are. In the past, I've heard council members talk about comparisons, how to compare the village to another municipality. And that's very difficult to do, because the definition of village versus city in Ohio is just 5,000, right? The minute you hit that population, you tip over into the definition of city. So at your population, you're squarely a village. But it's highly unusual for a village to have its own electric utility, its own water plant. You have a wastewater plant? Wastewater treatment plant. I mean, there are services provided by this village that other villages just don't do.
Inspections.
But you've also got, the limited population, which leads to a smaller budget than, like a Fairborn or a municipality that has similar services. And so when we talk about staff, I think it's important to note things like the planning and zoning job that's getting ready to be posted in Meg's absence is every bit as complicated and challenging as the planner for the city of Beaver Creek, but we can't pay what Beaver Creek can pay or Fairborn can pay in those roles.
And since we're also talking about working together, can I jump on the whiteboard, Carmen? I want to make one point
Yeah,
of
go ahead.
clarification on this, but I think, and I know it's been discussed, but since we're talking about staff and sort of flows,
Yep.
and I think that that's really important too.
Yeah.
That that it funnels through the village manager, and that if at any point there's an expectation or a desire or a want from staff, that it first starts with the conversation with Johnny. Because then that way we sort of avoid confusion with staff. A quick example would be, if you went to a staff member and said, hey, can you do this for me? They may say, yeah, absolutely, I can do that, but they may have a million other things on their list, but they want to make the council member happy, right? It just, going through Johnny, who also would have maybe
I'm
some
gonna
more
jump on
context in
Hey.
situations.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
hey. What's that?
Funnel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's always got to funnel through. It's got to come
Yeah.
through the manager and get to the staff. That's how most, I think,
Yeah.
when municipalities are really operating on all cylinders, that's happening instead of scattershot. Yeah.
Well, and the other, you can sort of park off to the side is me just as a,
You, yeah.
hey, how do you, listen, has this come before?
Yeah.
Are you
So it's
hearing
like, what
about
about
this?
Judy?
Is this,
Yeah.
I mean, you can at least just gather some intel to decide if you want to go, And it's not like I'm not talking to Johnny or Elise and saying, did you get this? Are you aware of that?
Well, that's, I just,
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not this week.
just because I thought you would know,
What have I
are there
begun?
actual papers I can look at?
What have you
What have I
done?
started?
Or is this a
So if
deeper,
there's
you know,
any question
This is
about
just
it,
really
it should
smart,
be
like,
going
let me get the
to
info, so I know what this guy's talking
Judy.
about.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then coming back.
yes.
Yep.
Well, Judy will direct council where to go.
Yeah. And I know that like Johnny's very busy, and like if there's a question before a council meeting, and you can also reach out to me in the sense of like, if Johnny's on copy as well, I think that's important, but like, hey Elise, I wanted to get with this, do you know the answer to that? And if I know, I will of course share it, but if I need to go to Johnny, I'll get the answer. So, I'm here as a resource, but yeah, very much that funnel is just really important for protecting staff.
And with most of our municipal clients, the law director never talks to the elected officials except for the mayor or president or whatever the role is. So that's not true here. In the past couple of years, I've had a lot of contact with a lot of different council members, which I'm certainly not opposed to, happy to do that if that's how we want to operate. But if that's not how you as a group want to operate, then that all can funnel through him, with the exception of any type of particular concern that you might have that you want to raise directly to me, like an ethics question you want to run by me or something along those lines.
And this is one, we'll come back, we're gonna talk
Sorry.
about, no, it's all good. It's just, this is one that'll, I think, probably be in about a month or so. We'll formally, talk about how we engage a solicitor, so we don't have to, I think, do what you've been doing. We're all aware, we wanna try to keep costs down, whatever, but then, we'll get a process together for sure. I don't know, anything else you wanna add about
Let
the?
me give you 2 examples of this,
Yeah.
that it didn't work well. And I apologize to the senior center as well, but 2 years in a row now. So we had the age-friendly grant that was done by a council person and the age-friendly people. And then all of a sudden, we, as staff, find out that, hey, we got this grant, and we got to provide a bunch of tools and we gotta put a shed at one of the parks, and we have to do concrete for benches, and we had to order benches. Staff was not involved with any of that. Now Meg took the lead on that, but that's not fair to Meg either, but then she had to coordinate with Tanner, which had to coordinate with the concrete, which had to order the benches, which had to, so that it trickled downhill. Now let's fast forward to this year. Senior Center and Brian House, love him to death as well, decided that, and Active Transportation decided they wanted a tri-shaw for the Senior Center, so somebody could drive the tri-shaw or ride the tri-shaw and push the people on the bike path. Staff, myself, because the application was filled out, had met Meg as the main person, and Meg's like, we don't need this. And so I contacted Brian, hey, we can't do this, we don't know nothing about it, we shouldn't be doing this is a senior center. And he goes, well, they're gonna house it, we just need to do it, and I've already got the details, Dan Badger's gonna build it, and blah, 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 blah. I said, we can't do it, we don't have the staff, we're hands off. I'll get the township to do it. Well, guess what? I got the zoning out, or I got the grant approval, but we got a check in the mail.
Yep.
So the last council, December 15th, he announced to council that we got this grant. So what happens? Brian's no longer on council. Senior Center knows they're getting a tri-shaw, but who's stuck to order the tri-shaw now that we got a check? So when I called Dan Badger, he's like, oh yeah, let me give you a price and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's like $10,000 more than what the check is for. All right, we're gonna have to go a different route. So he's volunteering all his labor to put it together. We had to order from overseas. We had to get it here. And I've literally, it's not a large amount of time, but I'm funneling that, even though I told a council person,
No.
stop.
Yeah.
I still don't know, and Amy's, is the village liable for if somebody's driving it and wrecks? I mean, who owns it? We bought it. Who owns it? The senior center? I don't know. Guess what? I don't have the room to store the tri-shaw, and I've yet to figure out what door they're taking a tri-shaw 4 foot wide through at the senior center. They can't even have, we got a van in one parking lot and a van in the other parking lot, so they have no room. So where are we putting the tri-shaw? It's still to be determined. And then, if the village is housed in it, does our insurance cover
The tri-shaw.
the tri-shaw? And if somebody runs in front of a car or gets hit by the go bus going through town?
Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of questions that was not answered, we just got a grant. Our grants are great. I love grants. I wish there was more for what we needed.
Yeah.
But if somebody sees it and they can attach the village name to it, they stand a better chance. That's why we was presented with the last one. Because the grant that she's talking about, we're already in the process of fixing with the app on the Yellow Springs Connect. We're already working on the business and the residential welcome packets. We're already working on that. So we don't need that grant for somebody else to do the work. So, just my 2 cents. And that was only 3.
That was about 15 cents.
So I think the main, just to close up this section, I think would just be, if you're seeing something that doesn't feel like it's doing this, then please speak up, essentially. Because what I've found is that we get into these kind of habits, and then it's like, I didn't say something this one time, and I think a lot, and then, well, I didn't do it for that person, so I guess I'll let this other person, and so this is kind of like we're trying to just kind of reset here a little bit. And so if you're kind of noticing one of these habits that doesn't work the way we just went over, then please say something. So we don't get, and also it depersonalizes it. It's like it's not, this is gonna happen again. It's just a matter with who, and what we're saying is we don't really care who. It's not personal. We're just trying to be more efficient and fair, essentially. It's a fairness issue. Okay. So the next section of the agenda is, I didn't like go over the outcomes, but the first one is getting grounded in current reality. What work is already happening or in consideration. So the hope of these next couple sections, the current work and then the council commissions, is like, here's stuff we're already committed to or have on the plate for consideration. We haven't, and we can decommit from things, you know, it's not like this is set in stone forever, but this chunk of time was meant to like ground us in reality a little bit of the things that are going on. So I'm assuming that is the start, stop, continue list.
Yes,
And,
it is. Yep.
Full transparency, we tried to update it, our brains were fried.
It's all good, and I was saying to Johnny, it's less like, I think with this, and then the, Judy put in the memo I put in the first meeting, because it has the like kind of holdover issues list too. Think about this less as like, we need to understand everything on this list, and more like, we're trying to wrap our heads around the totality of all of the things, and so that then there's a little bit more of an accountability when we're thinking about adding things, to acknowledge that there's already a lot of things, and that maybe a big part of our job is going to be figuring out which things are we going to say no to.
Yeah.
I think another good thing is if somebody brings you a great idea that they're interested in, this is a good list to go back and see if it's been
It's
talked
already
about
started.
before. And it's stopped, or it's continued, or it's ongoing. I will say that there is more that we could probably put another 10 pages on this. We did not put anything from page other than the things that I will be personally touching and have involvement with, and like Amy Blankenship will with Exxon cameras and things like that. If it's on this list, the administration staff is touching or handling that. This has nothing to do with changing poles out, nothing to do with GISing water meters and meter change outs. This is just simply anything that the administration is touching. So there's a lot on there. And then what we can do is we can clean it up and we can actually make a stop list. That way it's not intertwined in there. But you can also see we have completed a lot in the last year and a half. And
Are there any, it's obviously a little overwhelming, are there any that you want to like highlight, like things where you're like, here's one that feels like, you know, a notable thing I want you all to be aware of, or a decision we have to make, or a, you know, timely thing? No pressure, I'm just like,
no, I think that
without seeing it before, I'm just like, how do I wrap my head around
okay,
it?
so the next big one is, and I'll just, the elephant in the room, Short Street, is we have to have a decision. Because we don't want to keep on delaying and tearing and staff time and this and that. So that'd be February 2nd thing. The next, the other big ones, you know, that will be big one for us is strategic planning and the organizational component of that, and the Bowen study. Those are the 2 or 3 big ones that we have right now.
Yep.
Which takes a lot of time. Personnel manual, that's another one. We've talked about even delaying that further because we have some other issues. So we may push it to March, as long as we're done by June, I think is a good goal.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of stuff to be done in February. And if we can just focus on goals in the February 20th meeting, then we can push the PPM, we don't have, I mean, I don't want to keep on beating I don't want the scenario of saying, oh my God, we're so busy, we can't do anything, but literally between the 2nd and the 17th, staff won't have the time to dedicate to that PPM to get it to the final version of the work session.
It's mostly there.
It's close.
It's ready for one last pass-through but for Elise, and then it's ready to go to council.
Right.
We can always send the draft to council to give them all time, because there's a lot to unpack there.
Correct.
send them the red line draft to give them time to go through it without them being hit with it in a packet on a Friday, and then faced with it in a work session on a Monday.
It's a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a significant amount of changes. It isn't really.
No.
But it looks significant, so I think it would be good to give them more time to process.
So we'll come back, we'll let you.
Yeah.
So the last time we talked about it, we were thinking February work session about PPM. Are you saying maybe March work
I'm
session
thinking
about
March
PPM?
work session,
Okay.
and then we bring it, and we'll try to get it to council a week or so prior to the work session. That way, when you come into the work session, you've had a chance to review it
So a week or two,
prior to
Right.
the second work
but
session
the,
in
but the
March.
completed, not what you're
Once she
talking
takes a
about.
final pass through it, we can pop it out to you under privilege
Okay,
now.
let's do that.
I mean, just as soon as you
I'd
give me
like
the
to
go
do
ahead.
that.
Yeah, it's ready for you to start looking through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So those are the big ones. I mean, some of these involve the solicitor, some of them just involve staff. Some of them involve the solicitor, staff, and council. So it's just really the sewer, the water, and the electric study. That's me in Public Works. So cybersecurity is going to be another big one this year. We have to have it ready by July. So that'll be another big one that Tech Advisors and we're working on as well.
And we've already got some changes that have taken
We have.
effect from that. God forbid there be some kind of breach, we have to notify the state and take some stuff.
One, I will say, one that has taken up quite a bit of time from Brad, not me, myself, but I pushed it to Elise to be there because of the public information piece of it is the PFAS. We have talked to the EPA. We have done a great job with PFAS notifications. They're actually going back to the EPA to talk to them about all that we've already done, but they still want to do some educational things in the village to figure out how to get 3 drops of water out of our one water tower. So that's what it comes down to, 3 drops of water in 1,000,000 gallons that we're trying to figure out how to remove. And I'm like, man, if we don't have a solution how to do it, then why would we smack a hornet's nest only to bring up social media and, the Dayton Daily News again coming at us? So they're going back to the EPA because they don't know if the EPA is going to pay them to do all this as well. So we'll have answers, but Elise has been part of that project as well with Brad. I started the project when Brad was not able to attend, and I mean, we got people from out west, Colorado, Vermont, working on this project for Yellow Springs, and it was EPA driven, so. Anything that you can think of, or?
So are there questions that council members have about either if something jumps out at you specifically or sort of big picture, the totality of the amount of work?
Hiring of the zoning director will be a priority as soon as
Yeah.
we get it posted, so. Because we'll have, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You'll have Springs Meadow 3 and 4 wanting to break ground, and probably April, you'll have the Windsor group and them, so we need to get a zoning person on staff to be able to handle this versus the contractor handle that. And Aaron's doing a tremendous job filling in and stepping in, but he needs that next person above him. That's actually the last thing I dealt with was dealing with a sign that he was asking me some questions about. So we just need to get him somebody in here that has a little bit more experience to be able to help him to to where he can go back to his day-to-day part of the job.
So, oh, good.
No, just because Amy mentioned it, just for context, what's the pay differential between other municipalities?
It's
and-
significant. It's significant, because the role that you're hiring for here is, well, I don't even remember what the title is, but it's a department head. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
director role. And so if you were to compare that, again, how do you compare? Who do you compare to? Cedarville and Jamestown don't have that role.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the kind of zoning code that we have and the kind of zoning needs that we have. So if you compare to like a Huber Heights or a Fairborn or a Beaver Creek or a Kettering, those roles pay,
120.
Huber Heights just
Yeah.
did theirs at 120,
Yeah.
Tip City just did theirs at 97,000.
Beaver
And
Creek.
what's ours at right now?
We have to raise it, we've got it up to 90, I
Mhm.
think is what ours is.
Top range, right? Yeah,
Range.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
where, I guess, for what, that's, it's more. I think I guess there's a question at which point do you say, if it's important, like how important is that in the context of things? And then I guess when, because we had we changed the job to be planning and economic development. Are we thinking about posting it as just planning, or are we thinking about posting it as both?
We're trying to go back to what it was prior to Meg, which is, they'll have some economic development, but economic development is pushed to the YSDC, because, I mean, they're gonna be
Yeah.
very active for the next 2 years, and they're gonna be focused and I have confidence that that is heading in the right direction now. So, with the economic development piece, I think we have a good staff to be able to do it, but Aaron's kind of like the coordinator right now with the YSDC. We're involved there. We have Allison Moody working with us on the sale of the CBE. We have a great chamber director, which is doing a phenomenal job of economics over there. So I think we're all back to working into a big pie, and we need to concentrate on zoning for the village.
Right, and so the other piece I want to add is that these larger municipalities don't necessarily have the volume of work that we have going on in the village right now.
And they have a staff.
And they have the staff. And we have, for what's happening right now, a lot of volume of work. We got a lot going on.
Yeah.
And,
That might be attractive to applicants.
no,
Hopefully, yeah.
But yeah, so I just wanted to put a pin in that.
Yeah.
Because, we expect the same quality and the same work from our staff as these larger municipalities that have more money, right? You know that?
Yeah.
And so when we start talking about hiring someone to do this job and, versus what someone else from another municipality is making, it's comparable because I think I would argue that we have more going on right now than Beaver Creek as far as building, the volume of stuff that we've had
Hard
to
to say.
handle is the same, right, it's the same, right? But we have 3,700 people.
Exactly. I mean, when you think about it like that proportionally,
Yes.
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is the right time, but I'll say it. So my new managers group, we spoke for about 3 hours the other day. And what I'm excited about now with this new council is what I listened to from 3 different municipalities that we sat at the same table. Huber Heights is booming. They've got the radio situation, the Rose. They're doing another indoor 3,500 seating thing for concert venue. They got the Buc-ee's. They got Sheiks. Not saying we want gas stations. Just putting it out there.
Wawa, it's like the thing to do right
You know,
now.
So, but I'm like, okay, and they're like, they built a brand new building for their municipality for using TIF funds and all this, and so I stopped for a minute. I was like, let me ask you a question. How did you get to this point? John was very adamant this started 15 years ago with council making a direction for this, for Huber Heights.
Yep.
We're all just here following their plan, and we're able to do this.
Yep.
They're building a $19 million public works facility that only has 4 offices, the rest of it's a building, but it was planned 8 years ago.
Mhm.
So then, Vandalia is the same way. They're building a $21 million public works facility that they planned 8 years ago. So then, you know, you all heard the Dayton Daily News article about the water. So I talked to Don from Minster, and for about an hour on the phone. And I said, Don, explain to me why your water's so cheap. Explain to me your process. Well, Don's been the administrator for 33 years. That's a big difference. You know, you're talking, I'm on my second year. We've had probably 10 in the last 10 in the, I mean, I'm number 11, so, and I can tell you of 4 of them prior to me, so that tells you how fast. But he's been there for 33 years. I says, how did you build your water plant that's 12 years old, and how did you pay cash? He said, I knew I needed it 10 years prior to, and we saved the money. And it all comes down to, they all planned, they all set it up. And the problem with us is we need it right damn now. That's another one that you'll hear me say all the time. RDNs. All of ours are now in RDN. They're right damn nows. Because we didn't have a forward-thinking anybody prior to us.
And
So I
they also
want to
have
get
Dan,
back to,
too. They
this
got Dan.
council is going to set us up for the future. And people are going to be like, oh, they all had their heads on their shoulders.
Right.
Because you got the best staff, you got the brand new council, and it's like, how are we molding this for when I retire and
Sure.
she moves, you know, she moves on. So, it's planning, it's working together, it's moving the village forward. It's all for the better of the village.
So, do you, I guess, the way I've been thinking about it is that it feels like we got too many things on the list. And I guess, and so then it's sort of a question of, which ones do we prioritize? And I guess I'm assuming that we're doing sort of this arc of values and goals, and then moving toward, in sort of starting in March, getting real of like looking at all these things and saying, which ones are we prioritizing? I guess first, like, is that the way you think about it? That generally we need to make some choices to try to get the sort of scope of our work honed in? Yeah.
I would agree with that. We need to have a full list, have the goals, but then be realistic and making sure that if it's a sewer capacity study, that understand that is for the entire village and that's a priority versus we want to build a sculpture over here in this park. You know, while 10 people are raising hell about, I want that sculpture, while we're trying to serve 3,500. So it'd be a strategic plan.
So some of this is none of the council's business. Most of it is day-to-day. Most of it's day-to-day. And we could get really micromanaging with this, but we don't need to, because a lot of it is infrastructure stuff. There's some stuff on here that I see that we can just, that in my opinion can be removed. But, you know, we need to have a little bit of delineating lines between what is council's business on this list and what is not. And I don't mean not council's business. Yeah, we get to know about it, but if Johnny says, hey, I need this whatever for infrastructure stuff, I don't know about gas lines and sewer lines and sidewalks and this, that, and the third. I don't need, you know, there's a lot of stuff on here that, and I'm interested in all of this stuff. Absolutely. I like all of this. I don't know. I'm a science person. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to make sure that we get an idea. We can all sit with this and figure out what is like gas aggregation. Like, some of the stuff is definitely our business and some of it isn't. And like, it looks like a daunting list, but if you think about it like that, like what's actually in council's purview versus what's in the village manager and staff's purview, it's less intimidating.
I would agree with that. And probably what we need to do is try to figure out things that are not in, the things that we handle day to day versus like
Yes.
sidewalks. Where do we want to take sidewalks? That
Right.
is a council
Absolutely,
thing.
yes.
We would love to give the sidewalk back. I've been saying that for 5
Yes.
years. We have spent thousands of dollars on sidewalks.
Yeah.
Not saying it wasn't necessary, but other municipalities let their residents take care of the sidewalks.
Sure.
Now, here's what they do. They'll walk the sidewalks every 5 years, and they'll mark it, and they'll fix it, but they'll assess the property taxes. You know, if
Right.
the homeowner don't want to do it. But we could create a list on, after we do the goals, we can break it out, and council can say, okay, let's slow down on this one. This is more of a priority for us, you know, the Bowen study. Is it more priority than the strategic planning study? Is it more important than the organizational study or the capacity study?
And these things are integrated, you know, these things they're not, you know, independent of each other. But when like I said, when I look at this list, I'm like, wow, there's a whole bunch of stuff on here that's none of my business.
Well, I think I just made a note to myself that I think what would be helpful at some point, because I know this is a draft, is first of all, to break up the list, put all the stops together and put it on the last page. And to be able to say, okay, and then we can look at that and be like, does anybody have any questions about the things that you've chosen to stop on? Okay.
Or by
And-
type as well.
And then to put all the completed things in a list, say those are done, and to really look at the start and continue list and then categorize it by day-to-day infrastructure or new infrastructure or environmental/parks, business economic development. I think if we can and housing, that'll help us then when we do the goals to match, to be like, okay, so how many items are under this category versus that category?
Can I add one more while you do that?
Yeah.
It'd be helpful to know, is sort of already considered in the budget versus something that's like this is a new
New
thing that
line
isn't
item.
already considered or included?
Yeah, because to Carmen's point, absolutely, I think there's things here, like, I would like to understand what all of these things are, and even if it's your day-to-day, like, yeah, it's like, we're not gonna micromanage, but it's still helpful, right, to understand what the line is. But, yeah, I do think there's a way to organize this in a way that's more useful for
And I
figuring out
think too, that it's
priorities.
also important that we educate ourselves about what these things are. We have a
Yeah.
supercomputer right here, sometimes in our pockets. So I want to know what gas aggregation is. I'm not calling Johnny. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that's also important.
That's the one I think is on there, is I'd love to get off the board that I shouldn't even be on.
Yeah, right? Oh, on the
So
gas
bad.
aggregation?
Yes, you
Oh,
can actually
SOPAC.
skip, you can
Oh,
actually
God.
skip that one.
So bad.
Well, we passed it,
Yeah.
you know? It's, anyway, there's stories on everything on here,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
But isn't that, I mean, this goes back to the previous conversation, it's just like, items need to have a champion for it to have movement. And not, it needs to have a champion, and then it needs to have at least 3 people who also want to move it from the council side. And then from the
Yes.
village, from the staff side, there's also items that just need to be done. And-
Right.
And right now, it's, you know, it's just not clear what's what.
Stormwater projects. Zoning amendments, obviously, that's a council thing. Mailbox archiving. You know, like, it's like, yeah, kind of, and also, we need to really, figure out, yes, what policy, what things we need to move forward as a council versus we didn't, like, I think that categorizing the list would be great. But then really, what is council's purview? Because all of it's not. And what is village manager and staff's purview?
And I think the assumption I have is that the only place that there's purview is when we do the budget, right? Where it's like, all right, if these projects are in the budget, then it becomes a question of if we have a disagreement about the amount that's allocated, and therefore, how do you change the allocation? Well, therefore, you have to figure out what project underneath it, like what expense comes off. I don't think any of us want to be involved in the day-to-day management. It's just a matter of, all right, here's sort of the, and I think this is where we get into the values, the vision, the goals, is like, where are we really trying to go? And then hopefully all this stuff adds up toward going there. And so I'm not, it's like it's not like I'm not interested in any one individual thing. I'm interested in is the collective totality of all these things we're doing moving us toward the vision. And we'll talk this afternoon about like the strategy screens thing, because I think there are these sort of questions of like, here's where we want to go, and then let's sort of check. Does it feel like the things that we do along the way are moving us in that direction? And if not, then why would we do it? How do we make it? And I'm not saying, there will be things that don't clearly go in the direction of the vision that might make sense to do, but somebody should have to make a case for it. You know? So anyway, I think the sorting would be helpful. I think it helps everybody wrap their heads around where we're at, and then when we do our goals, I think it's hopefully everybody's kind of wrapping their head around. You know, we have essentially 2 people on staff with notable other chunks, right? Judy's work, so I'm thinking about Johnny and Elise, but Judy supports things, Amy supports things. There are certainly projects that I'd say, you know, Michelle is involved with things at finance. There are projects that are more, planning or zoning related that there's involvement on. But in terms of the, like, all the other stuff, so, you know, the writing center, the senior center, the whatever example we're using, these things that come up that if they're not part of the regular day-to-day business, I think we just all have to acknowledge that there's only a couple people.
Yeah.
And when I look at this, I'm just thinking about like, if I were to give any one of these lists to someone and write a job description to say, do this, most people would look at this and go, you're totally insane.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And so I guess what I'm hoping is that in this coming year, it's not that there can't be lots of things, but that we start honing. We say no to more things, that we have this better process so there's less steps. Even if it's the same number of things, if we had less steps, that could save a significant amount of time. Because moving toward trying to make this like an actually good place to work with a decent amount of hours a week that we're expecting would be, I think that would be in line with our values.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're doing the goals, because and then what happens is and it's totally understandable, everybody's like, well, here's my thing, I agree with that, but I also want this one other thing, right? And so just to say, that's where I think hopefully we can collectively look at it and go, okay, when we get to the goals, we're going to try to keep the number as reasonable as possible because of that big picture dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah, and the goals should absolutely feed into that big picture dynamic. And then you're right, yeah, all of these things, the totality of them. And this also, I kind of look at this list as sort of like the Russian dolls, because some of it, it's like Yellow Springs marketing. That's like the big Russian doll, and there's so many dolls inside that doll. So that doesn't go for all of them. So, yeah.
Well, I think the marketing thing started with a couple of councils ago. Like, that's why I was like, yeah, like if I go to Beaver Creek, I'm like, how do you brand Beaver Creek? And like, if I go to a council meeting and ask how they're branding, ask council how they're branding, then Beaver Creek, they're gonna be like, oh, in Springfield? Like, I've attended a couple of council meetings there, they're lovely. But it's like, I'm not asking none of those people about how they're branding Springfield. Marketing, how are you marketing your town? But we did that. And so now it's on this list.
No, I think it's a good point of like, it's hard to say no.
it's hard to say no to yourself sometimes, clearly,
Yeah.
when like
Yeah.
work-life balance or people pleasing, but it's
Sure.
like, and I think one of my questions for today is like, how do we think more as a group, as a comprehensive picture, and say no to each other,
Mhm.
and say it's not personal, it's not against your concept or your idea, but like, we're trying to do this thing together, right? And it's hard, it's super hard, which is, explains why there's such a long list of things that were initiated by individuals who cared about something.
I'm going to say something, but it's really important. I have had friends that I've had for 15 years. And since I've been on council, we haven't spoken
Yeah,
because it became personal even though it wasn't.
yeah,
And I wasn't the one that stopped talking.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's the reality.
totally.
That's the reality, because it's not, you can't give everybody what they want all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's our job to look at the totality.
Precisely.
And it's not anybody else's.
Right.
And you hope they have a little bit of compassion
Yes.
for the hardness of the
Yes.
job.
Well, and I think too, it'll help all of you, I don't know, kind of lack of cohesiveness on council made it, I think, difficult for everybody, but it also made it more the case that it looks like, well, if you took up my cause, I would get what I needed, and you're not willing to do it. Therefore, you stand between me and me getting what I need, which I am telling you is for the good of humanity, so what is your problem? And because council wasn't unified, Carmen, I don't think had the ability to say, council, could you look at this request that I've gotten, or these things that are being asked, and can we determine as a council whether this is something that should happen? I mean, I don't know that, you would have felt comfortable or like you were gonna get backing or feel like the response would be adequate. And so it put more strain on council members, I think, than should have been there. It's as much for your protection as it is for staff to be able to sort of go, okay, you guys, look, is this something that fits, doesn't, do we have the money, the time, because then it's all of you.
Yeah.
I think the other thing too is if you think of it like being in a big ship and council's at the steering wheel of the ship, and I'm sure Judy, you would have seen this time and time again in your tenure here with the village, you have a council where we're set in a direction, and then a new council comes in and then they want to turn the ship a different direction, but we're already going one direction.
Mhm.
And so that's going to be a big piece of like strategic planning, because that's going to be setting like a vision that could outlast this council. Like we're setting the vision for, 5 years out. And so I just think that that's an important piece too, because there are things that are in motion. I mean, for example, Short Street, right? Like not all of you were part of that. So, and now that's a decision that we're looking at February 2nd. Just that there are things that are in motion from other councils. So, yeah, that too.
That part.
Yeah.
I mean, I also had this question, which is like, if a council member promised
Yeah.
something to someone,
Right.
who, like, how much do we have to hold that up, or like what? I mean,
No.
obviously, if something's
Yeah.
written in a contract and it's
Yes.
signed, that's a
Yeah.
thing.
No.
Yes,
But
totally.
otherwise,
And also, like,
Yeah.
we're a body.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
oh wow, we're getting real emotional this
that's how
morning.
it is. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, honestly, that's what it is. We're all in, but whatever.
Yeah.
So like, with
Yeah.
that, perfect example. Like, oh, can you do this? I'm like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, wait a minute, no.
Yeah.
Because there have been council meetings. This is why I'm really on on the Robert's Rules thing and on those rules,
Mhm.
because it protects us when we're on the dais. I'm up here, but I'm not going to be abused. I'm not going to be berated, and I'm not going to be disrespected. And so if I call a point of order, right, it means shut it down, take a breath, regroup.
Mhm.
I'm not Carmen.
Mhm.
Address the body.
Mhm.
And so you make a promise.
Yeah.
You might have made a promise, and it might be something that now, as an individual, yeah, Angie, you could have done it,
Yeah.
but, you know, are we beholden to a promise that you
Yeah.
made? You know, so, and it's tricky. It's tricky business. It's tricky business. But it's not, I mean,
So-
but it's not impossible to
It's not
get,
impossible.
Yeah.
yeah, to get it worked out.
And there, you know, I think there is, I'm really looking forward to getting to strategic planning, because I think we have some documents that help us to, I think we could all like score at least 7 out of 10 on like a test of what, you know, the general arc of the vision is. And so there's a difference between some, you know, some of these things feel like much more sort of random pet project-y, and some of them feel like, yeah, that's clearly part of the, what we would all think. And hopefully what happens as we do the part we can do on an annual basis here, the values, the goals, and then start to look at projects, we're kind of aiming towards something, and then in strategic planning, we name it more clearly, so that, because it's, you know, the comprehensive plan was a while ago, you know, the degree to which the vision is articulated is a little too limited. You know, it's not enough clarity so that you know which things are hoping to get, you know, have a longer arc. So I think that'll be super helpful. I guess I wonder if we could start kind of shifting toward, like, look, it seems like have a pretty good idea about sort of where we're at, big picture, and the thoughtfulness around how to approach this stuff. Maybe we could sort of start thinking about the draft calendar for a minute here, and sort of how some of these things fit into what happens over the course of the year. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but when I saw for me, the draft calendar is helpful in terms of just like, here's the things that will be coming regardless. And then you can kind of start getting an idea of like, you know, you can have 1 or 2 things at each meeting, you know, like one, maybe 2 semi-complex things. And then at some point you just run out of time, otherwise you have, you know, just really long meetings, let alone the related budget and staff impact. So when you see the calendar, I guess I'm hoping that you start kind of getting an idea of, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen regardless, and then we've got some slots to kind of fill in. So is it okay to make a transition?
Yeah.
Judy, do you mind just kind of talking it through for a few minutes? And just, I know you're kind of recovering, so if at any point you're like, I am out of juice, just say the word and we can.
Oh, no worries, it's just that I feel like I'm on planet Claire, so if you can just excuse that part a bit. So the calendar is primarily, well, it's the things that are known quantities. And within those known quantities, what we know is there will be authorizing the village manager to enter into or to apply for a grant for whatever. Oh my gosh, something broke and we have to bring a resolution to do that thing. Oh, hey, we just found out that we're required to pass a hazard mitigation thing. Quick, everybody. So those things just come flying in at a regular clip. But what you have on that council calendar are, we know these things are going to happen. I mean, so that's kind of the,
Yeah.
one thing that it's my least favorite thing for anyone to say is, oh, it's a really light agenda. Because inevitably in the past, what's happened is, well, let's find a bunch of stuff to put in there. Because gosh, look at that, we need to look busy. And the other thing is that then when meetings would happen, it would be, we got a really light agenda, this meeting will be really quick, let's talk about stuff for a really long time. Let's talk about stuff that might not be relevant, but we got tons of time. Let's let people comment on things that ordinarily we might not let them comment on. Oh my God. Pretty much the reason that I stay off camera is that you can see my head exploding. Because if you don't manage those things when it's easy, you can't manage them when it's hard, and there's a lot of stuff nearly as well. That's one thing I'm really happy about in terms of leadership and just keeping things very focused.
Judy, can I jump in on the piece around the meetings? 'Cause I think I think I've heard this from everybody, but so I think we're all like wanting to not do that thing of if there's a light agenda, start filling it up. So the way, and we started trying to work on this right away with the work session in February, where we're like, we don't see a bunch of stuff that needs to be on the meeting. Let's just not have, and then we did talk about we might need to have like a short official business meeting for a couple things. But let's just, if we don't need a meeting, then let's eliminate meetings. And then instead of, and it has felt awfully reactive in my time, where we're usually making the next agenda at the meeting, like we're making the next agenda always at the one before, and rarely are we looking more than sort of a couple meetings out. So what my hope is that when we do the goals, that then we're gonna look at the agenda for the rest of the year and go, okay, how or when would these items fit into the agenda? And that would be largely driving what we would spend our time on, are the things that we've talked about wanting to do in the goals. And that if there are things that are not on the goals, that we would be actively having to decide whether we want to prioritize them, but that we had already set our goals, and so probably we would be saying no to a lot of things that we have typically said yes to in that reactive mode. So I think that's reflective of what both staff and council members are interested in, but I just want to say it out loud to check, like, is there anything about that where you're like, no, that's not what I was expecting for any reason?
Well, I also think, just because of a few comments that folks have made, I think maybe in the past council folks felt like, well, I need to do stuff. I know you guys are out doing, I don't know, sewer stuff and writing things, but I got stuff I gotta do. I need to look effective over here, and lining a sewer doesn't make me look effective, honestly. And that's not, and I don't mean that as a put down, because you've got people going, well, what the hell? I elected you. Why aren't you doing these things? It's really difficult. So, I mean, and that's a discussion for kind of you guys to have of, do we feel like we're doing the stuff we wanted to get elected to do? How do we make that happen without overburdening staff? That is a balancing act. You know, that does, I think, sometimes come out in the goals where there's pushing back and forth. You know, there's staff going, ooh, that's gonna be, well, council should also be pushing. Could it be possible? Is there a way? What would a timeline look like? Because you shouldn't abdicate everything. It is a balancing act. But I'm just saying, that is not an easy negotiation always.
Any other kind of questions or comments on the kind of annual calendar?
Yeah, I just have a question. Is it possible, I heard something at New Managers Group when I was talking to them about council. They have summer council agenda, right? They have one meeting in June, one in July, one in August. Is that possible in the village?
Just taking the one off in August, I just feel like,
Yeah, but this is a new council. It gives
I mean,
time to be able to take vacation.
I'll say, to me, the number of meetings should reflect the number of meetings that are needed. So if we could get everything done in one all-day meeting for the entire year, I would do that. I'm serious. So to me, it's just a matter of, if we can figure out how to organize ourselves where we have less meetings in the summer, awesome. It's just purely a matter of function from my perspective.
So what place is this? but they have one in the, did you say?
Vandalia,
Vandalia,
Huber Heights,
Huber Heights.
Tip City.
Oh,
A lot of communities do it.
Okay.
Trotwood cancels all meetings in August. They do normal June and July, but cancel in August, just to accommodate, vacations. People going out of town.
Well, and I think what Gavin's trying to do speaks to that, where he's saying, "Okay, let's not just think one ahead.
Yeah.
Let's really get a sense of what we've got going on 2 or 3 months out." Makes that possible. The way that we've been doing it, it's so nose to the grindstone. We're,
But here's what happens, we're so reactive that the one that we try to eliminate in August, we always have a special meeting.
oh my God, I know.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, you run the risk of having too many people out of town at one time, that if you really had to make something happen, you aren't able to make it happen. However, you have an ordinance that allows for remote meetings. So if we had to, we could Zoom you in from a mountaintop, right, to pass whatever it is that we need to pass.
We manifest that.
we still do that.
I want to go on the mountain. Yeah, we going to a mountain.
We each have to go to a different mountain.
A different
Different
Not all be
mountaintop,
the same
or it
mountaintop.
defeats the purpose.
That one over there.
Yeah, I think, it's like 24, so no first meeting in August, that's 23 meetings for the year. Johnny's talking about 20 meetings, right? Or 19 meetings. I think it's possible, but requires the planning ahead of what do we want to get done in these 20 meetings. And knowing that X percentage are unexpected, necessary issues that come up. But, yeah, I think there's potential, but it requires like a new approach to planning ahead.
When I hear it that way, it feels totally doable to me. Could we get essentially 20% more efficient with our meetings? I think so. Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's gonna mean that we're gonna have to be more thoughtful, especially, with those breaks, to get those 1 a month ones really tight. But I think that sounds doable, and I think especially if it would make things, if you feel like it would help things with staff and, that sounds like a nice thing to aim for. The way that we would practically figure this out is, so we've got this draft calendar, and then we're gonna do goals, and then we're gonna have to come back over that and go, okay, what is that gonna take to implement?
Correct.
And then do a much more, yeah.
It's gonna be a
It's gonna be more
deep dive.
detailed,
Correct.
version of all the things. But yeah, I don't know, it sounds like we're hearing like openness, and then it's a matter of, let's try to, over the next couple months, let's see if we can operationalize it. Maybe it's like a good, we're not agreeing right now that's gonna
Right,
happen,
right,
but
right.
we're gonna see if we can shoot for it, and then check back in, and I think probably we will know by the end of March, I think, if we feel like we have a manageable number of goals that it makes that possible. So this would be this is where some kind of project management, something, some way, so just so other people know, this happens a fair amount, where we'll talk about something and we'll go, we should do that in 6 months. And then it's whose job is it to bring it up? And then it doesn't get brought up, and then you end up with this long, so this should, I think if we can keep good track of, and collectively, the more that it's shared, the more that everybody has to reckon with, hey, we said we're gonna do that thing. Because then what happens when it's not shared is that everybody remembers the thing they care about the most. And then they bring it up inevitably at the last minute in the most complicated way, right? Where they're asking, hey, Johnny, I want you to do this little thing. Hey, Judy, let's add this on. Hey, Gavin, let's add this on the agenda. And it's one of these things where it's no one's individual fault. Literally, if that happened one time in the year, it would be totally fine. It happens probably upwards of 100 times in a year. And then you end up with, and you can see where we're at with project management, right? We have a lot of things, and it's not super well clarified of what everybody's aware of.
And also
Right.
Judy keeps impeccable minutes. impeccable minutes.
Award-winning before.
If you want to know, maybe someone brought something up and then, maybe that was 3 months ago. It's like, Judy, I'm thinking maybe somebody brought this thing up.
Yeah.
Did that happen? Impeccable
We will
minutes.
know for sure. But you see how this is like, I think especially the kind of agenda planning crew and staff, if you can help us keep the lists of the things, then we'll be more likely to make these kind of longer term shifts possible. But I like you bringing it up, and I think we can figure out how to move that direction.
I think, what I was gonna say, and it's like I'm saying, yes, we should get a pony, but I think it would help with the solicitor fees, because we've had so much stuff falling in. Like, just look at what it would, cost if we did whatever it is. That little thing is out of retainer, but just get us that information, because somebody brought it up and it sounds really great, and I mean, we don't want to look bad, and it's for the good of humanity. Boom, that's another time suck, but it's also solicitor time, and if there's a certain commitment to, we're gonna try to pare down and have fewer meetings, it's directing your legislation, it's directing all of our time, in a certain way. I don't know, I think you could have a net effect of maybe spending a little less money.
How did any of those communities, I don't know how much conversation you had about it, like talk about how the public reacted to that? They don't notice.
They don't care.
They don't notice?
You are so unique out here.
Yes.
The vast majority of council meetings, anywhere in the Miami Valley area, if you were to go attend, there's nobody in the audience. Or occasionally a handful of people because they have something on their property that's on the agenda or something. There's the level of public involvement here that is just completely different than most communities.
Right.
Well, and we'll get into this more, but that's true for us 75% of the time too. Like most of the time, there's a handful of people here. And I think this is where if we do a better job of identifying why do lots of people come? Well, it's usually a mix of, it's a controversial issue. The controversy often has to do with the amount of communication about the issue, about the breadth of the impact of the issue, about the timing of the issue. So and again, these things are interrelated, I guess is my point. If we have 3 less meetings at a critical juncture where we're in the midst of a controversial issue, I think people are going to be really pissed.
Right.
Right.
I think this last year we had Short Street, a levy, and a budget all happening at the same time. I look at that is a planning error. We didn't look at the whole year, and we didn't think about how these things intersected, and so then we got to a point where there was a really, like a powder keg, So I'm hoping that we can foresee those challenges, and let's put the complex stuff within a time frame that is reasonable, where there is plenty of time for people. So it's not like we're cutting meetings because we want to have less. I don't think I'm hearing you say that. I'm certainly not saying less meetings because I want less community engagement.
Right.
It's just trying to figure out how to
Well, I
facilitate
think
staff.
that person,
living.
not necessarily for like those bigger issues, I think about those, somebody going, oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna take this to council, oh, well, crap, now I have to wait a month,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're used to, oh, I'm gonna reach this out and I'm gonna see that in a packet
Yeah.
in 10 days,
But I think it's interesting because the whole idea of planning ahead, I think, can serve the community as well.
Right,
The
I
community
agree.
Seeing
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
here are all of the things we want to do this year, and for us, it helps. I mean, I think it's a win-win all around, and I think to Judy's point, also like feeling like I don't know where I fit in, I don't know where my contribution is. You can see a year's worth of opportunities to contribute,
Right.
where you want to fit in. And I think for the community, the unexpected stuff for sure, like there's always going to need to be an avenue where people are like, this is immediate, I want this to be seen in 10 days, and we can make sure that happens. But it also asks, organizations and businesses to say, plan accordingly, like
Yeah.
see where you want to fit in.
Yeah, I just think there'll be a growing pain
Yeah.
Very accurate.
involved in that, yeah.
We've started seeing some of that. I think we've been getting better the last few years at asking, we try to keep all the budget requests around the budget, so that it's not like come in April, and then that we really encourage people. And so I think this is where if we all reinforce that, there could be some growing pains, but if people know, and I would say, people should know, the goals is gonna be really important for what we put our time and energy into.
Yeah.
And so if you have a thing that you're like, no, I really care about this thing, and it's in the period where there's a month till the next meeting,
Yeah.
the real problem is that you didn't advocate for it during the goals. Because because that was the time to make the most important case of this is a priority we should work on, So I think it will be a learning process, but then if we stick to that, people over time will realize, oh, the really important times at council are in the budget, deciding where the dollars are going, the goals to figure out when the strategic plan is gonna be big, because it's the longer term vision. And then I think we can show people that those are the places to really make their case of why this should be a priority. Including us, right?
Yeah.
Including the staff. Like everybody's gonna have to make that case. I'm keeping a list of future agenda stuff, so this, I think we talked about PPM probably in March, the solicitor eval and fees, we mentioned that earlier, but that'll probably be in that March or April kind of range too. They're on a different contract year and it makes sense with the way the evaluations work. You probably saw in here, so that we've got evaluations that are, that happen near the end of the year to sort of fit in with the salary decisions and budget decisions. And then we'll plan on doing kind of check-ins from a manager. It's a weird environment where there's 5 of us that are the managers for the clerk and the village manager. So then figuring out how do we do those checks. A couple other times after we do goals is a piece that would happen. The other thing I'd ask is if we could do the quarterly goal checks in the report, the manager's reports.
Yeah.
I think that was something we started moving toward. I think that would be helpful to just keep grounded on what is it we said we'd do.
My contract is up in June,
Okay,
so that's perfect time.
so good timing, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, any other kind of agenda, kind of annual arc kind of questions or calendar questions?
Does the public have access to any sort of, I understand this is a draft situation here, but do they have, is there something they can go, oh, they're gonna talk about that in September, do we make this public?
I think we totally should. We haven't done this before.
Okay.
We've had, light kind of versions of it, but I'm really excited to hear the website might be, kind of moving here sooner rather than later. I think we should totally figure out how to tell people here's kind of
Yeah, here's an outline of
Yeah.
how we plan to.
Yeah. Is there any reason that would be a problem?
So,
Not,
Just that it's gonna change. I mean, it may change.
Yeah, just like a huge thing at the top, like this is a draft. but-
right, so
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
not official noticing.
yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, right.
This is not
Right.
official noticing.
And a lot of it gets caught on future agenda items
Right.
as the months get
I
closer.
mean, I guess it could get slotted somewhere, but what I always tell people to watch is, when they say, but how am I supposed to know when you guys are getting ready to talk about a thing?
Yeah.
And I say, well, check that future agenda, but also the current agenda gets put in ahead, and so I mean, just pay some attention to that.
Yeah.
Any other agenda, calendar questions?
Were you guys talking about evaluations? Did you talk about that at all? Okay.
No, I think you literally heard all the words that were about it. It was
Okay.
just, I was, just naming a couple other things that were coming up throughout the year kind of thing.
Is this where you're talking, I'm sorry, I had to step out for a few minutes. Did you already talk about the actual organization of the agenda and what the order of things happen in?
That
No.
will happen in the
That
council
is-
rules.
Council
Yeah.
rules, okay,
Yeah,
got
we're
it.
not quite there yet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Start
Okay.
student.
I think we're
I got
at,
a big idea. Can't wait to share.
okay. I think we're at
draw
break
about it?
point. If it feels like there's closure on that, I think we're at take a break. So it's like 15 minutes, so let's say 11:10,
17 minutes.
17 minutes.
Fancy.
So just come back at 11:10? That's all? Okay.
Did the Board of Elections seriously email everybody in this room
Everybody,
to
that's
say
it.
we didn't?
I didn't respond to all.
Already in the snow removal.
Let's do it. So, welcome back, everybody. So we're right on time. We're gonna start going through council commissions, hopefully in this next hour and 15 minutes before lunch. We'll kind of get a sense of what's happening, and then there's a couple different points here, this, and then the rules, and then the values, where we're gonna like talk about them here, but we're not like finishing them, voting on them. We'll do that in the next coming meetings. So we'll kind of get an idea of where we're going with commissions, and then it's on the next council meeting agenda that we'll formalize it and vote for it. So, yeah, so I think the start was, Judy, if you could sort of just talk for a little bit about the commissions overall, notes on sort of purpose, overview, scope, history, the role of the council liaison. I don't know about y'all, but I found it really helpful to have the stuff in the packet and to like just look at the words and the process of what is codified, and then think about how that matches up with what happens in practice. And this is a good sort of moment to pause and reflect on our commission work. So yeah, Judy, you want to get us started?
Yeah, so everybody got the link, right, to where you can get all of the codified, all of the commissions that have been codified. So sometimes you'll hear me sort of have a little fit about what's on this list because it's not an actual commission of council. It doesn't necessarily matter if we want to have a representative and we have an affiliation. Sure, it's fine to be on this list. There's been some conflation. For example, active transportation is not a council commission. Council has zero obligation to follow any dictate from active transportation commission any more than you would another existing village entity that comes and says, hey, we'd like a thing. But it's been elevated in years past, and I think it could be a council decision as to whether that's something you want to continue or not.
By obligated, you mean like some of these things like planning commission are like, they're in the code, like we have to do it, and this one,
Well,
that one
planning
not so
commission
much.
even more so, but that one isn't,
This
it is
that
not
has
a
nothing to do
commission of
with us.
council. It is not affiliated with council. So in a way, it's elevating the wants and needs of that entity over another
Yeah.
village entity for no
Is
particular
there a reason
reason.
why it's not a council entity?
Because council did not say, hey, let's hammer out all of the particulars for a commission because we need something that adds capacity in a very specific way that does not now exist, and without which we cannot fully function as a council. I mean, to me, there should be a relatively high bar for creating a new commission. We have a hell of a lot of them, and as you can see, most of them are not being used currently, and even the ones we're struggling to get volunteers for. It's a lot. And really Brian Hush said it all the time, kind of ironically, but he said if they're not adding capacity, you have to look at why do we still have that commission?
He said kind of
ironically. Yeah, because they shouldn't be adding more work to council necessarily. They should be adding capacity. Hey, council, we've done this research, we have this information for you. These are things that you may need to know. This is something that you might want to pass as legislation. We've kind of teed it up for you. Here's the handoff. Do what you do. That's, for public arts and culture. Yes, these are things we like as a village. Could you please facilitate those? Yes, off we go. Planning commission, pretty different. BZA, pretty different, because those are required by the state of Ohio and follow ORC to a fairly large extent. And I'll just kind of leave that lie unless people have specific questions. The way that boards and commissions work with council has really, it waves all over the place. And it's no fault of anyone's. it's a lot to do with who's on those commissions, and also who are the liaisons, and how is council functioning as a group. The way that it worked, I think, most smoothly was pretty far back in the day, when the expectation was, okay, liaison, go to your commission, get your goals set for the year, based on what council needs and what you know council's goals are. Come back to us with what you've framed out, and we're gonna say, no, don't waste your time on getting rid of boll weevils. We're not gonna touch that one. But we would like you to continue X and Y. Liaison goes back and says, hey, this is what I got from council, and then off you go. That's how it generally worked. It hasn't worked that way in quite a while, but that was the expectation. And certainly that's something that could sort of hit a bit of a reset, because certainly the way it's become, I think it's much more that the commission comes to council and says, well, you guys have had your heads up your butts. Here's what we're gonna tell you what to do. Here's how you need to do it. You need to do some stuff. Here's what we're recommending that you do. Which is sort of backwards. Not that the information might not be completely pertinent and valuable and correct, but it's not supposed to work that way.
Can I ask a question about that? So then, when it worked well, is it like, you know, we would have an agenda item where we would talk about, like council would sort of help give some direction or there'd be a space. I mean, in my time, we've never really done that. The commissions meet independently and then report, but there's very little, and I don't want to say direction, but like, you know, there's not even really that much give and take about it, honestly. It's more like, here's what we're doing, and then are you gonna fund it or not, maybe? But I guess I'm trying to ask, because I'm wondering, like, if we wanted to be more involved in the way that Judy's talking about, it would just mean that would be another thing that we would want to put on the calendar. And you can kind of imagine that maybe it would be that there would be goals that commissions would have that would be related to council goals.
Right.
Is that?
So I want to add, this is a really good example of how, like, the personality aspect, we had a mass exodus from EC because of Honeysuckle and Glass Farm. 5 people walked.
Can you give just like a 2-sentence?
That because of Honeysuckle and Glass Farm, because of, you know, the prospect of someday in the future, maybe possibly developing Glass Farm and Honeysuckle, and what was the other thing? There was another noxious weed, and they left. So that was the thing, and then the other piece.
Like they don't want to be affiliated with the village, if the village does anything related to.
Well, I mean, that's just an example.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an example. That was part of the issue.
Okay.
And the other one is individual board and commission. People who serve on boards and commission going right to staff, right to Judy. So I guess I could put boards and commission members on there too. But, you know, I talked a little bit about it at the meeting, especially with EC and PACC, getting back to what it is we're charged with, and that is informing council and making recommendations to council, using the comprehensive land use plan, using our, we have stuff, and so yes.
And the way that it worked, Gavin, is it would happen in board and commission reports generally, where the liaison might say, for the next meeting, I'm gonna bring our goals, just to run them by you. And it wouldn't be a huge deal. It might be, okay, I'm reporting for Environmental Commission and our goals this year are X, Y, and Z. Wanted to get some feedback from folks about that. The council would just sort of say, yep, all those sound good, or, ooh, you know what, we decided a while ago we weren't gonna even touch that fluoride in the water situation, so, you know, no, not that, and can you send that back to the group, and then back it would go. So it was a fairly brief discussion, but because council knew what council's goals were, they could sort of say, it's enough far enough outside of what we're doing that we don't want you to pursue that. Well, this does touch something we're doing, yes, please. They could sort of quickly triage those things.
And to go back to what Carmen said, that actually did happen last year, to where boards and commissions were not the council representative, but other people of the board or commission was reaching out directly to staff and then demanding when the project that we didn't even know was on the radar, when is it getting done, when's it getting done? And we're like, we don't have time to do it, but yet with pressure, he was able to get one of them done, and then we're like, wait, hold up, we'll do the other one when it's our time, and you'll see that on Corey Street, and you got what you got on Dayton Street. So literally we have community members then telling staff, no, you gotta get this done, this is priority, and then I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Well, the board member told me to do it. Stop, you know, so.
So referencing our previous conversation, we're all on the same page that
Correct.
if that happens, so if,
Go back
could
to.
sit, then bring it back to council and say,
Correct.
hey, is this a thing?
Correct.
So I think what I'm hearing is, like, it sounds like, and Carmen, I saw you or heard you kind of starting to do this at the meeting on Monday, where you're like, here's how we're trying to prioritize the environmental commission kind of work. So it sounds like everybody's kind of on the same page of, let's try to set some commission goals and bring them back to council in the way that Judy just referenced.
Yeah.
So maybe we could, we don't need to set it right now, but we can think about a timeline that's reasonable to give the commission some time to come up with goals and then come back. But, you know, it seems like maybe, March or April in new council years, and then maybe in, in the year where there's not new council, maybe the goals could happen sooner. Does
Well,
that make sense?
We have a meeting.
things have gotten a little, EC hasn't had enough folks on it to have, it
Have an
hasn't
official
had a
meeting.
quorum.
Yeah,
PAC,
but we will in February.
okay. PAC has
Five and
just,
two. Yeah.
more fairly recently. But the way that it usually works is their end-of-year reports from the boards or commissions, and that's where they say, we asked you for this money, and here's what we're gonna be doing with that money, here's what we did with it last year. These are the things that we accomplished, and here are our goals moving forward. So they can get some immediate feedback on the goals. Then, sometimes it waits, you don't wanna be like publicly like, terrible idea. But they'll often they'd get a quick feedback, and then it would come back more robustly from the liaison and a board of commission report. But yeah, it usually was February, around then.
Can I go back to what I suggested earlier in the year? Let's stop looking at just 1 year goals and go to a 2-year goal, because we know we'll have another election in 2 years. And then you have 2 years to work on our goals for 2 years, instead of, well, and then all of a sudden something changes and now we got a whole new set of goals. So that way the boards and commissions can
Totally
be
makes sense.
focusing on what do we want to accomplish in 2 years, and here's the timeline with it.
Look at that making sense.
I'm just seeing nods. So it sounds like let's try to set some commission goals, 2-year goals, sometime in the next couple months here. And then I'm also trying to make notes of things that would go on the calendar. So like end of year reports. You can kind of see how these things flow together, right? Okay.
Mhm. And that's, one of the reasons I didn't put end-of-year reports on for PAC and EC is they really kind of fell apart
Yeah.
for the, latter part of 2025, so.
So
Yeah.
also, I was like, why is why is this happening? Like, why are people just like leaving? And I was like, but it's because there's a trend. People are done. So volunteerism is going down, people volunteering for anything, boards and commissions, like, people don't volunteer in hospitals as much as they used to. Like, it's across the board, not a great time for people volunteering for things.
Well, and in general, the whole idea of being a public servant is like, oh, what, you said, what? I'm here to get something. I
Yeah.
mean, that mentality of,
Yeah.
I'm gonna provide some research and information for a body that's out doing something, that's a good use of my time. That mentality is like,
Yeah, it's gone.
So, a couple kind of questions about commission's big picture. So, one, is there any reason not to put the open commission seats on the agenda? Like, I'm just thinking so that on a regular basis, it's like we're having some awareness of what are we trying to fill for? So that when, like right now, how would, people would know that there are open seats when, like I noticed when I looked at the website, it's on the front page of the website.
it's on
I know a lot of
Channel
people
5.
don't go to the
It's on
website
Channel 5.
anymore,
It's in the paper.
It's in the paper, yeah.
Right.
but it's kind of a one-time, it's listed in the paper, right?
No,
Or is it
it's
every?
I
ongoing
mean,
until
I feel
it's
like I've
filled.
seen-
It's like a 3-week ad in the
Yeah.
paper, it's running
Until it's
constantly on
Yeah.
the website and on the TV thing.
Mhm.
Like, we need volunteers, here are the
Okay.
positions are open.
I guess even if it's just in the
Report.
commissions, when we do it
Section.
every other, could we
need
just
3 people.
have a
Yeah.
parenthetical still, searching for these number of people?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
so there's some-
and I would love, and we will, clean that up for what commissions are still happening.
Yeah, we'll do
because
that
that's
in
a-
2
yes.
minutes, exactly. But anyway, that was one little thing. And the other thing that jumped out at me when I was looking at the like purpose stuff that's like in the ordinance. So how much is the like structure typically followed? Like the chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer?
There's
Is
no
that,
treasurer.
like, so like who is in charge of, like what's is the
Leadership?
council liaison the leader, or is
No.
there a separate leader?
No, that's not what
Yeah.
we want.
Okay,
And that's not how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
It's supposed to be the chair.
okay,
The liaison is just supposed to bring it back to council.
okay.
But it's been,
It's been clunky just
it's
because
been
of the numbers.
it's been
Okay.
clunky, and it was clunky before. It got clunkier, but I think that, even before I was on council, I would watch, I'm like, like this is, there's a lot of personalities, everybody's stuff is more important than everybody else's. So, yeah, to answer your question, and I didn't know, like,
So,
yeah, they're supposed, that's the chair piece, and then, usually it's the secretary is the person that takes the notes, it's no big, and does the minutes if
yeah.
that's available, so, yeah.
So would it be okay to add, assume that we would do commission goals and then have those roles set? Because I think I'm hearing you say you want it to work that way.
Yeah, of course.
So then, when we get to the point where we've got goals, we could also sort of be given a report that says, here's who the chair and vice chair and secretary is, and here's what the goals are. Try to aim for that. in the
Yes,
next
that
couple
used to
months?
be in the end of year reports that the person runs through. These are the roles, but, and who's on the commission, who's in what role.
Okay.
And here's our stuff. Yeah, it was a lot more formal.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, are there any other kind of like general questions before we start going through them one by one and starting to think about, who's interested or what, who might be on it, and then any like initial thoughts on goals that council or staff want to throw in? Okay. I'm just going to go in the order that's in the packet. So it starts with planning commission and then goes on, so is that order okay? We're gonna have to go over all of them eventually. So planning commission, I guess, I think, so on each one of these, I guess we'll start with, is there anything anybody wants, I'll just go in, that's on the agenda, so anything in terms of purpose or goals? There's been a couple of kind of like lingering planning commission goals that I think are interrelated with council goals around like, how are we thinking about development essentially, and growth, like those sort of questions. So I'm hoping we can land the plane a little bit on like what a scope is for what makes sense to do at planning. I'm just trying to get a conversation going here. Is there anything else that people are like, here's a thing I'm really hoping is a goal for planning commission? Okay. There's almost, we have some pretty active planning commission
Yeah.
members that often have goals. So just to say, like, I guess the way that this will work is that we'll talk about it at planning, and then we would do the thing where we would come back to council, and then if council's like, no, those are not priorities, then that would be helpful, because otherwise things will, work will be asked for. Okay, and then the makeup I think is pretty set. The one question I had when I looked at it was just noticing Steven's term in the
Yeah.
seat. Did we just like need to get him re-up, or we need to decide whether or not to re-up? Is his lapsed, or did he?
Just kind of went by the wayside. The ordinance does state that until a new person comes in, the old person can just stay on.
Okay.
But I will ask him if he's interested in another term. The way that we've done it in the past, it's changed a bit, but the most recent way of doing it is, well, we have to run a whole new ad and look for all new volunteers and have a little competition there. And then if Stephen is the recommended person and we know that we want him to continue, we just nominate him back in and he keeps serving. To me, that's a little disingenuous. If the liaison, and usually the planning commission, the planner, and me say, you know, this person shows up, is informed, contributes to the discussion, if all of the people agree this person's valuable to the planning commission, there's just no brainer. Comes to the council for a nomination to put them back for another 5 years, boom, it's a done deal. And you wouldn't run it again, because why?
So this is totally not about Stephen, but, so y'all see the question is like structurally,
Yeah.
do we want to do a more thorough process on every opening, or do we want to have like kind of a expedited if
Yeah.
liaison, relevant staff, clerk, you know, can let's say unanimously agree that that makes sense that we, and I'm trying to answer the question not about planning but for all of them. Like
Yeah.
if we can just make a, do we want to open up the can every time, or do we want to go have an expedited option? And then if there's a disagreement, so let's say I was like, from the planning commission person, I said, actually, I think there's a question, well, then we would open it up, I guess is the like, if there's not a unanimous agreement, then we would open it up. That's just a thought. I'm just trying to make a process.
Yeah, I don't think it makes it any cleaner if you always open it back up. If there's somebody that you don't want on a commission any longer, let's say for whatever reason, boy, their politics are just counter to what everyone wants and they're a pain in the butt. We want to get them off. That doesn't get any cleaner if you open it up to other folks. You really have to, you know, say, we'd like to give someone else a chance to serve on the commission. So we're going to open it back up. But you just do it. And it could be for whatever reason. It could be the person just doesn't show up, they're argumentative, they don't work well with the group. It could be a million things. And so to me, just saying if that person wants to continue and there's not agreement, then the person's told, you know, we didn't have a unanimous to reinstate you, so we're going to open it up. and the process sort of starts over with everyone on a level playing field.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense to me. I'm not opposed to the idea of that person could reapply, meaning let's just, it's not impossible that you could get 5 people who apply, and while that person isn't ideal, they're the best of the 5 that apply. So, but there would be I think the suggestion on the table is there'd sort of be a demarcation point of step 1, is there alignment with the liaison, the clerk, and the most relevant staff member, I guess, basically. If the answer is yes, then we're suggesting sort of a expedited, encourage them, ask them to come back. And then, but if the answer is no for any one of those people, then we tell them, hey, we're going to open this process up. At which point, they're welcome to apply again, but we're gonna be opening it to other people as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and the bottom line is it's gonna come back to council no matter what.
Totally.
And I've had argument with council liaisons in the past where I'm saying, hey, I've asked this person to apply, I think they'd be good, we need some, and someone said, oh my God, no, why did you ask that person? Holy cow, they're awful about this, and I've seen them in town about that. And my feeling is, but that person is informed and passionate about the issues. Everyone on that commission doesn't need to agree.
Yeah.
I mean, having another voice in there I think it's a good thing. Sometimes
And-
council's up for that, sometimes not.
So the only thing that expediting would do would make it a little more awkward, because ultimately the council is going to have to vote.
Hmm?
So the expediting just makes it a little more awkward if you were not the liaison and you didn't want the person, that you're going to then have to bring it up at the meeting. But ultimately, that's where we're going to end up anyway.
Yeah.
And I think it seems like most cases, that expedited process is going to catch the vast majority of things. So is basically, anybody disagree with sort of trying to go about things the way we've just articulated them?
I just wonder if you're taking the opportunity away from someone who may be waiting, going, oh, this is gonna open up, I'm interested in that.
Well, I wish.
If they don't even have the, well,
Well, no, and that's
Yeah,
the
for
only
real.
reason I say it is we
Yeah.
are struggling
Yes.
to try to get people
Yes.
for anything. I mean, I'm literally out knocking up, hey, how about, can you please apply for it? I mean, it's very, very difficult. And we often have an alternate position, or there's some way that they can get a foot in the door. If anyone ever reached out and said, I'm interested in this particular commission, if someone had said, I'm interested in planning commission, I would use the opportunity to say, well, there's someone who's,
Yeah.
gonna re-up, and let's open it up.
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, that was just my only thought of that, is just,
Totally.
yeah,
No, it's real.
not taking away opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was that was much more the case 10 years ago. Yes, let's open it back up, because we have people who want to get in there. We just don't anymore.
Let's make that a problem.
So I think,
No.
Stephanie, I think a great question, and I think what I'm hearing is that there's general buy-in on the idea of the sort of expedited process, and then if there's not unanimous agreement, then there's the opening up, and then obviously, if at any point the dynamics start shifting, either for a particular commission or for all commissions, that there's more volunteerism interested, at any point we could say, hey, I want to talk at future agenda about,
Gotcha.
commission process, and then we could talk about it and change with a majority agreement. Is
And it's
that,
the hope that,
Yeah.
a person who's on the commission, who's been there for a long time and knows that there's a new, excited person who wants to join it, you step aside perhaps and make space for someone new,
Yeah.
which might need to be worked into it, but
Yeah.
in an ideal scenario, right,
Yeah.
individuals have that support.
okay. So, okay, so then in terms of, we kind of went over the current makeup. I'm game to keep going with planning commission. I guess, is there anybody, and Carmen, I don't know if you're game to keep going with alternate, but is there anybody has a different idea about, or somebody who really wants to do planning commission?
I'm game to stay the alternate.
What's that?
I'm game to stay the alternate.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep moving,
Yeah,
so
keep
just
going.
speak up if that, it sounds like we're kind of staying the course, and then just, if anything, obviously, we'll vote on this formally the next time. So then, Board of Zoning Appeals,
That one's not got
That's a,
any council on it.
yeah.
and it
Why is that?
doesn't need to,
It can't, because then the appeal comes to you.
Okay.
Comes to council.
okay,
And it's quasi judicial, so.
Yeah.
okay. So nothing we need to talk about there.
Nope.
Okay. Environmental Commission, same kind of process. Any sort of ideas on sort of purpose or goals? Carmen just went through, I don't know if you want to say them again, but you just went through this at the meeting on Monday.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, just shoring up, not shoring up, but kind of getting away from pet projects, and getting away from not using the climate action, the CLASP. We have the Climate Action Sustainability Plan. We have it. We paid a lot of money for it. And the comprehensive land use plan, and looking at those and informing council about how to do things in a sustainable way, sustainable building practices, conservation development, and like, yeah, what I said on Monday.
Yeah.
I wrote it down.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I think she did, yeah.
So that, and we have, and we're now, I think we're gonna have like 4 people. It's exciting. Yeah.
So anything else that anybody else wants to throw in as sort of potential purpose or goals for Carmen to liaise and consider with the group?
Well, and some of that's it's just so delayed without a planning and zoning person,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a lot of those things, but doesn't mean the research can't happen. to
Exactly.
Get it all prepped up.
Yep. Meg was so
Okay.
excited about it. She was so down. I was like, why are you leaving? You don't want to work at the hospital. You want to stay here with the rest of us. No.
So,
The money, the money, the money.
and so there's 4 people now listed on the makeup, and I think, but all the commissions are, it's 5 to 7, is that right? Is that the?
Five, and then 2 alternates. So it's the
Okay,
it's the,
Some
what,
of them are
right?
7.
Some of
and
them
then
are
2
7?
alternates.
Which
Yeah,
one is 7
it
and 2
varies a
alternates?
little. You know what I mean?
Is that HRC, the one we don't have anymore?
Yeah, and maybe JRC, yeah, I don't think it's this one.
Okay.
The 5 includes the council liaison? Or no?
Yes, because you
Yeah.
vote.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 2, but you said that the ones that have 7, are they defunct? I mean, they're on there, but they're not active.
Planning commission has
And then 2 alternates.
No, the planning commission's.
that. Oh, no, that's, yeah, I see.
Yeah, no, I think.
The
it runs-
Environmental Commission will consist of 5 to 7 members who are appointed by council subsequent to submitting a letter of interest, da, da, da. So it's 5 to 7 is on Environmental Commission. And then the next one is PACS, also 5 to 7. So anyway, okay, so basically, I'm just doing quick checks, so we know that there's a couple positions that are, or there's 1 position,
Yeah.
there's 1, 2, 3 positions that are available theoretically. So, and then in terms of interested council members, so Carmen, I think you've expressed interest, right? You want to keep going, right?
Yeah, on EC
Okay.
PAC for the liaison.
And
for
then-
the lead.
Do we, and I think this was a question I had, I know you had some of these, do we need an alternate for all these?
Yes, the council
Okay.
alternate, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, right now, we don't have an alternate. Is there anyone who's interested in being an alternate? And I'll say, across the board on these, we can come back at the end and go, okay, we've got some holes we gotta fill, and make some choices. If we don't get any takers right away, that's okay, but we're gonna have to
So
figure out
it's the
eventually.
alternate thing, you know, you're truly an alternate. You don't have to be there unless the lead can't be there.
Yeah,
Brian on EC was like every single EC meeting.
yeah.
So that's, I mean, as far as time, you're like thinking about how time is gonna go, then you don't have to be at every single meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna put, when there's a pause enough, I'm gonna put it in the, we gotta figure that out later.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on to Public Arts and Culture Commission. So anything that folks are thinking about in terms of purpose or goals for PAC?
Oh, so, I mean, just what I said on Monday, too, kind of aligning with what PAC's purpose is, and also, right now, we're just planning for the, well, still, with for the 250 thing.
Can I just say that if Short Street decides to, if it's decided that that's a thing,
Mhm.
it'd be great to
It's a
get
PAC
PAC
thing.
aligned with that,
Absolutely.
so that, you know, there's art stuff, there's
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, I would say Keith's, you know, I'm there all the time. Keith Sally has come up in like various conversations. And I do think it's like such an asset to the community as an artistic space and continues to be, you know, like the people that hang out. It's a
Mhm.
lot of young people and artists and musicians and, I'm not saying anything in particular besides, you know, I saw it on several documents and I do think it's.
Oh, the
it's a-
Keith Sally, like,
Yeah.
when we lit it up, that was cool.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good,
And
it's a
these
good space.
conversations about Beatty and, you know, Dave's property there, I do think it could really be an amazing gathering space for arts and culture and, but, you know, my understanding, it's like one-offs, right, when it happens.
I gotta ask my Yellow Springs history question. Is Keith's, I was,
Spelled wrong.
is it just spelled wrong? Is that all? Or is it
No.
named
No.
after someone with
That's
that
how
spelling?
he spelled it.
That's the correct spelling, that is wrong.
Okay,
That's
got
how he
it.
spelled it.
Okay, cool. That was,
That's it?
that's it, thank you. Okay, so, and when we're throwing in like sort of possible purpose or goals, I think it's like, these
So
are
are
just
you saying that
ideas.
you want to be the alternate, maybe?
That's what I heard.
Because like.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything until the
Okay,
end,
okay,
but
Gotcha.
So I think this is
I
like
like public
a,
arts and culture.
Yeah.
I think
But
this
so
would be
does
like
Matt.
a, so just, so we're all clear, like when Angie says, hey, Keith Sally, that doesn't mean that now that is a thing. It means that then when Carmen goes and works with the PAC to set goals, that maybe it gets thrown out there as an idea, and then it may or may not end up in the goals.
And I will not go to Johnny and Elise to be like, this is what I care about the
Right, right,
most.
Right.
Right, did I get that right? That's not what I do?
Okay. Anything else on purpose or goals? All right, so then the current
Not
makeup, so
reconciling.
this one's at 5, right? So there's 5, so there are 5 now, so there could be more,
No,
but there's
there
no
aren't
need
five.
for more.
There are not 5 now.
Okay,
There are, that's the most recent list for PACC, so,
but that's 5 with you, right?
5 with me, so
Phoenix,
it's
Kay,
Phoenix,
Kay, Kelly,
Kelly, Michael.
and you.
We got a letter from Michael.
He's up.
Mhm.
Yeah, I took him off, yep.
Okay, cool. And Phoenix is touch and go, so.
Okay, so we're at 5-ish, and then you'll let us know if we need to find anybody else. So Carmen, I think I'm hearing you're interested in continuing in the liaison role. Is there anybody that is either also interested in this or in the alternate role? Okay, I'm gonna add PAC alternate to the to-fill list, and we'll keep going. Board of Tax Appeals, is there anything we need to do with that?
Nope.
Okay, Library Commission. So, this would be one where I would be interested in knowing more about how this came to be and
It's in the
how.
charter, no? It's in the
Or the
charter or in
lease.
the?
It's part of the lease.
Lease,
Okay.
lease.
Because there was it was in the packet, like there is, it's just like the other ones, we've got a commission. So it's,
It's literally a 5-minute meeting that you go there, you set up tables, you set up chairs. There's one item on the agenda, you say, yes, it's been done, and you get up and walk back out.
Yeah.
Used to, it was worse because nobody was doing anything. Now, all the problems have been taken care of. We're addressing them before they even get to the meetings. So being more proactive on the staff side has changed the dynamic. So literally, it's a pain in the butt. We've actually turned it to quarterly. It was monthly. Now it's quarterly. And so we actually have one, it's February 3rd. Elise will be going to that one.
So do we need to decide whether or not we need to continue with the?
It has to.
I can just
You
say,
have to-
well, it has to.
Okay, so
I can
but
also
we
say-
don't need do we need alternates and a lead and an
They've
alternate?
always been an alternate as well. I can tell you that you two can't be on it, because it's on the same day as YSTC.
Okay.
Oh, not me. So I want to be on it,
So seriously, it's the
and then I have a follow-up question.
easy one of them all.
And I guess to your question, Carmen, if I understand correctly, we do have to, and there's an ordinance for it,
There is.
right? So we could choose that we want to say,
Can we,
We
can
could-
we?
Well, you don't have to do it even if
We don't
if
have
you're
to do
cutting
it.
the commit, you can cut a commission,
okay,
but the lease with the library says
there is a
you
commission.
will do this.
And when is the lease up? When is it through?
Boy, that's a great question. I don't think it's even current, but I'm trying to change it, but I'm having a lot of resistance with, because we
So,
want to charge them and
right, okay,
we want to
so,
talk about it.
so do we have, like, so we kind of do have to, but we kind of don't have to? Or we could change the, I mean, okay, but,
So if they
Adrian
redo
said
the
she wants to
lease,
be on
it
it.
sounds like there's interest or openness to
Mhm.
taking away that requirement. In the meantime, it's in the lease, so we need a person that's, and everybody acknowledges it's a pretty small commitment.
It
Yeah.
also avoids the issue of having someone from the library pop into a council meeting and go, we're getting a new roof, and we would like you to pay for the new roof because of these reasons.
Yeah.
Because you've got someone there talking about the new roof and how that's gonna work and how it should get done, and so you don't see them coming and asking for things at council meetings, which I find,
I'll give you, thanks for that, but I have one person that is concerned about the loading dock or the step out back that literally has a piece of concrete busted off the corner of it like this. It's not structural, it's nothing, but that has literally been in every meeting. They feel that we need to tear it all out and start it all over again. And then we have a sewer issue over there that has settled. And I'm like, okay, push your sewer like we're doing at Lawson Place. I'm not jackhammering up the whole floors, so those are the only two issues.
Okay.
It's more of a, hey, what can we get the village to pay for, because we don't pay anything for the,
Okay.
we do all
So
the
it doesn't really feel like there's anything in terms of purpose or goals.
Nope.
With the note that we have to navigate the maintenance requests, and then it sounds like there may be some navigation around the lease
Correct.
and whether or not the library can pitch in. So those are the things that might come up. Am I hearing that right?
and I will say, just, I'll preach to the choir in a little bit, but it's kind of like the pool. It's a public good. It's sort of, all right, the village funds this to some extent because that is where kids go after school when they don't have anywhere else to go. They can get a snack at any time. People who are unemployed go there and get help, applying for jobs and do it. I mean, they are a tremendous public service. So that's part of the adding capacity feature, which you will hear when when Carl comes in and does an end of year report, it's always like, whoa, you did that,
Yeah.
all that.
They also get tax dollars. Not just
There's a typo in the codified ordinance, and a cross-reference for the library commission is made to our village detention and arrest powers.
You mean you didn't return it?
So
On time?
Exactly. Apparently you can detain and arrest someone.
God, my mom would
That's why
love
I'm
that.
into it.
Okay.
That's right.
She was an
So,
archivist. Turn that on time.
It seems like it's populated, and then Angie has expressed interest in being a liaison. Is anyone else interested in being a liaison, or anyone else interested in being alternate? Okay, so what I'm assuming is that Angie is gonna be the liaison, and then we also have to come back to the library, alternate.
And Sanai, are you lead on YSDC?
Am I what?
Are you the lead for YSDC?
It's just both of us.
there's
They
not
just
a lead
use
and a backup,
both?
there's two.
Okay, but it's only 4 times a year, so
For what?
YSDC. So,
It's gonna be more than.
No, it is.
It's gonna
It's
be
been
more.
twice
Yeah.
already.
yeah, no.
Oh, you mean for the library?
Yeah, you're only gonna miss
Oh,
three.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yes, it's 4 times a year.
It's only 4 times a year. I was like, what?
You're meaning the alternate is not going to be
Okay.
a
You're
lo- a
not,
heavy load?
you're only gonna miss it 4 times this year, missing it.
Yeah.
ISTC.
Okay, so the next one up is YSTC. Um,
Are we,
I guess,
we're
Go
not
ahead.
talking about the committees?
oh, did I scrolled down? I totally missed, yes, thank
There's
you.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one up is Housing Committee.
How can you read that?
Which one?
That's why you missed it.
Any of that.
Okay, so Housing Committee. So we don't functionally have a Housing Committee right now. This one is not in our ordinances, right?
No, it's a
Well,
village manager's
committees
committee.
aren't. In committees, members are just appointed. Like you can
Right.
say, we need people from here, 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 and we're gonna select them. Usually, village manager has a lot to do with it, and then the council person who's said, I want to also be on that, kind of,
And the housing committee's new, and that was with Josue and started, right, and it was village manager.
Patty.
Patty, okay, so that's what? New, like 6 years, new 8 years?
2018.
Okay,
It was right as bone stuff.
okay.
So why is it
So,
on
yeah.
hiatus? Like, is there a reason why? You know,
I think one of the reasons why it's on hiatus, quite frankly, had to do with the LIHTC project. Not even quite frankly, that's why it's on. That's why.
tap out?
It sucked the air out of the room. I mean, especially, it sucked the air out of the room for staff, and then the council members that were involved, me and Brian. Because there was
Well, you-
there was such,
That's-
there was such, I don't ever want to encounter this again, and we will not have to. There was such lack of leadership, organization, and everybody was trying to reinvent the wheel instead of looking at what other communities have done regarding low-income housing tax credit issues. It's everyone had the best idea, and it was 30 people having the best idea. And no one looking at what has already been done across the country. And more importantly, in the state, an hour away,
Yeah.
10 minutes
Yeah.
away. Like, it got, that's why, it got off the rails really quickly. And it demoralized a lot of people. And then once you have that happen, housing committee, what, you know?
Well, that,
And that's just
yeah.
being
I would
honest.
add, yeah,
Being
I would,
honest.
I think that's part of the story. I was on the housing committee I think it was Brian and I that were on when it stopped. There's other pieces to the puzzle. I think the LIHTC piece is clearly a significant component of sort of the energy around it. I think probably the biggest interrelated component is capacity, and then there's like an expertise and skill sort of question, where we just didn't have anybody that was like, this was the thing they really wanted to work on. We had in our goals to work on some housing plan kind of stuff last year, and we didn't, it's just not something that got prioritized, right, ultimately. So there's a backstory too of, how it had functioned before, like when Josue started it, and then, because it started, then it kind of went on hiatus, then it got picked back up, then it went on hiatus again. So there's a number of iterations to
Yeah,
it.
to speak to that a little more, because I was on it, and then what I saw was no forward movement. What I saw was everybody having the best idea. And so I retreated, because I knew that I mean, I did. I had to take a step back.
Yeah.
Because this is just my observation, because nothing was moving in any direction. And then LIHTC happened. And again, it was like not looking at other examples that we have that are amazing examples. We have a lot of really brilliant examples to follow.
Yeah, so I feel like I haven't been subtle in my interest in housing throughout, you know, my campaigning and since getting elected. And so I've been thinking about this a lot. And, you know, first of all, I see potential value in it being a commission because of the amount of load that the staff is already carrying. And when we talk about the issues that are of utmost importance to the community is asking for it. All 6 candidates talked about it. Like, it is so critical that, you know, when I'm looking over these lists, and I really have been spending time on this, it makes sense to me that it really does get that centrality, and also that the expertise that we are looking for. I understand 100% about personalities and the complicated dynamics and the reinventing the wheel by 30 people. Like, we have to work through that because there are instincts that go there. But, you know, I think that it does need more people on it, and to have more direction and clarity from council of what we want that commission to do. And it's not just like they're great examples like statewide, 100%, but when I go back and I'm reading, you know, 30 or 40 years of ideas, there's some really good ideas. And what we know in this town is that the execution can be difficult because of the engagement, because of the number of voices, and the complexity with the environmental priorities.
And that, I think that I will say, not to interrupt, but that's what that I'm also speaking to that. So the execution piece, like, yes, examples, physical examples, but the execution piece, this is how Batavia did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is how it's been successful. So yes, and yes. And I think that in order for it to become a commission, how would that work?
Well, I mean, you can make arguments in every direction. The thing about housing committee, it used to be housing advisory committee, is there's so many pieces that have to inform it. So you have to have the village manager saying, here's what we have the capacity to do in terms of infrastructure, here's what our studies tell us that we need. Planning commission, some planners saying, these are the areas of town with which we could do a thing or not do a thing. And then you have interested parties like people who sell houses, people who rent houses, people who want to build houses and make some money off the building of the houses. All those entities want to have a voice. So to me, my sense is it works better as a committee because you get all those disparate voices, some of whom want things from housing. There's money to be made, there are things to do. Other folks who just want, I want these kinds of people to be able to move here. Well, I don't want those people to move here, but I want these people to move. You have those voices over here. If it's a committee that advises, then you've got, it comes back to village manager and your council people going, okay, we got all the input from all that. We told them what we wanted them to speak to. We got it in front of us. How do we want to break this down and bring it back to council? You don't have that commission saying, here's what we as a commission have determined, and now we're taking it to council. You have these people advising, and then a decision getting made in the end by the village manager about what goes back to council as, here's the best idea we have, or here are the 3 best ideas we have.
Right.
What's lacking is very clear info. Boy, do we lack this. And Gavin's touched on it in Planning Commission any number of times. We've got to do, what do we want in terms of growth? What kinds of growth, what kinds of housing, where and when? Because you got a housing committee going, well, I think we need this, because you didn't tell me what we, so I'm going steady, I'm reading it myself, and I think we need all things, so I'm saying we need the most of this. If there were clear direction, very clear direction, hey, housing committee, all we want you to weigh in on is, how do we get this many units of this kind of housing in the next 8 years? Advise us.
And I think that one of the things that's exciting about the updated, revised, new and improved Bowen is that we're going to have some better guardrails, because how old is the Bowen's what? How old is the Bowen?
2018.
Yeah.
I think, for my 2 cents of it, the housing committee is on hiatus, but the work towards getting house on the Glass Farm has come leaps and bounds from 12 years ago to today. You have infrastructure stubbed into it, you have electric over there, you have water now that's connecting Dayton Street to Fairfield Pike, which that wasn't connected. So when you're talking housing committee, you're really only talking about the parts of the village that the village owns. So
Yeah,
you're talking about
exactly.
the Glass Farm. You're talking about Corey Street, but Corey Street's got a conservation easement on it. And we know how those go in the village because they dictate what we can and can't do.
It's very interesting
So-
how that conservation easement got on the land.
Absolutely it is.
After the
Absolutely.
affordable housing was built, we need a conservation easement.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, because we don't want the people in my backyard.
Right.
So, when we talk about a housing committee, it should be called basically the Glass Farm Committee, because now, on the other hand, now you have some other people that now want to expand the Glass Farm conservation easement over about another 3 or 4 acres, because if that happens, then another piece of land may be donated to the village. So there's a lot of, you know, are we talking about housing committee for the entire village? Well, the entire village is a Glass Farm. That's all we own, that's all we can develop.
So I think about it as housing, the issue of housing in Yellow Springs, which is not just Glass Farm. Glass Farm is a big piece of it.
I
but-
agree with that, but if somebody owns a piece of property in town,
We can't tell them.
they're gonna build what, per the zoning code.
So I'm not just talking
But
about
that's the
building,
inter-
for example,
but that's
like.
the issue, that's the interplay. We haven't sort of clarified what is it that we want from a housing and growth standpoint. The code has not changed, and so then we don't have a lot of leeway on what we're encouraging or what we're requiring. So it's just, if we were to decide as a village that we wanted to have a different direction, then we could, this is where there's interplay with the planning commission and then obviously at the council eventually. If we just look at it as only our properties, then we would never change our approach. And I'm not saying that there's some necessarily a major change, but I think we were bumping up against it on multiple deals in the last year or two, where there was a gap between what the zoning code said and what we would probably have had interest in, most notably around whether there would be any, affordable housing component on Spring Meadows. I think that was the place where we crossed over, where we had notably more units, market rate units in development than we had any guidance from a study saying that we wanted to have developed. So then it raises a question.
But I do go back to, we also did a comprehensive land use plan, and everything that you see at Springs Meadows 1 all the way to 4 is identical to what the comprehensive land use plan had in it. That was public opinions and a lot of charrettes and a lot of design. And we followed that plan, or the village has followed that plan. Glass Farm is where the affordable piece come in because we knew we could control that. I don't have a dog in this fight. I mean, if you guys want to have a commission for housing, so be it. If you want it to still be led by the village manager, then we need to scale it back down to what we own and what I can
Yeah, that's-
control. If you all want to do a commission and you want to try to overdo the whole zoning thing, that's for your guys' purview. Just let us know how we can help and assist and move forward, because you are right. We've heard inclusionary zoning, we've heard this, we've heard that. But I want to go back to 12 years ago when a lot of us got here. There was no movement in the village whatsoever. And it was always, what can we do to get contractors, builders, and how can we get development in the village? We've changed, we've got our own building department, we've got pieces of property that are sold. Now that that development's here, and now that things are moving forward, now it's like, hold up, let's pump the brakes, because that's not what we wanted, even though it follows the comprehensive land use plan. So I'm okay with going in a direction, but we need to know what direction we're going.
Yes.
So for my brain, it was really helpful for Judy to say what she said about regarding the housing, housing committee or commission. It was, put some parameters on it. And that's what I mean, for me, my bandwidth is getting smaller and smaller because I'm hungry. So we gotta, I'm almost out of the room at this point. Full disclosure.
I totally understand.
Full
I
disclosure.
have a question. What do you mean when you said you're not just talking about building?
Yeah, so for example, when we talk about housing, rentals. Rentals are a big topic in this town, and at the Bowen meeting, we actually spent a lot of it talking about
Right on time.
rentals, right? So we know that deferred maintenance of rentals is an issue we're addressing. There was the concept of a rental registry that has been brought up. I've now heard from a bunch of different people. So that's something that commission could work on. And I also see it as like to what Judy said, yes, there are a lot of people who want to talk about housing. It's really important to people. And so let's give them a commission space to go to and attend meetings. And let's have the commission work on how do we engage the public in all of these ideas or plans or developments. Because I've seen it come here, LIHTC being a great example, it comes here and it takes over all of council, all of staff. And I'm like, yes, it's important, it's something I want to work on, but like, that doesn't seem like the right balance, that it essentially, it's like a tornado, it comes in and takes over everything. So when I was sitting down and like reading and thinking about this, I think it needs space. It needs space, and it needs a group of people who are really dedicated to defining what that space is and what's going to be done in that space. And I think we need to be incredibly careful that it doesn't now explode into every single idea ever. Like, that really resonates with me. But so much of the attention becomes on new builds, yes or no, yay or nay. And there's a lot that we can do here with what we have already that is getting, I think, essentially deprioritized or sidetracked because, I can think of the last three, the new builds take over all of the attention on the topic of housing. And that is like absolutely what Carmen described of demoralizing and exhausting.
Did Housing Committee take public comment?
That, yes, and also, when we're talking about deferred maintenance, we're talking about, individual homeowners, right? So, and it's stuff that we don't have any control over.
So there are examples of, like, it's just elementary basic research that I'm doing and talking to organizations that do tenant rights work.
Yeah.
There's ways to explore ideas, which I think the commission would do,
Sure.
that doesn't add added weight to staff and resources and strain on our budget.
So like how, just this quick question before I go get my sandwich.
Quick question.
What, what would a commission like that's role be in helping people fix their houses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
So-
and we're talking about, there's so many, we've talked about this a little bit, there's so many cut up buildings here in town.
Yeah.
My son lives in one.
Yeah.
And I've lived in several of them, what can we, or what could a housing committee do
Yeah.
to help people fix their houses?
Yeah. So first of all, council would need to say that is a priority of what they want the commission to look at, right? Like, there would be some parameters of council saying, this is what we want the housing commission to focus on.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. Let's say, we'll go with the example, we know that there are houses here that need to be fixed on and it's not getting done. We want you to look at that. There's a model in some towns where they essentially announce we'll be doing an inspection, but preemptively, any landlord that wants to address the issues that are already there, there are resources available to them.
Right, and
So-
so I guess so follow-up question is like, resources available to them, where's that line between nonprofit work that's already being done
Mhm.
versus governmental work?
So there would be an inspection. So there would be,
An inspection by the by the government?
So there are third-party contractors that do this work.
Right.
And then the cost of the inspection
Mhm.
for, I wasn't totally sure. I started looking, I think in the charter there's a habitability
Yes.
standards,
Yes.
right? So you define what you consider for any rental to be
Right.
habitable. So there are third-party contractors that can do the
Yes.
inspection, and if it doesn't meet the standard, then the fine is also on them. But
The fine is on the homeowner.
On
on the
landlord.
homeowner. But
Right.
before we get there,
Precisely.
because
Mhm.
we know our situation here, that a lot of people, their home is their only asset, right?
Mhm.
If they need help getting it up to speed, they bought a house that had asbestos, they didn't know that then, they don't have the resources. Like, we figure out ways for them to make moves on it.
To do remediation.
And it's, and yes, that is.
And I guess I'm gonna ask another question before I go get my sandwich. And then on
She
whose
likes
dime,
me more than
and
the
then
sandwich.
on whose dime, right?
Yeah.
So this is a wonderful idea and it feels really nonprofit worky to me.
So it does
And it's
exist.
good. Yeah, I
So-
know, yeah.
so it already
No,
exists, but people aren't choosing to do it. Why?
Yes.
And that's where the government
That is
involvement.
not lost on me. But
Yeah.
then the other piece of it is, the only thing I have is my house. The only thing I have is my renters. Yes, I have to piecemeal my house together. I don't have money for asbestos remediation. And I don't know if I have the resources, and I need a new roof, but I have to keep this rent coming in. Or not only are my tenants not gonna have a place to live, I'm not. And so moving around is not, that's a luxury. That's a luxury for the majority of the homeowners in this town who rent houses. If they're in disrepair, it's not because they're horrible people. It's because they don't have the resources. And it's because they don't want to, they're not interested in upheaval of the
Yeah.
tenants that already live there.
It's all hypothetical. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I want to engage in these conversations.
Yeah.
I want to get into it, and I want to
Yeah.
get into it with more people. And I also think because housing is something that affects everybody, like, we need to have more people at the table. We need to have more stakeholders. We have to have the people that it affects directly engaged. And, I just don't think that a committee is the best format to do it with something that is so wide.
Yeah, I think, I get really like.
And
with-
directly to that example
Yeah.
that you gave, hey, it doesn't need to be, if you only rent out your one home, maybe we say if you have 5 rentals, if you have rentals above this amount of money.
Mhm.
There's like so many ways to play it
Mhm.
to protect the people who are most vulnerable
Sure.
in this situation.
But I have one more thing, like, that when people that are insulated from an issue are kind of responsible for taking care of the issue, it's problematic,
So that's why we need more people we need 5 to 7
that's why we need another
representatives
committee.
that it's their lived experience. So those people also need to be on the commission, is my opinion.
Right.
What
It's
you-
our lived
exactly what you-
experience.
Exactly what you just described.
That's why I said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Judy?
Well, it might be a reason for more of a, like a
Town
charrette.
hall, oh, charrette, there we go.
Like, let's get all our
Yeah.
ideas together. Planning Commission did talk about, hey, should we have a standard where we, issue fines, and said, nope,
That's a good
we don't
idea.
want to do that, because then we're gonna be putting pressure on people who don't have the money to fix stuff, and then we're gonna let's not do it. So it was thought about and considered at Planning Commission level, and the decision, for some of the reasons that Carmen's speaking to, it was, nope, we don't want to do that. It's too much involvement in people's personal lives. And
I like the charrette. I
And
like the
from
chocolate idea.
from a tenants' rights perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense to do something like that. A lot of communities do operate that way. The city of Oxford has a really robust rental registry and rental inspection program because they have so many rentals. But in Oxford, those landlords own dozens of buildings. So when they've got kids living in filth, they can afford to fix
Yeah.
whatever the issue is in the building. Contrast that to other communities, like the city of Trotwood, went to great lengths to not have to get too involved in rentals that had issues. I mean, we would only get to that point if there was raw sewage or things like that that had to get really addressed, because you were rendering tenants homeless when you went in and said, like, if you don't fix this within 30 days, we're gonna close you down. So there's all sorts of in-between,
There's
in
so
the
many
middle,
in-betweens.
big spectrum, but,
There's also an in-between of like, we're not finding you, but we are paying attention. Like, we
right.
do care about everybody's scenario, like financial or just habitability, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, I've already said it, but I'll just make my final underline, which is like, when it comes to housing, we end up spending so much time talking about new builds that never happen. And that is a pattern that I've seen in talking to people who have had decades of experience here, that is a pattern. So like, let's figure out a way that we can continue to talk about those new builds. I absolutely, I was very excited to talk about Glass Farm, but there's also other things that can be done.
And you're picking up on some things that we've talked about before, is that there are provisions in our code that date back to the 60s and 70s about these types of issues that nobody reads anymore, pays any attention to, or does, right? So there is old laws on the books that we should probably look at again a little more closely.
So could we do a Stephanie, and then
Sorry.
I guess I want to do like a kind of temperature check, and then let's do a break, and then we'll come back and reconfigure some things this afternoon.
I just wanted to chime in and say that tenants' rights that's a very much an interest of mine. It was something I talked about with people a lot when I was running for a council. And as, a renter, I've been in a situation where, just a few years ago, where I could have benefited from that. Went through a situation that then, like, legal aid had to get involved because there was nothing in the village that was there for me. And then I've not really rented from that type of renter that can't afford to fix up their home. And I've been in, a few situations over the years here where they are quite capable. They own multiple properties. But somehow that bill they found a way to make it fall back on me. And I think that tenants need an outlet for that. And when I came to the village and other entities, they were just like, yeah, there's nothing we can do for you.
I think
Sorry.
the YSCF is doing some good work now
Yeah.
regarding like the tenants' rights.
They actually stepped in to offer some help after the fact. But it was, again, a situation that just nobody really knew what to do, like with what the landlord was doing. And it actually later come up that there was an ordinance that prohibited them from doing what they did to me. And so then it got turned over. Long story short, I got evicted. And then it got turned over. Legal aid turned it over because there was an ordinance in Yellow Springs. But Florence didn't know about it. Home Inc. didn't know about it. Like all these, everybody's like, oh, reach out to this, reach out to that. Nobody knew about this ordinance, so.
Pay to stay?
Yeah.
Pay to stay.
No, she's talking about something else. I'll find it. It came up. Johnny, when
Recent ordinance or?
I'll find it.
I don't remember, and the lady that represented me, like with legal aid from Able Law, she actually said she was very familiar with it because she was like, I helped write it for the
I bet it's
village.
pay to stay. There's two of them we did at the same time, and I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know the woman you're talking about.
yeah. Yeah, but had she not stepped in, yeah, it was a really bad situation. And she remediated a lot of things. She even went back with things that I didn't realize that landlord had been doing, charging late fees that were not legal to do so and all of that here in the village.
And the thing
And
is,
she
we-
resolved a
we
lot
just
of those
don't know-
issues.
Yeah, we just don't
And
know.
nobody knew.
Yeah.
Nobody knew how to help me.
So we
you
can,
know?
there's a lot of stuff that can be taken care of. We can elevate that. We can put that on the website. Like if this is what's going on, if you're encountering this kind of thing, it's be on the website. And
Yeah.
we can do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
We can do all kinds of stuff.
But I think there's a gap there.
But first,
You
we
know,
should eat
making tenants
sandwiches.
feel
Yeah.
supported.
When I said 20 minutes ago that I was like,
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
about to leave the room.
But where do we leave this conversation?
Okay. I think,
Because it's a good spot.
yeah, yeah.
Lead us, Gavin.
I think the question on the table on some level is, there's no question that we want to talk about housing.
Yes.
It's just a matter of where, and there's some work around purpose and goals that's going to have to happen. So I think let's get our food, think about the sort of question of where might that go. Then we'll come back and we'll do like a little temperature check of what's your kind of gut telling you of where we ought to go. And then we got a bunch of other stuff to do today. So this is like a figure out how to have a longer conversation. I let this go because I think it's gonna have to happen sometime. So let's talk it out a little bit. But
This specific
lunch,
subject.
yeah, this specific subject, and we still have to finish the other commissions. And I just think this was probably the most complex one.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's take a break, then we'll come back and do some temperature checks, and then keep moving. And then I'm gonna, as I'm sitting at lunch, I'm gonna tweak some of the other agenda items so that we can still end on time. Cool?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's plan on back for real, working at 1. Cool. All right. So just a little kind of time check where we're at. So we've got a little more council commissions to do. And if we can get done in the next 15 minutes, then we could be on time and be fine. I think with this conversation around the housing stuff, it's kind of like if we need more time to talk about it, then we can create, put it on a future agenda and talk about it more. If we can get pretty close to landing the plane here. Cool. So I guess I kind of want to just do like a kind of a quick council round of what's your kind of current, like how are you approaching? I know, I think everybody has said something except Sinai on that topic, but just doing like kind of a pass. So I think the range is, does it stay a committee? Does it become a commission? And then if you have any like strong, like here is part of the, a part of the scope that hasn't already been said. So it's like I'm hearing Trent, I think we've all heard some of the pieces, so that then whoever is working on this, whether it's council, staff, a mix, that if there's something that hasn't been brought up, bring it up. So kind of the quick
I mean,
pass.
you
Go
want to-
first and then,
Just one thing about if you make it a commission, you get whoever volunteers, and then you gotta put on a reasonable number of the people who volunteered. Whereas with a committee, you can go out and ask people, it is easier to get the kind of diversity that you want and who you want. The volunteer piece is why the Justice Commission never got off the ground.
so can I make sure I understand that? So if somebody, we have to approve everyone who's on one, right? So if somebody applies and there's not a majority of council that says they're approved to join, so there's a screen, right?
There is, but it's not gonna look great for
Yeah.
a new commission if
I
you're
understand.
like, fine.
So you're saying there's a political dynamic of, if you open up as a commission, then you have to take applications and then you're gonna have to make choices about yay and renaying people.
Yes,
If you
and
do a
that won't
committee-
be enough.
If you do a committee, then you can just go after people individually, ask them to join. Am I hearing that right?
Yep.
And what about, in terms of work balance? That was my questions, because, this comes under village manager or committee. If one of our goals is to take things not necessarily off of your plate, but to reduce that stress, how does one better serve the other? And so I'm in no position to vote yet. I'll be very blunt. I'm trying to get as much information as I can right now. But that's what I'm trying to understand, that committee responsibility, how much is that getting back on you after it seems like a lot of the stress has been, we're already overworked, versus if it's commission, is it more stress on us? I don't know that, this is just me snowballing. I mean, everybody makes very good points right now. But I am a novice on this committee versus commission.
Do you want to say anything about?
Yeah, commissions I don't deal with as much, I just listen to the council liaison, and then, committees, it's staff fully involved.
Quick question, do we already advertise when it was existing housing committee as a public meeting and take minutes and do all the things?
Yes, yeah, more recently they were supposed to, but it fell apart before we got that very far into the works.
In committee take for instance YSDC, we have 2 reps from council. Does the number of reps or liaisons matter in this? If you were to bring this back, would it still be 1 liaison from council? Would it be 2? Would it be
I think it
or
would
do we just
be-
start over?
There would probably be a lead plus a backup, but they could both meet at the same time.
Cool.
But one thing that Johnny said, and I really disagreed in a way, but Johnny was like, well, you do a commission, you're just gonna kind of tell us, give us direction, and council, you're gonna figure out what you're gonna do and tell us, but it just can't work that way on something as, I don't know, specific as housing, because there are so many component parts that have to do with the village. So I would say that would end up making more work for everyone unless you have a Johnny or a Lise or planning and zoning person on that commission to be able to say, but whoa now,
Because
These things need to change first, or we can't
because we're getting judicious.
That's what I was
We're
gonna
getting-
ask you,
we're
why
getting
wouldn't you want to,
judicious.
if it were a commission, wouldn't you want to?
Oh, I'm not saying I
But,
wouldn't.
yeah, but that's
either,
not,
but-
that's
I
not the
know,
way they're
yeah.
structured.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, ultimately, it's gonna come back to, infrastructure, and it's gonna come back to, zoning, so
Right, so, and
one or the other would be.
it has to, because that's what the law says.
And that's where Meg was kind of, at some point in time, she was trying to run the housing committee, because of the zoning as well, so, I don't have a strong sense of either way.
Yeah.
to be honest.
Do we have like a housing, like, who on your team would be like your special, like your go-to on the subject matter?
Depends on what part of the matter.
Yeah.
As far as what we need in the village, that's why we're doing the Bowen study and all that. As far as for infrastructure or zoning right now, it'd probably be myself. Aaron's kind of, he's filling in for the, some other ones that doesn't require me there. But when the new zoning person would be on board, they would know the zoning part of it, so then one or the other could be there. If infrastructure is needed, then yes, we can do it.
But, and would it be, I mean, where we had started to go was with Meg kind of being the main, point person on housing committee. That certainly could and does happen, meaning like if, depending on how we set things up, there could be a staff person that would be a point or a lead, It doesn't feel like there's a natural thing right now, but it made more sense when there was a person in that role.
Yeah, but it's so wide, we've heard so many wide ranges today of what
Yeah.
that looks like.
Can we go back to what you started?
Temperature check thing?
Yeah, initially.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm hearing you say, and so again, just if everybody says, I'm not ready, then we're just gonna go, cool, we need to have some more time, and maybe we'll come back around. I think I'm in the, I really want to create space for what I think is the range of all these conversations, and I think I lean toward the commission setup, and then the work of figuring out what the priorities are, and figuring out who should be on it, and that it's complex, but we haven't really taken it on, certainly not systematically in my time on council, so I'm kind of leaning toward, let's try it. But that's where I'm at. Stephanie, I'm gonna go this way, I guess. Do you mind, where are you at?
I mean, I like the idea of a commission, So
Okay.
I think it's, because of, again, it not just, because of what it can't, the extra things it can encompass, that we talked about. And that would be adding a whole lot onto your plate. Yeah, I
Okay.
just I think a commission structure would be more efficient in that sense.
Carmen, what about you? What are you thinking?
What I'll say is, I like the idea that what Judy said about like a charrette or in town halls regarding housing.
I'm gonna be ignorant. Charrette is what? What would
It's like a, I don't wanna say, I was gonna say a powwow, but that's not right. But
A
it's like
powwow.
Town hall.
That's what's up.
It's like a town hall.
All right.
Like a town hall, but with lots of whiteboards and
Yeah.
people in small groups
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
A
yeah.
workshop.
A workshop, there we go.
Workshop.
Yeah,
yeah, a well-facilitated workshop.
yeah.
Okay.
A French term used in design fields for intense deadline work. So
Okay,
intense
fair,
deadline work is where it
Like
comes from,
architects
like
and,
Yeah.
I do like whiteboards, yeah. I like to be able to
Okay.
draw.
Sorry.
And I'm saying that because of because of the boards and commissions that I've been on, again, of course, everybody needs to have a voice at the table, of course. And we also have to be respectful of everybody's time. And I can see why you would think that that would take work off, but we're opening up with a commission and making a new commission instead of a committee. We're opening ourselves up to this, especially when it comes to housing. People are going to reach out directly to Johnny and have been all the time, and I know regarding housing all the time. And so I think that it's our responsibility to staff and to us to have a little more, a better handle on things than we have in the past. And then we have to think about, like, if we make a commission, then that's gonna be, I mean, I don't wanna say it's gonna be a lot, but I'm leaning toward I'm leaning toward more of a committee. Because with the committee, all of the infrastructure can get hashed out. What can work on the, village-owned property gets hashed out. Zoning stuff can kind of get hashed out in a committee situation. Now, for what you're talking about, like stewardship and stuff, I would, taking direction from council, yes, but there are some really capable nonprofits in town that we have that are kind of starting to take up that mantle. So, and like what housing works best, what we can get money for from the from the federal government, because right now there's some really exciting stuff happening. So, I mean, like I said, I'm leaning toward the committee piece.
Yeah, got it.
In like a 5-minute rant.
Cool.
Would
No,
you
it's very clear.
say,
No, there's,
I have two.
yeah.
would you think that it would be better to, like, when you talk about the stewardship, we mentioned like the tenants' rights, that it be like a separate, like,
That
a committee for
me,
that?
for
'Cause
that
was,
stuff,
my thought
yeah.
was, we need a tenants' rights committee.
For that stuff,
Like,
that is educational. We can totally, you're passionate about that, totally have some education around that. We can have a town hall around that. We can have a 2-hour presentation around that.
Mm-hmm.
We can have, an hour or two presentation around the stuff that you brought up regarding stewardship, not stewardship, but yeah. Helping people with resources to find out how they can get help with repairing houses and stuff like that. So these, we can do all of those things without having to make a commission, in my estimation, and leave the committee part up to the village manager, because we are to put some guardrails up, but as far as infrastructure, type, what can go where, that's village manager and his direct reports.
So I have two new thoughts. I'm trying to make sure I don't repeat myself. I think one of them was, Johnny said, well, we should just call it the Glass Farm Committee. And for me, that's actually really useful, because if it's not addressing housing as a comprehensive picture of the entire village and all the ways in which housing manifest, if it's really about Glass Farm, great, let's call it that. Let's call it what it is, and then focus on doing that. And I appreciate you being very clear, like, those are things within my knowledge, my expertise, my capacity, right? But for me, then it's like, okay, then that's not what I was imagining. Because when I see housing committee, I'm thinking about taking on the full picture in all the different ways. So as a constituent, I think that's important when people have been asking us to look at housing. And then the second comment I had is just, my perception is, yes, there are different people working on this, but it's not always in coordination on the housing piece. So I think part of my interest is like creating a space in which different people who are representing different parts of the community and different efforts in the community are working together on it. And so I'm leaning towards commission, but I could very well understand, I think, from what you guys have described about the reality of the committee of why that's effective. But then to me, it's like, okay, but then the name doesn't match what I thought it was about.
Okay, the people pleaser in me wants to try to make everybody happy. So I'm just throwing a question. So the differentiation of, I know I'm also interested in like the totality, so that I totally appreciate, and I think there totally could be a Glass Farm specific, or a Corian President specific, or a village property specific work group or something that is separate or nested in this, either way. Can there be a committee that is, like, basically, is it like if council members are involved, then council members have been involved in committees. Could the council members lead like, Angie's clearly very interested in this project. It's like, could it be a committee of council? And then it's not, you don't have all the commission pieces? Like, does that, to me, the commission pieces don't feel like they matter that much, because it feels like what I'm looking at is copy and paste. I'm looking at everybody's used about the same thing, and then as easily as you can add it, you could have a group of people agree to take it away. But I'm wondering does a committee solve anything?
If I was a chameleon, I would have an eye on the solicitor and an eye on the clerk. Like,
Yeah, is there anything there? Or is it just, no, a committee, the committee has to be a village manager committee, and therefore, because it feels a little bit like if the choice is commission that's totality, or committee that is focused only on village property, then I'm definitely commission. But is there a committee option that can be the totality?
Can I just have 1 second?
Yeah.
I don't know that we need to answer this question today, because we're going to have a 2-hour goal session on February 20th to where we can talk about goals. It's clearly going to be a goal, right? But this is maybe more of a work session style goal setting to see what you're actually looking for as a housing committee or a housing commission. So then we're not squashing the rest of our agenda.
And to answer your question, yes, you could cover topics in either.
Okay.
The
So-
Do a
dynamics,
subcommittee of council.
right, a subcommittee of council, and I like that, because I'm going back to what you stated at the very beginning of this conversation. I think that could be a thing that could work, but yeah, you're right, we can talk about this later, but I do like that, the subcommittee of council, I like that.
Because
Well, that's
clearly we
subcommittee.
all have a lot of
but
thoughts.
that's what our commissions are, really.
Yeah, it's like is it a semantic difference? I don't know. Anyway, okay, I'm hearing. So Sanai, I don't know if you want to change from a. Are you still kind of I don't know yet? That's totally fine.
I'm not going into a corner yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then it sounds like there's a majority leaning
But
toward commission.
Yeah, my
but it
interest
not-
is more on the totality. I will say that, and I think everyone is. I think Carmen's is too. I think we're just being very specific right
Yeah.
now about different things.
So I think we've heard the pieces, and so I think this becomes the place where it's like, I don't mind. I think that's so interrelated with goals of us all sitting with it, think about it, come with ideas of how to approach it, and then try to answer the question at the goal session. Because honestly, we shouldn't need 2 hours for a goal session. And I think if we know this is a clear bucket, then let's block out 30 minutes of time that we can say, hey, we're going to communicate about this. And, I hope people in the public watch this conversation, but it creates another space where there's another avenue for people to hear about what's going on, where they don't have to find our 4-minute, in the middle of a long thing.
But we're saying at the goal session, then we'll vote if we turn this into committee or commission.
Yeah, that's a suggestion. Is that
Yeah, that makes sense.
anybody who's like, no, we need to solve this right now? Okay. Okay, so then we'll talk about it, and then now we're gonna go a little bit of speed round here. on the other one so that we can see if we can get back decently on time. We'll be fine. So the next one up is Finance Committee. So I'll do the part where we just had a meeting, and I think Tiffany Heiser Googled Finance Committee, and then the Gemini answer was basically, so it's a finance committee, right? It's meant to look at the things that you're trying to pay attention to around finances, but we are planning to write it down and have clarity. So I didn't do what Carmen did before the last meeting of getting the words together, but it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
The thing it has shifted over time in that it used to be just an investment committee essentially, and so there was a couple iterations, but I think we're now firmly in a regular old finance committee. And this is one where there have been 2 people from council on it, but we've never really talked about a lead to my knowledge. It's always just been people that are part of it. And then it's the people that are listed here, and it's obviously the roles that are listed here. So I'm definitely interested in continuing on it because I feel like we've been doing a bunch of work and have a continuation of work, and I think that would be healthy. But there's a spot for another person, and so then the same question as always: is there anybody else who's interested in finance? Okay, Stephanie's interested.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be interested.
Sanai's interested too? Okay. So I'm going to add this to the to fill / now we have a new what happens when 2 people want a thing. So and I guess, I don't know how I don't know how we do that. We do it like we do the, president, vice president thing, or do we, talk it out? I would say if y'all want to say anything more about why you're interested or how interested are you? Do you want to, I don't know how to navigate that.
Should we elevator pitch it?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not a bad idea. We're all here right now.
For me, honestly, it just comes back to where my value add is very obvious and direct. I think having a background in finance, a degree in finance, and working in finance for a while, this seemed like a very plug and chug for me. I wouldn't say necessarily it's a passion, so I'll throw that out there too, right, as a caveat. But I do think, given the current financial constraints, that some added specialization could help. So that's really it.
Okay.
I'll agree with that, yeah, for sure, yeah. I mean, and it's not a passion, it's just of great interest of mine. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I bring more expertise than you to it whatsoever, so.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. You could push the button on the elevator.
And so when you say you agree to that, does that mean you're oh, we'll let Sanai do that one, or is that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. Okay, well then, cool.
As they say,
All
push
right.
the button on the elevator.
Okay.
That's a good line.
And just to pipe in here, there is an ordinance on point that discusses the investment committee.
Okay.
So just FYI, we should probably consider, Judy, at some point, tweaking it to expand it a little bit from what the.
Yeah, and that's supposed to.
Is there a reason why the only other 3 members of the finance committee are all internal?
Yeah, it's spelled out in our code. The code says that investment committee, all investment decisions shall be made jointly with the finance director, village manager, 1 to 2 council members, and the village treasurer.
That makes sense.
So we'll come back to it. We've also had some discussion about it. It is significantly helpful to have the finance. There was one time where one non-person came and we're like, what do we do? Are they allowed to be here? How's this work? How's the noticing?
Yeah.
It's because you're
You're in it.
you're working through these very specific things and there's salaries involved, stuff. It's it's definitely feels more internal
But
if
it-
possible,
But it is an open meeting.
but it is an open meeting.
It is an open meeting, and it needs to be open to the public. If we want to look into not making it, there's some tweaks we could do.
I would like you
I would
to,
like
yes.
to-
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Wait, no, no,
there's a
no, no,
99
no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, it, let's open it up to scrutiny. We want everybody's feedback all the time about everything. Let's make it open.
And if
Oh,
a
it already is
committee,
open, right?
I mean.
It's open now,
It's
is what we're
open.
saying, and I think,
But you wanna like, you wanna make, you're gonna find, I'm being facetious, and I
Yeah.
should probably stop.
okay. If other people feel that way, then I think it would be, if it's legitimately a question, then let's make a decision about it as a group. You know? I,
How
My
legitimately
assumption-
is it impeding your work?
You cannot speak honestly when you have residents sitting right there on decisions that need to be made. And you're planning, and if it gets out to the public, or it gets back to staff, then it's not.
I
And
think
that's-
it's
I think
highly
that's with
unlikely
everything
that an analysis of the
town.
finance
No, you're
committee
right.
That's with
would
everything
fall
in
in
this village.
favor of closing the doors on the meeting. Because the standard that's set forth under Ohio law, it's like a checkbox to determine if something is an open body or not an open body. And some of the things that lean towards it being an open body is whether it advises a body that makes, legislative authority that makes the final decisions, and whether or not it makes recommendations that are related to decisions that are in the hands of the legislative body. And it, both on the investment front and the budget front, that's true, all true here.
So if it were to be a committee, then,
So if we were gonna try and close it and make it
Right.
not an open body.
Right.
It would need to be an advisory, it'd need to be an advisory committee to the village manager, which doesn't make any sense when you're talking about finances.
okay, well then, if it's, I mean, look, there hasn't been a lot of people coming or anything. I don't, it's just like a pace of work
We're going
thing,
to
basically. So let's just do what we've been doing, but making a note that we gotta do the investment committee to finance committee shift in the language at some point, right?
Yes, I
Okay.
brought that up a year ago.
Okay. Next up is, now we're at YSCC.
Oh, we've talked about it at least 3 times.
I think we basically already did YSCC at the last council meeting, or the 2 council meetings ago. So,
I'll lock them in.
good there? Okay. Active transportation. So,
And that was something I was interested in until you say, I feel like it's kind of being in a way, like
Well-
we're being discouraged to want to be on that.
here's the way I understood what they're saying. I think they're saying it's not the same in that it's not a commission like the other ones are. But
Right.
I think I look at it like if there's a council member who's really interested in being there, there's no harm in that. Like, it's a good place for there to be engagement. What we're trying to eliminate is the part where people use any of these structures to go around.
Gotcha.
So if you're interested in doing it, awesome. There's a bunch of money that comes through because of active transportation work that helps make great projects happen that everybody agrees on. Not really?
No, Amy's
No, I almost
just-
put her pen in my mouth. That's why she just made that face at me. I'm sorry.
So yeah, so I
It's okay, you
don't
wanna
think
wipe
it was
it
like
down
the bigger issue is using the committees to go around the process.
Yeah.
It's not the thing itself.
So,
So assuming that we agreed on earlier, we stay strong with, and I feel the same way about the housing stuff too. If it ends up being, that's the vehicle to go around the process, that's the problem to address. The structurally making it so that we're following this flow, that's what we're trying to stick to on everything. And if we do, then it doesn't matter.
Is this list accurate? Like Gary's the only,
no, there's more people.
is it Mitzi
No, no,
on
definitely
there?
not.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
are there
that's
more
what I
people?
But I
Well,
will-
but
I-
we have nothing to do with the
Okay.
makeup of that thing, which is
Yeah.
why it shouldn't even be on this list.
So I was
It's
gonna
only-
agree with Judy in that we all do other things in this village. We are all volunteers and, are involved with other groups, and those groups aren't listed here because this list should be official village committees and commissions, correct?
Yeah,
But that's another
also-
question I have.
but really, I think that what you heard, what came across as discouragement and Gavin addressed was this kind of not being followed.
Yeah.
So, it was like, hey, friend, I know we're at the Winds, but we have this thing in Active Transportation Committee, and I was wondering if you could help me with it, council person friend. And it was like, yeah, I got you. And then council was like, what? Or staff was like, what? Because that's what it is. It wasn't following that. I think that was like the biggest issue. I don't think it was necessarily we discourage you from being on this commission. It was
Yeah.
just, that doesn't have anything to do with us.
So I think two things could happen at the same time. One, the active transportation people would be excited if you were interested, and we could check in, maybe I'll just ask, is anyone else interested? Okay, they would be excited if you were interested, because they literally, I think you were at the meeting, right?
Dorothy Bouquet was-
Dorothy came in and said, hey, so they would want you to be there, and we could just quietly remove it from this list, because it's not actually a commission or a committee.
And then it's just like anything else I'm on in town.
Yeah, but then you can totally come
But we
back
need
and
your
communicate about
Yeah.
things that are
And that was
relevant.
part of the issue.
I guess the only downside of taking it off is that it would be sort of out of the like commissions and boards report every other month or what, every other meeting.
But
if-
Stephanie isn't. Stephanie's here, so if Stephanie has.
But if there's anything from, from the group that you would like to, that you can report on, then
Yeah,
that's a thing, but
Yeah.
yeah, she's the liaison.
board or commission or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it either way. I don't mind leaving it on there and then saying, but the biggest, whether it's listed or not, the issue to me is let's not have it be a go around. That's the biggest issue.
Well, it's called the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. So full disclosure, the only reason that exists as it exists is that Brian Housh's job had to do with active transportation. Brian was president of council, Brian got what Brian wanted. That is why that became an advisory committee where a lot of dang funding came flowing through. Was he brilliant at getting the funding, and was that a good thing for the village in many ways? Certainly. Should this rightfully be on the list of advisory committees? Nope, because it never went through properly. It was Brian saying, this will happen, and you will consider it a full,
Okay.
and he tried
So
to get it to
hearing
be a
that,
commission. So
does anybody that sounds like an open and shut, it should be off here, and it still is totally like, we can say we want to
Well,
we can appoint Stephanie and say that you're a council person, because they're asking for a representative.
Well, then where do you draw the line on committees out here in the wild that aren't on this list going, oh, well, we want a council person too?
we used to have a chamber rep who went to every chamber meeting and reported out, and
I think the line would be drawn
By
right
us.
here. Like, right now, this is
Yeah,
the
well,
end
yeah.
of the line, and we're saying, and if anybody has, that was at the end here, is there any other new ones? So we were kind of going, so that would just be if you wanted to join with I think, just to be clear, anybody who's on a thing that you have not gotten approval from this body to be on, you're there as you. You're not there as a council representative.
So I would be there as me.
No, I'm saying in this case, I think they're asking for a council representative, and we're saying, cool, go represent, like, I think
Yeah.
there's a buy-in of, go represent us, cool.
the same way we don't sit on the school board, but there's a school liaison who is assigned to that role of communicating back and forth what's going on. So we have
Yeah.
nothing to do with what they do, it's about communicating information back
Yeah.
and forth. And
Does that make
working with
sense?
them when it makes sense.
Cool.
Perfect sense.
Across the
Okay.
schools, makes
Yeah.
sense.
So I think where we're landing is supporting Stephanie being the rep and take it off of our list so that we maintain consistency of what's on the list and the bar that should be crossed to be there. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is Municipal Broadband Fiber Task Force. Is this a thing?
Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't-
Okay. So can we just take it off?
Johnny feels it's not needed at this time.
Okay, so take it off. Everybody cool with that?
Yeah.
All right. Utility Dispute Resolution Board, we have to have it, and it is populated, right?
Yep.
So we're good.
Is that another situation where there's not a council on it because those things would come to us?
I don't believe there's an appeal from UDRV to council. No, there isn't. It goes straight to common pleas court. But yeah, there's no
Okay.
council member on it. It's an adjudicatory board.
Okay,
Similar kind of to BZA.
gotcha.
Okay. Village Mediation Council Liaison. And so I'm going to can you just tell us real quick, did these other things, do they need to happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so Village Mediation Council Liaison, I'm gonna try to go fast here. Carmen, it's not, look, your name is down there now. Are you
I'm in.
interested in continuing?
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody else interested in doing it?
Does it need an alternate?
No, because you don't meet.
Yeah, we don't meet.
Okay, so I'm taking that as a Carmen. Greene County Regional Planning and Miami Valley Regional Planning, we just did those at the meeting recently. That's the end of the list I'm looking at right now. Is
Did we
there
already talk about
anything
planning
else?
commission?
We did.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I
same,
missed it.
same as, maybe you were gone for that. We, just same as it was before.
Okay, you and Carmen?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's all, that's everything that's on the list I'm looking at. Am I missing anything, Judy?
I'm trying to find where I have it. List.
So, yeah, school liaison, chamber liaison, those are the
Okay.
only.
And I did, I'll say, I think maybe she said it out loud, but I sent a note to Amy Bailey after the last meeting. I don't know if y'all remember, but she had
Yeah.
said in her comments like, I'm looking forward to talking about this thing, and then we were behind in schedule, so I
Yeah.
just kind of rushed through, so I sent her a note to say I wasn't like,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to like, I honestly forgot until after it had happened. And she said, cool, and just so you know, I am the council liaison, so just for whatever it's worth, Amy's the council liaison from school.
Okay.
So, if I understand correctly, this has mostly been like it got like contentious or clunky during LITEC because of the significant amount of overlap and discussion, but it probably there's not a lot typically, and it's not a meeting, it's just like here's the official person to call. Is that right, Judy?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there anybody who wants to do that?
For the schools?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be, unless someone else is, but I would be interested. It's not
Cool.
like going to a meeting,
No.
there's no like.
You don't have to. I think, if there became a project that maybe, but it's basically just, this is the elected body to elected body transfer.
Yeah, you appoint a contract.
So in the first place, it might mean, actually, I think talk to Judy about it after and then y'all can decide if there's any steps that other people have taken in the future.
Okay, yeah.
Or in the past
See, I would
that
have
would-
questions then about what the,
Yeah, is that
what
cool?
would be expected, yeah.
Okay. We just, only one I think we did while we were gone was school liaison, and Stephanie's gonna do that. Okay, and then the other one was chamber liaison. And do we have to have one? I mean, we'll say this is one where the staff always goes, right?
Yes.
So is this one we have to have?
I don't think that we need to. I think one of the reasons we had it before is because Wintrow was chamber president, and so she
Yeah.
couldn't report back anything or do anything, so there was a,
Okay.
She was chamber president and sat on council at the same time.
So is there,
Just
maybe we'll just start
Yeah.
with, is there anybody who wants to be, so that, this is basically go to one meeting a month. That's the chamber board meeting? Is that right?
The board meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so there's 1 to 2 staff that typically go. But is there anybody on council who wants to go? So hearing none, I think if that's okay, that it's just staff, then we would just count on staff to let us know if there's things that are relevant from chamber. And we would eliminate that for now. Okay. Okay, now I think we're done, right, with the commissions and committees?
I was gonna go back and say, I'm interested in environmental,
Oh,
being the
yes, filling.
alternate.
Okay,
I don't know if it matters or not, but like, I think there's a shared interest between Carmen and I have
Yeah,
talked
yeah.
about environmental housing and, but I was gonna say, I don't know what the need is as a group, if there's a greater need for PAC, but I just see alignment or overlap in interests with housing and
Oh, yeah,
environment.
absolutely.
Okay, cool.
okay, excellent. So right now we need to figure out alternates on EC, PAC, and library.
Not EC,
Uh,
PAC and library.
Yeah, assuming Angie's doing EC.
Yeah.
And then, so PAC, would anybody
That's just as an alternate?
alternate?
I mean, I would sign up for that.
Okay, awesome.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's-
And then library,
I wrote down barbecue.
we need a library alternate. This is maybe the least
Yeah,
significant
might have
commitment of
one
all.
meeting a year.
Library, Sinai, well done. Well done. Nicely
I've
done.
been quiet the whole time.
Okay,
Just waiting for that.
all right. So,
My first job was at a public library, so. for
Finance is
me-
gonna take
Yeah.
up plenty of your
That's
time.
why I'm like, I didn't want anything to do with it.
okay, so anything else about commissions, knowing that the housing piece is like a future agenda, anything else that anybody wants to bring up? Otherwise, the plan would be that at the meeting on February 2nd, we're gonna officially lock in all the things that we just talked about today. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving then. So,
Wait, did somebody say that the library commission meeting is on February
February
3rd? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What time do you have it?
I can get that for you. Yep, there we go.
6:30.
How are we doing on time?
Don't miss it.
we're like,
Getting there, a little behind.
we're like a half hour behind, so I'm gonna try to squeeze us a little bit, so don't take it personally, okay? If I-
Consolidate any other stuff? We do some consolidations or no?
Yeah, I think there's some places where there's longer chunks that we've talked about them some, so I'm just gonna shorten, and nudge a little more to try to get into and out of things. Okay, so the next stuff is, the how we work together stuff, and that's rules and facilitation practices and other processes that'll shape how we work together this year. And so first up is looking at the current rules. So you should have had in your packet the current rules. And I think we want to just jump right into, are there questions or any suggestions for changes to the current rules? And I know, like, while we were finishing lunch, Sinai asked a question that maybe I'll just throw in as one of those things, is that the rules do not address how to communicate about absences, and so we should just get on the same page about that. But other things that are on that you have questions or suggested changes on related to rules. I'm going to throw one in that I think will be very popular. Endeavoring to end meetings by 8:30 instead of 9:30. I believe that 9:30 was a holdover to when the meetings
Yeah.
began later.
At 7, yeah.
So, all those in favor? You know? Okay. I think that's a pretty,
In our, like in the charter, it's still out there, it still says that we start at 7.
charter.
Charter, village charter.
Oh, in the charter itself,
Yeah.
it says 7.
It says that we start meetings
Yeah.
at 7. That's in the charter?
What? Remember how for Mayor's Court, it said in the charter, forever Mayor's Court will be held at 7 PM on Wednesdays or something? Forever.
Okay. We're gonna, while Amy maintains keeping her head on her shoulders, we're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
So, another thing, so I know I want to talk about the, like, how do we approach, discourse on citizen concerns. So I'd just say that's like, definitely, I want to talk about that
Amy,
for a
this
minute.
is your moment, it's coming up.
I know, my big idea.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
So on the agenda piece, I did want to mention, where is under meetings? And we're going to talk in a little bit about how, right here very soon, about how things get on the agenda. But I wanted to be clear that by far the best place to put things on the agenda is in future agenda. So just think about the complexity of if we end a meeting, and then Carmen's looking at me, I'm looking at Carmen, so I'm gonna say, Carmen calls on Friday after a Monday meeting and says, hey Gavin, I want this thing on the agenda. This is kind of like the flow chart where it starts to get tricky. Because maybe, and sometimes it's like, obviously that was already talked, there's clearly support for that thing or something. But other times it's like, I don't know whether 3 people want to do that thing or not. And I don't think that the president and vice president should choose. I think we should collectively choose. So instead of it being, if you want new agenda items by 5 o'clock on the day or whatever that's listed,
It'll be future agenda.
it should be, you put it in future agenda. Now, in the event that there are things, and I think this happens most naturally with staff, right? That a thing came up that we need to put on, I think there should be a or talk to the president and vice president, but functionally, I'm saying, and Angie, obviously you can jump in, but what I would prefer is to have as little as possible go through president and vice president deciding. I would like almost everything to go through full council deciding.
Except for when it can't.
Except for when it can't, and that if you're not sure whether it's gonna be an issue, we're gonna err on the side of, we're gonna talk about it as a group.
Yeah.
That is a significant departure from how things have happened at points in the past, and it's one of the areas where there's, I think, a lot of, it's one of these places where a lot of this round the patch happens, so I wanna try to eliminate that. Is that, everybody's cool with that? Okay, good. So we'll work on the actual, this is another one where we're gonna come back with the actual rules, so we'll work on a red line version that codifies that, but that's a concept. And then, what was the other one? Okay, well, let's talk about absence real quick.
Yes, let's.
So,
Before we get there,
Yeah.
sorry, and this might not fit in, and this is not about the subject that was brought up, but more like, take for instance, like when we read that memo or the ICE statement the other day. Like, how does that get on? Like, how does that, not the topic, right? I'm just using that as an example. Like, you read a statement, right? And bluntly, like, I didn't know what was happening until
Yeah.
it was read. So it's just like, so is that, just walk me through, like, it's a pressing matter and I agree with it, right? So
Right.
that's why I'm not like, but it's just like, okay, how does that, something like that
Get there.
get there?
yeah. So the way this is how I would read it, is that ideally, and this is, the ICE stuff's been going on for a while, it's not like it was an immediate thing. Ideally, we would say in future agenda, hey, and so we heard, all of us were here at least once where citizens came up, and Carmen and I have heard it for months, because there were people who came up before. Ideally, we would sort of flag it and say, hey, can we figure out how to have some kind of response? And then it would be known that this thing is coming. That seems like the ideal scenario. In the event that what happened, the way this one happened, I think, was like, man, since the last meeting, there was a note, because it was in between meetings that the Renee Good killing happened, and things had gotten escalated to a notable new degree. And so then I think multiple people had basically said, hey, there's something should be said here. That to me would fall in the in-between council leadership can ask for it kind of thing. And my impression was, and I was looking forward to this conversation because I didn't like engaging without having an agreement of what our rules are. But that felt to me like it seemed clear that there was council continuity on the idea of saying something.
Yeah.
If it was unclear to me, then that would go into the category of we should err on the side of ask council before saying something. Does that make sense?
So since we're talking about this in particular, that went a little differently.
Okay.
I was asked to read the statement because I understand that you and village manager had some conversation about we need to say something, we need to put it out there. And so that's why I read the statement, because that wasn't something that Johnny was comfortable with at that point.
Yeah.
And this is actually something that I've been dealing with for the last, 15 years to some extent or another. And then last time when we had a village resident that was pulled over here and then shipped to Butler County. So, that's why that went down like it did. It wouldn't have gone down like that if there hadn't been other conversations kind of happening behind the scenes. And it was something that needed to happen. So that's why that happened that way.
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm in agreement with the content.
Yeah, absolutely.
If anything,
Yeah.
it was more, I wasn't sure if that was a springboard for me to now start talking, because really, I felt like
Totally.
I bit
Let's go.
my tongue at that
Uh-huh.
moment, because I was like, oh, are we opening up
Yeah.
the conversation. So
Yeah.
that's why I was like, is this an announcement?
Yeah.
Are we now gonna have a conversation about this?
Yeah.
Is the
And-
police chief
and-
not here? Like,
Yeah.
who are, so that's why I was like,
Yeah.
it could have, and I just
Yeah,
chose
but
best.
it ordinarily does not happen that way.
It wouldn't have, I think it was a unique circumstance of, especially where we are as a group, not having clarified.
Yeah.
But, so
Yeah.
that should, I don't think that should happen very much or at all. And I think then, and in general, if we do what we talked about, where we try to make announcements about announcements, that, because this is exactly the kind of thing where, when somebody would make an announcement that was more of like a position or an issue, not an announcement, then you kind of had to sit there and go, well, wait a minute,
Do I wanna-
now am I supposed to say something, or is this, and it's especially complex when the announcement is or was coming from the president, because then it felt like it was like on behalf of council, and then you felt especially awkward. So my hope would be that it wouldn't rarely if ever happen, and then if it does, I think it's fair game at that point, yes, and then we gotta rein it in. Meaning, like, if you had a comment related to that topic, where else would you have put it? So I think it would have been okay to bring it up, but what we wanna do is, meaning to respond, but that in general, we wanna have things on the agenda, not things in announcements that have some complexity.
And along those lines, you had suggested that there be 3 minutes given to each council member regularly at every meeting to speak on.
Well, we talk about the first.
At every work session.
At the work session.
Work session.
Once a month, yeah.
And so some municipal councils will put that on regular meeting agendas, not as announcements, but they'll call it like council time. And then it's at every meeting, you go along the dais and every council member, every elected official has something to say about whatever they want to say. Sometimes it's went to the festival this weekend and it was great. Sometimes it's something a little bit more politically leaning, but it is very common practice. And the way it's always operated here is that we just have announcements, and so there's never a time on the dais where the elected officials feel like it's their time to say something that's on their mind that's unrelated to the rest of the items on the agenda.
But they have to find a place to like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes, and if you don't want to take your 3, you don't.
It's just an idea. I hate to even suggest it because it'll just extend meeting time, right? But it.
I think,
No, but we have
so
a
I think the
version of that.
question on the table is, at this point then, we've already kind of agreed at the last meeting that we would do it at a work session.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just a matter of, do we also or differently want to do it at the council
At
meeting?
regular meetings.
And I guess I'm kind of in the, let's try it at the work session, see how it goes, and then everybody knows it's an option. Make a case if you feel like we need to do it more often, and we could do it at the full council.
Because council members see the word announcements and they think, oh, that's only to say street fairs this weekend, you know, or
Correct.
whatever it is, not other things that might be on their mind as an elected official.
And I think that if, just full disclosure, if the council president, if you have something that you talk to staff about, especially with this instance, then if, like, a quick email, this is gonna come up, like,
And you certainly
Yeah.
can do that. And you can do it through Judy if you want, which is just to ask Judy to blast an email to everyone and say, here's an FYI. If you don't want to just send the email directly to your other council members, there's no legal prohibition that prevents you from sending an email to them. It just starts to get into the realm of discussing or deliberating public business outside of an open meeting.
So in theory, any of us can send one singular
You
email.
can send one singular email, and then she and I will both immediately get heartburn.
Yeah.
Because, first of all, it's a
Yeah.
public record.
Yeah.
So it's subject to any public records request, but also, if any of you reply all and
Yeah, yeah.
respond, hey,
Dunzo.
thanks. Now we've got
Yeah, yeah,
discussion
gotcha.
happening outside of a regular meeting, which is
Don't
why,
worry, I don't plan to send any emails.
yeah, which is why we've typically done it this way, where it's like, hey, everybody in council should know X, Y, and Z before this meeting tonight. Then have Judy send it, or Johnny send it, or me send it, so that it's not one of you.
No, point totally well taken, and I will, I do think this is a fairly unique circumstance, and totally heard, and want to be held accountable collectively, that is normal. Because it, essentially, I think the goal is like, none of us should feel surprised, basically.
Yeah, and I think coming from my vantage point was, I think even I said, like, the first meeting, there was a little bit of presumption on my part that we were going to have 3 minutes at the end, because I think Kevin was doing that randomly sometimes, where it's like, does anybody else have anything else they want to say, generally speaking, and then down the road. So then it was like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, I thought we were gonna say something, then we didn't, and then it was this. So it was just, and so this helps,
Yeah.
a lot, and so.
Cool.
Good.
And I have to say, I think that him saying that at the end was more of, it was almost a nervous
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they
thing.
agreed.
It wasn't a time that was set to say something.
Yeah.
But I do think the way things have operated here in the past is that people that had big personalities that like to talk got all their talking points in, right?
That's right.
And people who weren't just going to interject something into an agenda that wasn't there didn't say anything.
That's right. And so what I'm basically saying is, at least when I'm chairing a meeting, if I'm catching that you're going off, like, so if you start giving an announcement that's not an announcement, then I'm gonna gently say, hey, is that something we wanna add in review of the agenda? At which point, we can all talk about what, we can decide, are there 3 or 5 people who wanna put it on the agenda or put it on the future agenda? Because I think, in the way Carmen's brought up around the Roberts rules, I think, to me, it's a fairness issue.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Of an equal
Yeah,
playing
that
field
it shouldn't
kind of
just be
thing.
because you're willing to take room that other people aren't gonna stop you.
Correct,
Yeah.
exactly. And side note to all of that, only because I don't think there's anywhere else on here to say this. If you find yourself in an occasion where you want to send something in writing on behalf of the Village of Yellow Springs, which happens a lot, I mean, it might sound crazy now at this point, but you will find yourself in a position where you think, well, that we should be responding to this as the municipality. Circle up with Gavin and Judy and do it that way, as opposed to maybe just slapping something on village letterhead and sending it out on behalf of the village. Because each of you can only speak for yourselves, you can't speak for all the council.
Social media too, which is also social, it's social,
Yeah.
and like also on social media.
Yeah.
So can we just follow up on that real quick? So as a general practice, as I've understood it, anytime that you want to send something to another body
The state
on
has.
behalf of the council,
Yeah,
we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
that is best practice.
Yeah.
And
So
should
then-
always happen.
Then it's gotta be on future agenda, same thing. If it's a timely, so then we go back through the same process, right?
Unless it's too time pressing, if something is actively happening.
Exactly.
Then get with Judy,
Yeah.
and then you can see.
And then it would be in the same category of, if it is something that may actually be of concern, then it's gonna have to get talked about.
Yes,
If it is, then you could get into special meetings if it's a big enough deal, right?
right.
But if it's, then there is some judgment, but in general, and I wanna be called on it. If at any point we're not erring on the side of caution to let the body decide, that's the way I hope that we will move over the coming year. Okay, can we talk about, so on absences real quick. So we don't have anything in the rules, which honestly I forgot, like I thought there was something in there, but there's nothing about absences. So it's been clunky at times in the past. So if you're going to have to miss a meeting, you should communicate that with Judy, okay? Then Judy can communicate to the rest of us that someone will be absent, okay? And that sometimes you'll have a thing where if you're, like, especially when it's like a meeting's about to start and somebody isn't here yet, it's like, have we heard anything? And in general, the have we heard anything should be to Judy. It shouldn't be text me, text Amy, text whoever your best friend is on council at that moment. It's just text Judy. So then Judy knows, yes, someone is coming, or no, they aren't. And then when we do and then that way everyone will know, has it been communicated or not? And I think the general assumption is that people are coming to meetings unless they've communicated that they aren't. And I think we've all talked about this in orientation, that it's just, the hope is that there's less absences than there were last year, and that the communication is the most important part. If you're communicating about what's going on, we're all reasonable people. But when we aren't communicating, that's where it gets hardest. Is that a fair summary of absences, or does anybody have any different?
One more follow-up. And then when there is an absence, Angie is out for whatever reason,
Yes.
she's texted Judy, she said, I'm not gonna be there tonight. At the onset of the meeting, after roll call, there should be a motion and a second to excuse Angie from the meeting. Second, vote, all in favor, aye. So that, there's an old state law, it's archaic and I've never seen it used, but it's out there, that says on a municipal council, if someone misses a meeting, your salary, if it's an unexcused absence, your salary should get docked by some percentage calculation done by, I mean, that's a payroll nightmare, and certainly not the intent of the law, right? So that excused absence, if the auditor ever said, hey, Angie missed the meeting on February such and such, why was her pay not docked? We could say it was an excused absence.
Gotcha.
So then we have gotten into the thing where when absences are repeated, then not excused, then someone has to decide, is there actually going to be a pay docking? And so far, we have not done
We've
that.
never done
We just pay people.
Well, all
So-
absences up until now have been excused. We've had people vote no, but we've always had a
Oh, is
majority.
that true? Okay,
Yes.
we've always had a
majority to
Okay,
approve.
then never mind,
them.
yeah. Okay, cool. So then, I think we should just agree that if we do, just so there's no confusion, if there was ever an unexcused absence, as in a majority voted unexcused, then that would be how you would not get paid.
Yeah.
If it's not a majority, then
And
you'll keep getting
Is that
paid.
the only form of reprimand?
As I understand it, the answer is yes.
For absences?
Yeah.
Well, we have,
Not that, hopefully it'll.
no, I mean, we have our censure language in our rules, and I suppose, well, I've never seen censure used for absences, but I suppose you could use it in that way.
Doesn't matter. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, there's,
But, I mean,
Yeah, I
really
don't
the
wanna waste time
method
on
would be
Yeah.
to call an executive session and ask if that person's consider stepping off council because they're not functioning as a council member.
Yeah.
If you're not attending meetings, you're not functioning as a council member.
yeah.
My specific question though with missing, with the potential of missing is when there's a vote to be had.
Yeah.
Can you still zoom in a vote? I know some boards don't allow it, some councils.
You can zoom, you can zoom in.
Yeah.
It's generally frowned upon, as in like we would prefer to have as few hybrid participants as possible.
Yeah.
This is a kind of a rules topic, so just that's where we were in the past, and I think it landed pretty well, is that try to be at the meetings. In the event that you can't be because either you're sick or you're traveling, it is an option to be on Zoom. I think the general assumption is everybody's gonna make every effort to be at all the meetings, and that we're all gonna probably miss one now and then, but that if it starts to become more of a pattern, then that's where it gets into like, and we've had, council members that have stepped aside because they couldn't do it. That's how I ended up on council originally, is I think Lisa was like, I'm gonna miss too many meetings because I'm traveling too much. And then I think, to Judy's point, if at any point, for any reason, you're concerned about one of your colleagues, the thing to do would be, and not just on absences, but on any front, you could call an executive session and say, hey, I'm concerned about the way this thing is going. Now, then at that point, the council cannot vote any other council member off. All you could do is say, hey, I have this concern, at which point, ultimately, the only way to be removed is by a referendum.
No, it's because we didn't hire us, right?
Yeah, your
Exactly.
voters put you there, your voters can, yes.
Exactly,
Yep.
and what about, and there's also.
There's also a legal mechanism where we
For
can.
five electors, not council members who can make a request to the court.
To the court, yes,
To
there's a legal
remove
process where a
five.
judge can order you off council,
Right.
yeah.
Okay,
And that's it.
okay,
And that's another very old statute.
okay. I didn't even know about that one. so-
Yeah.
So just in transparency, there is like a 2-month window between now and March where my transition for work, like, there are travels. It almost happened, that's why I brought it up. It would almost happen this Monday. But being that it's short street discussion and all that, I was able to move it. After March, we shouldn't have an issue.
So quick thought on remote meetings. You here have an ordinance on point that allows for remote meetings for council members to attend by Zoom and vote by Zoom and pretend like you're in the room. That is legal, I mean, it's in our code, right? The stronger amount of legality on that would be for it to be in the charter, because there's different layers of, charter is the law of the land that your voters decide on. Charter amendments can only be approved by the vote of the village, and ordinances is approved by you guys.
Yeah.
So someday when you have the next charter review, we should plug that into the charter. For now, I'm perfectly comfortable with it, if and until if there was something hotly contested that we thought we were gonna get sued on, and someone was zooming into a meeting, but we had 4 on the dais, I might be inclined to say, the person zooming in, don't vote.
Uh-huh.
Because then, there's no argument or dispute that the vote was like legally sufficient. But that would be the only time.
The other piece that's just, and you might want to think about it, but right now you can zoom into an executive session, the question then being, anyone could be in that room with you, and the rest of council would not know about it. That's the question mark, and we had situations over COVID where there was absolutely someone else in the room, there's no doubt about it, and they were in fact advising that person. I mean, you.
Oh, really?
Oh, very probably. And so it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay, but you couldn't prove it. So it's not ideal, and a lot of it relies on everybody being open, honest, following the rules.
Open and honest.
And part of the reason that there isn't a thing about absences in the council rules is simply never a problem before. So it's like, things aren't really a problem until they are a problem. The one time, and it's one reason we zoomed Brian in for the budget at the end, and, you know, wouldn't have done it except that it was emergency language and you have to have 4 yes votes, and we thought there's a good possibility there, one of those votes is gonna be a no. Yeah, which was the case. So, yeah,
So.
it was good we had the option, you know?
Cool. So I'm assuming we're not going to add all the absence stuff to the rules, but we've talked about it, everybody's clear on it.
Yeah.
We'll go forth, and hopefully we'll go back to all is well. So then, on the rules, is there anything else that we wanted to talk about? I'm gonna kind of, the debate piece is like the question around, it's the next 2 things down after Robert's rules, so we'll come back to that. Anything else on rules that anybody wants to flag before? We're gonna
maybe
take all
that's-
this, send you the red line for the next packet.
Amy, that's where you wanted to look at order of business.
Oh, okay. On agenda items, this is the right time for this?
Yeah, go for it.
The village's agendas currently have legislation followed by citizen concerns. That is occasionally, over the last couple of years, been a point of contention because for ordinances on second reading, you hold a public hearing. But for resolutions, you never hold a public hearing. They just are read and then voted upon. And so if you've got citizens in the room that want to speak to council about a resolution, by the time they're given the opportunity to do so, you've already voted on it.
Yeah.
So we had briefly discussed the idea of flipping it and putting citizen concerns before legislation. So if there's anybody in the room that wants to speak to a resolution, they have a chance to do it before you consider it and vote on it. But that's, you know, I don't even know how it ever ended up in the order that it's in.
I've always wondered why.
Yeah.
As someone, who came to meetings, it made no sense to me.
It's like people are getting up and saying, well, I'm here to talk about such and such, you've already approved it,
It's
but
too late,
this
yeah.
is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
And we should say that for February 2nd, it will be on the agenda that there will be citizen concerns and then the Short Street presentation, and we've put a note on the agenda that citizen comments on Short Street will be taken after the staff presentation, so that people know when they can
Yeah.
speak on it and that there's not confusion.
We made a couple decisions on this before we could decide about this,
Yeah.
but we want to try to get it figured out systematically. It sounds like you were probably in favor of it. Do we want to do like are people open to or interested in the idea of citizen concerns going before legislation?
In other places I've lived, that's how it is. Also, it's just
Okay.
respectful of their time.
Maybe is anybody opposed to it? Okay, then I think we should plan on changing the order and,
That was my big idea.
This is about as good as it's gonna get out of me today.
okay.
Drop that mic, Amy. Just pick it up and drop it.
I think we should change the order, and I kind of feel like we should think about like, let's just make sure we announce the change.
Well, that's all on
So
you.
how about at the next meeting, we already have the agenda out. The next meeting will stay the same, and then the
No.
one after that.
No, because, well, you can move it anyway, and somebody who's there to speak is gonna be like, woo, they're not gonna care. It's like, yeah,
You get to go
Well,
first.
except
But
some people come later because they know when
Oh.
they're supposed to be coming.
And it's kind of timed out.
Yeah.
If they look at the
This
agenda,
next
they go,
one, let's just keep it the same, and then let's tell people it's gonna change, and especially tell the 4 people that we know come, because, I mean,
Yeah.
and then let's all help spread the word that we're doing that. so that people don't show up late for
But
the
all-
thing. and
Are
frustrated.
we all help spreading the word that we're doing that, or are we gonna wait? Because people are gonna be like, well, Carmen,
Oh.
you said.
Yeah, I mean,
That we're
spread the word
doing it
after the
now.
next,
Yeah.
when, not
Okay.
this meeting,
Okay.
after this.
Carmen, start a
yeah.
rumor.
Right.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay,
Judy, did you want to say something?
Well, only that you can make a motion during, review of agenda to move it before you've, legislated it, which you're gonna have to do because there's a whole.
And is it in the is the order of the agenda in the ordinance? It is, isn't it? But are we getting to rule?
yeah, that's in rules, and that's just, yeah, I know we could do that, this would be the worst possible meeting to do it at, though,
With shorts.
with Short Street, like, it's like extra, like, you're trying to, let's just do it the
No,
next
no,
time.
yeah, no, I agree.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay. Any other
Everyone agrees.
rules questions? Okay. So, Robert's rules is the next thing here. I found it really helpful to have that summary in there, because we talked about it before, and I had never seen an actual like document, so it was nice to see a document for it. So Carmen, I know you have things you want to talk about related to this. I know that it seems like the biggest one is the like, I forget what the exact words were, but
Point of
basically
order.
no tolerating, what's the word? Like when people are being attacked.
Yeah.
Right?
Like lack of decorum. So
Yeah.
it's like, so Robert's rules, they're really awesome because everyone gets fair, it's a fair and level kind of playing ground, playing field. So, people who feel comfortable speaking will take up all the speaking time. People who don't feel comfortable speaking, of which in some cases I am one of those people, I'd shut down up there. But the interplay between like citizens' concerns and the dialogue that happens, we're not to berate, and we are also not to be berated, right? We're already elected, we're trying to do our jobs. So like calling a point of order, if there's a point of order called, it needs to be acknowledged by the chair. And if it flies, it does, if it doesn't, or if there's a point of order because we're getting off the rails, that's also a thing. You bring it back to the order of the day. With timing, one of the things that started happening kind of during citizens' concerns toward, the last year or so was, it was like, if you have something to say that is related to so we're not spending time echoing sentiments, right? Because that's not, it's already been said.
And you liked that?
I like it. I
Yeah.
like it because it makes it more concise, it pulls it together, and we have some guardrails.
Yeah.
So that we don't get in the weeds. But the most important thing is like kind of maintaining that decorum.
Yeah.
And as far as back and forth goes between the dais and citizens' concerns, Springfield has I love the Springfield council meetings because everybody gets to say their piece, and then they write if you have a question, the question is answered from the person or from the body or from the staff member that makes the most sense to answer the question via phone call or an email. So you can put, you write your email, you write your phone number, you write your name, and what has happened in the past, it's like, well, I want to know. Tell me what I want to know. And so we're up on the days trying to tell people what they want to know. And we're doing that for 15 people.
Can I ask you a question about that one?
What's up?
So like, let's say somebody says, and you're saying they use like a card, so they don't say it at like there's not a concern, they don't like get up and talk about it?
Yes, they do get up and talk about it.
Okay, so if somebody got up and said, I know there's a big snowstorm coming and I want to know what time the plows are coming out, right? Are you suggesting that, and in that case, we would say, because on the one hand, I don't want to say every time, oh, ask the village manager, because there's some of those that are like, you would happily answer the question quickly after the meeting. There's other ones where you're like, I don't actually want to address that thing because it isn't a priority, right? So how do you differentiate between those?
Well, I mean,
this process?
priority or not, that's not, priority or, I almost did it. I'm not doing it. Oh my Priority or not, the way that it's addressed in Springfield, we had some pretty like, you know, I've been there because there was like an investigation of a murder, and I've been there because there was a, you know, there was an issue with some infrastructure. And it was like, we need to know, and we need to know, and it was like, nope, not you don't get to know. It is, you know, look forward to an email from this person, look forward to an email from this person. And there was no catch me in the hallway after. I mean, it's hard to do here because it's small, but there was no like, the time was protected. And it gives council members, staff, the kind of the time kind of a way to reflect and answer in a quality manner, right? So answering on the fly is okay if it's something superficial, but I would superficial or not, I would make it, you know, we'll reflect, and the person that's pertinent will send you an email. Did you have your email? Did you write down your email? Do we have your number? Okay, cool.
I think where I struggle with it is when that doesn't happen, where there isn't a follow-up, and that's one place. And some of those times there's not a follow-up. I don't think it's reasonable. I don't know that anybody should follow up. So there's like a discernment piece there.
We have no new information at this time is a follow-up. You know, like, I mean, sometimes there is no follow-up, and if there isn't, then we should express that. If there is, then we should express what the follow-up is. And, you know, it's happened that, you know, I didn't hear anything back from this council member. I didn't hear anything back from this staff member, and I get it in the grocery store. And it's like, well, you know, the way that we can address that is by addressing it. If there's no new information to offer, then there isn't. That's an answer. No is also an answer, or we don't know is also an answer.
Sure. But, and just to be clear, if somebody, so let's say the snowplow thing, and let's say we knew that the answer was 2 p.m.
Okay.
Because I think part of what happens sometimes to me is it feels like people are asking a thing that we know the answer to, and it's relatively straightforward, and that when we don't answer, it feels like it adds to the feeling of like these people aren't responsive.
And this is where interpretation comes from.
Yeah.
Because I can say something and think that I'm being understood, but then by the response or reaction, I'm like, okay, let me tweak this, because clearly this person is having a hard time understanding what I'm saying the way I'm saying it. So that's a perception thing, and that's where we get into the weeds. It's like, yes, we want to hear what you have to say, absolutely, but we are not going to be, there's not going to be a back and forth, and we're not going to argue. We are up here being human beings.
Yeah.
I did read somewhere that it said, I really don't even remember where, that there was like the 3 minutes, the council could have a response, and then the citizen could have a singular comment. Was that?
The way it's written in Robert's rules is that's in the summary.
Oh,
It
that's
was
in
like-
Robert's rules, okay.
Yeah, it was like and that the only person who could respond was the chair or
The
the
chair.
whatever the word is they use in that context.
Okay.
So that's the chair, and that's for, I mean, those are guidelines. The thing
Yeah.
that's the most important thing for me after being in, you know, different meetings, different nonprofits in town, and on, you know, other boards, was on the board of ODJFS in Clark County, is like, and then observing council meetings in Springfield, is that it takes away the back and forth. People get heard, you have your question, oh my gosh, thank you, it's advised, and the person that's the most pertinent person will get back with you. And I would rather that than risk maybe misspeaking and it going off the rails, because I've seen it happen so so much.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen so much, and then it's like,
Yeah.
well, this person isn't letting us speak.
Yeah.
And thank you for this person because they're letting us speak. It's like,
Sure.
well, it's really easy to be the person that's letting someone speak or not if you are not the subject of the fallout that comes after.
And that lack of consistency between meetings, especially with regard to citizen concerns, has increasingly caused trouble over the last couple of years. So in Dayton, when Nan Whaley was mayor, during citizen concerns, council, or commission sat there quietly. They never responded to anything. People would stand up and give their comments, and she was writing the whole time. And then when citizens concerns, when everybody was done, she'd say, okay, plows, what time are they going out? And then the manager would
10:30.
answer. And then she'd say, okay, I heard a question about such and such, sir, do we have your email address? Yes, all right, they'll be in touch with you. And she'd like direct who was gonna be in touch. And she'd do a checklist of everything she heard from citizen concerns that required response. That worked very well out there in Dayton. Nobody generally ever took any consideration because the people that had raised things that they just wanted to be heard and said, she'd say, the rest of you, we've heard your concerns, we'll take it into consideration.
So she, in her position, she decided what needed follow-up.
Her and
she-
Shelley she would just take, and she'd be looking at the manager and running through the list. I mean, they'd already know who was gonna be responding to who.
She was also the boss.
She was running the
That was a different dynamic, right?
Well,
We are
I mean,
all
no,
the boss.
I mean, no, it's not
No,
a different dynamic.
It's still a strong mayor, I mean, it's not a strong mayor city. Dayton is a city manager form of government. Yeah. And she just,
Nan,
she was the chair of the,
she wielded her power a little bit.
she was the chair of the, I think Shelley would tell you
Yeah.
that they both did.
Oh, Shelley definitely.
But yeah,
In this example,
Yeah.
really quickly, like, you're like, well, yeah, but in this case, you're the council president, you're the chair, and so it's you. So,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
and so that's, that's what I'm saying, and I guess what I'm really trying to impress is that, we needed strong leadership, we still need strong leadership. And so, it was Nan writing the notes of who did what. It could be you writing down who said what. And then we'll respond when we respond. Or we don't, like I said, in Springfield, they don't even do that.
Yeah.
It is, at the top, it's understood. We are, the person that needs to hear from you is gonna hear from you tonight, and the person that needs to respond to you will be responding to you within a week or
Okay.
within, and
The
then.
the
Can I-
snowplow example, I would just say, there is value in responding in the moment, because there are things that, it benefits the public to have.
The
a
snowplow example, yeah.
response. Yeah, right, so there are items in your checklist, it's valuable to say, hey, Johnny, can you answer that question?
Right, that's a material thing,
Yeah.
right? The snowplow is a material thing, housing is not.
Yeah,
So that's how things could take priority, things that we have control over right now and we know exactly what's gonna happen. Yes, no, if it's a yes or a no, yes or no. If it's not a yes or a no, it's responsible for us to take a moment and step back away from the dais, think about the answer that we're gonna give, and then give the best answer after having a moment to reflect.
Yeah, I think there's a level of taking the ego out of it from all of us up here, is what you're kind of saying also. But then it really is, there are some black and white yes or no questions like the snowplow.
Yeah.
But really what it comes down to in Yellow Springs is most people want to feel heard,
Of course.
right? And so if there's a way to acknowledge their 3 minutes, yes, we've heard you, but we are not going to have a back and forth. That's what we're trying to avoid
Right.
here, is the back and forth.
And it really does, it's responsible of us to take a minute, to take a beat, and
Yeah.
reflect on the best answer to the question.
Yeah, and so.
So-
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just ask, so like when you give the example of, so it seems everybody's clear on if we have a yes, no answer that we can answer, and we can answer it. And I'd say we'll have to like look at each other to make sure that we're not, that same kind of way. Because sometimes a yes, no answer has its own complexity, actually. The other one, like, so you were talking about, oh, we know that on material things, like, but not on housing. So then what if it's a yes, what if it is a yes, no answer related to housing?
Hold up.
Yeah.
I need you to be more concise, because,
Okay,
yeah,
It's that point where.
point of order.
cool.
Right.
I'm just saying, what if the question is essentially a factual answer that is related to, so somebody's
Wind turbine.
coming, huh?
related to Windsor, like,
related to Windsor, and they're saying, somebody is up, and let's use this example. Somebody's saying, we have already passed a CRA. Is there any reason not to say, we have not passed a CRA? Or here is a reference to a
Hypothetical
material.
thing.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, I got
Hypothetical.
yeah.
No, I think you're aren't you talking about correcting misinformation?
Yeah, that's what that sounds like.
Yeah, and I'm just saying these things are I'm saying where's the line of what is
Right,
material?
and so here's my line.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a physical thing. A plow is a physical thing. When is Johnny gonna fix the doorknob, or when is Les gonna sweep the rugs in the, okay, we have an answer for that. That is a concrete thing that can happen. That is not an abstraction.
Okay.
So, and then to go back to what I maybe didn't say as well as I could, I like the idea about what Nan and what is the person's name did.
Shelley Dixie, the manager.
Yeah, that's fine. And also, in order to simplify things, at the top, thank you so much for showing up. Of course, we would like to engage with you. And also, we want to take a moment so that we can give you the best answer. We don't want to be on the fly answering these really complex questions. So because we don't want to be on the fly and we want to give you the best answer, we need to research, we need to take a step back a little bit, and the person and we will get back with you, or the person that the question applies to will get back with you in a matter of days, a week, or 3 days, or whatever it is, with an answer. And when
Yeah.
the snowplow's coming out, yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't know how I'm not communicating that.
Oh, no, I hear what you're saying. I just, is a question that has a very clear answer about a non-utilities issue also one that can or should be answered?
Can I have an example?
Well, like the CRA thing. Let's go back to the Nan example. If somebody got up and said, the city of Dayton should pass a CRA, and I can't believe you don't have one, she would have just been writing as they talked. And then at the end of citizen concern, she'd be like, and to the gentleman about the lack of a CRA, we have like 20 of them. And if you want more information, it's online or whatever. So she would answer questions that were answerable, tangible, not abstract, in the moment. At the end of all citizen, I mean, so it was.
So there's no
question
question that is a conversation or a back
None.
and forth. It's
No
like
one
there's a
expected
statement,
anything.
the citizens have made their statement, and now Nan has made her statement
Yep.
in response.
Yep.
And so that would be the chair's responsibility.
And then the reason I was saying, what I didn't like, what I have not liked in leadership in the past is when that ability to direct things is its own power move, basically.
But you're the president.
I understand that. I'm just trying to say, like, this is a way,
I get what you're saying.
I want us to agree on how this is gonna work. That's the, I don't, I'm saying.
About the aesthetic of unilateral decision-making
Yeah,
answer.
well, and more importantly than that, it's like, I don't want us to, yeah, exactly, it is, no, that's right. It's, I don't want to, in choosing which things we answer and how. I know, it definitely happened when Brian was here. It happens sometimes when Kevin here. It becomes a thing of whichever thing, the things that you decide, the village manager will get back to you, are elevated above the things that are not. Right? So I think what I'm hearing is, I think we're in, to try to close it up, I feel like I've got a bunch of notes of, and I'll try to write them up and send them, of kind of what the preamble is to citizen concerns. Where there's things like, I think everybody likes hey, this is for things that are not on the agenda, right? This is for things that.
Wait.
We don't do that anymore.
No.
Even though it's
Not
still in
doing
our
that anymore?
ordinance. We need
Yeah,
it's
because
in-
we just said we just
We
said.
we haven't done that for months
Yeah.
and months.
Yeah.
Well then, okay, so then let's come back to that. So then, please talk about new things or if something has already been said. I think I've heard everybody say that they like that sort of
Yep,
consolidation. That we're gonna try to get yes and no clear answers, things with clear answers. And then we wanna give you the best answer and hard to communicate on the fly. So there's a little sort of statement that we're gonna make before that tries to say, hey, we're hearing you. If we can answer a thing immediately, we'll do it, we'll try the Dayton thing.
At the end, yeah.
And then the way I'm thinking about this is, if I'm like, in 2 meetings, I'm like, but I really want to, and I have one other actual example I want to talk about, but if I'm like, hey, I think this isn't working, then I can bring it up in future agenda and say, hey,
Sure.
I'd like for us to talk about this a little bit more. Or if y'all feel like we should try the NAN thing, and then it's being wielded in the wrong way, then bring it up, and then let's talk about doing it differently.
I like a hybridization, and also, this is all, like the thing that I said about arguing and berating, it's, as the person that's been on the receiving end of that, it's really hard if you're calling a point of order and it's not being acknowledged because somebody wants to let everybody have a chance to speak.
Yeah,
But I'm being addressed directly,
yeah,
and I'm being addressed directly on
Yeah.
more than one occasion, and no one on the body said, hey, don't do that,
yeah,
except for me.
heard,
I said, address the body.
yeah.
And then that person, got themselves together. But with if we have some steadfast rules,
Yeah.
then no one's going to be opened up to that kind of behavior, subjected to that kind of behavior. And I don't want that for anybody. I
Yeah.
don't want that for any of you guys.
And honestly, we didn't ever really talk about it. And so as you're saying, like looking at the Robert's rules and then talking about it, we didn't do that in the last 2 years. And to
No.
honest to God, I didn't really know what the, what those words meant in that moment and what the expectation of the response was. And I think it's crystal clear right now. And I can't imagine anybody would disagree that we should
Yeah.
stop that.
Right.
Let me ask the one other scenario I want to ask about, and actually the not on the agenda thing brings up the way we discussed the Short Street thing, which is relevant to this too. But let me give the one other example. So the one that I always think about is when Marsha Walgren came in. And this is, for me, this is the first business owner who ever came in to talk about Short Street, and she's saying, here is what's happening to my business, right? The thing that I instinctively go back to is there are different bodies that handle these things different ways. For me, the legislative body I spent the most time around was the state legislature, where in committees, it is totally common for there to be questions from anyone on the committee of anyone who is testifying. And that's where a lot of the learning and discussion happens in the process of making laws, right? So my natural instinct if somebody's up here that I actually want to know more from them, is to say, well, tell me about that. How did you arrive that it was because of Short Street and not because of the weather? This is a person who came to talk to us about a thing, and I would like to know. Am I the only one who wants to do that?
That's
Yeah.
that's what it is. You wanted to know.
Yeah.
You wanted to know. You didn't say, hey, does the body want to hear about this?
Okay,
You wanted
so-
to know. So in that instance, I think that it would be a better way to deal with something like that is to be like, you know what, Marsha, I'm going to get with you. I'm going to, you know what, I will, because I want to know more about a thing, I will ask you more about your personal business, and if it was the business versus the closing of Short Street.
Yeah. Is that how the rest of y'all feel about it? The reason I'm trying to figure, because I think my concern is this piece about being heard, is that when there's very little back and forth ever, and it's all through one person, or you're going to hear, I'm trying to figure out how do we more clearly create an environment where people are feeling heard?
Yes.
And so,
I mean,
it's
by stating it, and then by making yourself, I make myself, and I'm trying to not do this as much, I make myself available. People get on Facebook, and I'm like, hey, I just saw this thing, you could have called me directly, and people call me directly, people email
Yeah.
me directly. And I know that not everybody feels comfortable with that, but, what I'm saying is, that would be the time where you would engage with her and say, you know what, I got you, and I'm gonna reach out to you. Instead of it, because it kind of devolved into, we became villains. It devolved into, it devolved into our not,
I don't think that
Well,
exchange did.
what- Okay. I mean, yeah, so it devolved after that. It did, then it was like, saying all this, I said what I said. It devolved. And in town, council got, we became the villains and staff became the villains because now this person's business is contingent on whether on what, you know what I mean? It got personal. It got tricky and personal.
Yeah, and I guess I'm saying, I know, I'm just trying to figure out which part of that is because of the exchange and which part of that is because of many other parts of the process. But here's
If we remove.
Can I interject
Yeah,
something?
please.
I want to draw a couple quick distinctions. First of all, you talk about being in front of in the State House and when people are testifying, right? When a body, even this body, is taking testimony, responsive questioning of who's speaking to you is always appropriate.
When do we take
The only
testimony?
time you're really taking testimony is when you've gone into a public hearing.
Okay.
And so when you say, I am opening this public hearing, on the average ordinance, nobody's gonna get up and have anything to say. Usually on a zoning ordinance, right? If you're deciding on a PUD for Windsor, right? And that's a bad example because it might only be subdivisions or PUD. One of them comes to council and one doesn't. But let's say you've got a big zoning issue in front of you on an ordinance and you have opened the public hearing, right? And you've got person after person after person standing up and saying, traffic issues, infrastructure issues. This is great for the community because our schools need kids, blah, blah, blah. And you say, I want to know more about that. Dig into that deeper. That is a perfectly appropriate response to the citizen standing in front of you talking, because you're in a public hearing capacity, and you, as the adjudicator, as the decision makers, should be taking all of that in. Contrast that to your, not to diminish it, but your average citizen concerns moment, right? Which is just people coming to speak their mind on any topic to council. I think that's where Carmen is saying, there's got to be somewhere, like we can't necessarily sit up here all evening saying, well, I want to know more about this, or I want to know more about this during citizen concerns.
You're a wonderful translator. I need you everywhere.
But
Well,
for the
because
record,
when he said
the Marcia
testifying,
thing
that's
happened
when-
in a public hearing, right?
Well, but hold on, but now
Or
let
in
me
a
go.
new business?
But now let me go back to Short Street. What you have coming up on Short Street is by no means a public hearing, but the
Yeah.
way you've structured it is going to mimic that. I mean, that's the capacity that you're gonna be in. So from where I sit, I would expect council members to be in that Short Street discussion, to be responsive to citizens that are here speaking, business owners or whoever, and say, well, I wanna know more about that detail. Did you really lose that, whatever, in the month of November, or whatever they're saying to you?
Well, I mean, are you gonna, I mean, that's, yeah, and also, like, who's digging around in somebody's books? Like, that's, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, no, and that's part of the reason I was bringing it up is because to me,
So the
and this is
distinction
not
being-
obviously about Marcia at all.
Yeah.
Just to be super clear, I'm just trying to figure out. So I think maybe the question on the table is Carmen is very clear, and I'm hearing the idea of, hey, and assuming that it sounded like you agreed on the public hearings part, where you could imagine a back and forth on a public hearing, not a back and forth, but a question.
Answer.
And we're all agreeing we do not want to get into back and forths per se, but a question and answer on a public hearing, generally not, and other than a yes/no with a NaN hybrid on the citizen concern. Does that, Sanai, Angie, Stephanie, haven't heard from you on this. Does that sound about right to you?
Well, and
Or are
one
you
final
thinking-
thought on that.
Yeah.
With the Short Street thing, for example, just like a public hearing, you are all driving towards a decision. On an ordinance, you have to decide at the end of the closing of the public hearing whether you're going to vote yes or no. On Short Street, theoretically, at the end of all of that, you guys are deciding yes or no. You have to make a vote. And you're not deciding anything in citizen concerns. You're not voting. There's no decision item in front of you. So that's where I think I see the distinction.
Does that resonate with you, Carmen?
Mm-hmm.
What are y'all thinking?
I feel fine.
You feel good with that outcome?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well,
I
and
think it's
just,
still a little bit vague, but in general, yes.
Well, I think it requires an education process of citizen
Like-
concerns is really to listen. And it's like an introduction, like somebody has a concept, an idea, a passion, and they're introducing it. If somebody from council is also interested and curious and
Follow
potentially
up
want to
with
work up, follow up with them. And
Yeah.
then if there is going to be a decision to be made into the future, that's going to come back for a public hearing.
Yeah.
Or something like
Or a
Short
decision
Street.
item.
Or we
Yeah.
need to describe it in a term where like this type of conversation means there is question and answer.
Judy, can we hear from you? I think that you're about to say something.
Well, I mean, I'm just, same thing as, you haven't had too many people who were really off the deep end of late, but you certainly have in the past. And it is so important to respond consistently to people, because otherwise, you know, it's happened in the past. You get somebody who's really off the deep end coming up talking about something, and they're very intense, and they want a response, and they get the hook.
Yeah.
And then somebody comes up and they're talking about something that you're interested in, engaged in, people want to know about, and they get all kinds of back and forth and this and that, and sidewalks come to mind. It looks completely different. People are getting treated very differently.
Doesn't look good.
It just shouldn't happen. If I come up and tell you all the fabulous good works that I have done on behalf of the village, I should get a thank you for letting us know. Next. I hate you and you all suck wildly.
Thank you for
Thank you
letting
for
us know.
letting us know. You know, that is it. Thank you for letting us know, because I am going to give your thoughts equal consideration.
That's what these
That's
rules are
that.
about.
And everyone who gets up should understand that their thoughts are getting equal consideration with other people. Because unless we can answer you, thank you for letting us know your thoughts. Done. And if there's follow-up to be had, then yes, the Nan Whaley thing at the end. If there's a quick, yes, the plows are going out at 2 is my understanding. Done.
And I would just say that just this is where, I think maybe we could just get a thing where if you know, hey, I can answer that, let's just write it on a little Post-it. Because I also want to get into like directing and saying, you're going to answer that one, right? When you're like, that is a person who is, that's going to lead me down a hole, anyway. So I think we'll figure that out. So I think we're in the same ballpark here. I feels like there's a plan, and then if it feels like we need to change the plan, then we bring it up in future agenda and spend some time talking about it.
What did everyone think about what Judy had to say?
I think that's my thoughts during this is like with you saying like no is an answer or we don't know, like those kind of things, because again, people do want to be acknowledged. And if you're saying, hey, I'm going to follow up with you, you know, and then the next person gets up, you know, and they don't get a, hey, we'll follow up with you, you know, then that's when they're going to feel unheard, you know, and that kind of thing. So I agree. I like the hybrid method, you know, like that you suggested, but I also think that those non-answer answers are still going to, you know, make people feel heard and equal, you know, that they were all, you know, because as an observer, I saw that, you know, like I would see the former president react differently and, you know, be very playful. You know, if it was a pleasantry, he was all about it. And if it felt abrasive, you know, then that person left feeling unheard, you know. So I think that, you know,
Yeah.
I think that it's important to, and I don't know who's, you know, like, oh, I'll take this one, you know, that kind of thing. But I think that each, you know, if you're gonna, you know, you got 10 people that spoke and you're gonna follow up with 4 of them, you know, then those other 6 people, you know, I mean, I don't know, you know, I don't know the answer
Yeah.
to that, but in real time, picking and choosing who's gonna get a response.
But to
I
be
think
clear,
it's
I think
gonna
what I'm
have
hearing
some
is
people-
essentially equal, you've been heard, non-answers
Yeah.
during citizen concerns, with trying out a little Nan approach of then saying, here's some things we know that came up, we can answer those things, now we're gonna move on. In public hearings, generally keeping the same approach, but acknowledging that there can be a question of a person who is asking. This gets to the thing we started to deal with around Short Street, and this, what I think I've heard from from everyone in the running and then in our early conversations, is that the best way, this isn't the way I would handle it if it was up to me, but I hear the body of what everybody wants to do, and then I'm hoping that the best way that we're gonna eliminate the lack of communication or the lack of feeling heard is that we're gonna have good memos, we're gonna have good amounts of time on the agenda for conversations, and that when something like Short Street comes up and we acknowledge, so we're, fair warning, I don't know if you looked, I can't remember if we sent the agenda out or not, we're talking about an hour presentation on Short Street at the next meeting, and then expecting that there's gonna be I think there'll probably be multiple people who want to come talk, right, as part of the response. And so we're saying, let's create the space for there to be 3 minutes on the topic, and then we will all talk about it afterwards. Hopefully we don't very often come upon things that need that much time and space, because they haven't gotten to that point. And then that's the way that people are going to feel heard structurally, is that we just communicate up front more, so there's not as much of that need where that tension feels like it builds up, that in that citizen concern or on that topic, the lack of response feels like an addition to the, non-responsiveness of the council or something.
Well, and this is a little bit off to the side, but, we could sort of use some of Elise's talents in a way. Short Street's a little bit of a different setup, but since we're allowing comment there and you are gonna make a decision on it, she's done a good job in the past of siloing responses, and then, when it closes and comes back to council, or it's for the next decision, to be able to say, okay, comments fell into about 4 different categories, and they were this, this, and this. You had 3 people who wanted this because of that. You had to, who can sort of give you those in a more sanitized version, and then council's got this data to be able to say, okay, so now we're making our decision, and we've got these sorts of responses, knowing that this is this % of the entire population, however.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, I think we're on the same page. We're going to do one other quick thing and then take a break. So the agenda process, so I think we've kind of already covered this. So you put things on the agenda, primarily future agenda. Worst case, in between, at which point there is president, vice president, agency in the process. If you want something to get then full bore hearing, then bring it future agenda. Any questions about how to get things on the agenda? I didn't really understand how to do it for like a year, so I just want to make sure everybody's really clear.
There is, and I will say, this is something that's happened in the past. Mickey, from whoever the representative she represents, contacts me and says, hey, it's that time of year again, I need to come give 3 minutes to council on all the benefits they have of being represented by such and so. And I go, yep, here you are on this. And I put her in under announcements, because we have those, Greene County, hey, we got this levy up, we need 3 minutes. Yep, here you go. Because those are very standard, they stick to their time, it's public information, basically. But I always run them past council president. I can include vice president, but they're usually like, yes, go ahead, put it on. If council president says, no, we don't have time, then I'll move that person to another meeting, that's rare. But like those, I do throw on, because they're legit announcements.
We did get into a little bit, especially the second half of last year, like if you talked to somebody on council before, then
Oh my God,
then
please.
somebody would be like, hey, this person's here, can they come up and speak? So we're going to really try to stop doing that, and just that, like, somebody from an organization or, an effort, an event would talk to somebody on council and say, hey, can I come in and talk during announcements? And they would say yes. And then, and actually, maybe we'll just ask a question. Do we want to let that happen? I think the best thing is run it through Judy so that we know if there are things, rather than, because then what's happened is sometimes they'll talk for 5 or 7 minutes, and then it becomes like a thing that you don't seemingly want to replicate.
Yeah,
but
so if someone approaches you about any sundry item, then say, hey, Judy, this person talked to me about this, and they're thinking about they maybe want a few minutes. What do you think?
Yep, great.
Yeah.
Or have them just contact me, because
Yeah.
most of the time, I'm gonna tell them citizen concerns.
Yeah.
Everybody's got that
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Great, yeah.
The hijacking, you can see my face when I'm like,
Yeah.
Well, they
what
can't.
is happening?
Yeah.
They can't. We can't.
Yeah, maybe we guys
Put a
can.
Amir.
screen here, just Judy's face
Yeah,
on the
Amir.
screen.
I can feel
I have
your, I can
people I
feel
lay
your
off.
face. I can feel it.
The last thing before doing a little break is the executive session. So this is another one I want to get clear on how we get in or how we don't. So to be clear, as this is the way I understand it, based on, I think, finally getting it, if you want to call an executive session, the only way that you can get into executive session is to have 3 of 5 people vote for that executive session. So that it has to come up at a meeting, and somebody says, hey, I'd like us to go into executive session for this thing, and usually you would talk to the solicitor or the clerk to figure out what the legal language is of whether you can or cannot get in there, and then 2 other people have to vote for it.
Is that,
The way-
is that right?
Mostly.
Because I think that might contradict with something that I was told.
I mean, I ask for executive session from time to time in agenda planning.
This is the way that it doesn't happen, that we should go over, that happens practically.
The way, yes, is
So
I,
practically is like, Johnny realizes there's an issue that's related to property that we're allowed to talk about, and the assumption, and then what has happened functionally is, then Johnny says to agenda planning, hey, I think we need to add an executive session for this thing. And 95% of executive sessions, I think, are sort of agreed upon in that kind of way. Amy realizes there's an issue, Johnny realizes there's an issue, they come to agenda planning and we say, okay, cool, we expect that's gonna happen. Where it got clunky is when somebody on council wants to have a conversation, executive session, that the agenda planning leadership and/or the staff does not totally agree, or that there isn't total alignment. And so I'm just trying to make sure we're okay with the former practice. Everybody okay with the idea of staff coming and president and vice president in the context of agenda planning, putting things on to executive session if there's a agreement that the staff issue necessitates a executive session? That's what's happening practically, right?
You're talking about in that meeting.
yeah.
You
No, like that we would
In agenda
decide at
planning.
agenda planning, that's what
Okay,
usually
agenda
often
planning,
happens,
that's
and
what
that way you
usually
know
happens.
that at the next meeting you gotta come an hour early.
I
right?
have never been sitting in a council meeting and had somebody ask for an executive session that I didn't know was coming. I've always had advance notice. And the only council member it happened a couple of times where Trish requested a few exec sessions, but she would have called me in advance and said, I'm going to ask for an executive session at this next meeting. Because if I get caught by surprise or in the moment, or Judy does, if we don't have the right language in front of us, executive sessions are very formulaic, and you have to do them exactly the way they're spelled out by law. And if you don't, it's an invalid and illegal executive session. So I have to know about it in advance. The only reason why I wouldn't know about it in advance, if you would want to surprise an executive session or make one that you didn't want me to know about necessarily, would probably be then about the appointment of the solicitor, and that certainly does happen. In which case, it's just appointment of a public official, and Judy has all that language.
Okay, so in the past, an individual council member has reached out to you directly and said, we need an executive session, and then we had an executive session.
So I can be very, well,
what-
not exactly,
well,
'cause
But the second part of my question is, so in the past, so Trish was the example that you used, that's an individual council member calling for an executive session. What I hear you proposing is that, and they happened. So one council member calls for an executive session and reaches out to solicitor.
That's
and the
not
exec-
enough.
It's not
I don't think we ever
Wait a
did
minute,
that.
And then we have and then the executive session is put on, and then it's like 3 other council members. But so what you're proposing is that 3 council members agree to the obviously, and in agenda planning.
No.
And
What
I
I'm
should
saying-
let me go
What's
back to that Trish example for a second.
Okay.
To be fair,
'Cause that-
she had been saying, let's have an executive session for months.
Okay.
And she'd talked to Kevin about it. Let's have an executive session, and it never came to fruition, and it never got on the agenda. At some point, I got a phone call. I'm gonna ask for it tonight. I want you to be aware. And so it wasn't that like she and I merrily agreed, let's put this onto the agenda. It was her saying, I'm gonna ask to make a motion to go into executive session tonight and see if I get 3 votes. And I need you to be aware so that you can legally be prepared with the right language, is how that played out. So it wasn't so much like one member of council can just announce, let's do one tonight.
Yeah.
That's not how it's supposed to go at all.
No, it was an
Right.
evolving process.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna happen that way now, because if Gavin has shown us anything today, it's that he is taking his role as president of this council extremely seriously and will be diligent about how these things are planned and how they're placed on agendas. So if there's a situation, and if you want, I can send you by email the exact like 9 reasons under Ohio law where you can go into an executive session. They're not all relevant to you as a board. Generally, the ideas are purchase and sale of real estate. We can always go into an exec session for that. And personnel issues. So appointment of a public official or hiring of an employee, terminations, things like that, that can always go in. And then litigation. If we're actually in litigation, in court, sued or being sued, suing or being sued, we can always go into exec session on that.
Yeah.
So it's not just, let's go into exec session to talk about something privately. It has to be one of those
Yeah.
enumerated reasons.
And complain
so
against
the
a
o-
public official.
The only reason I'm
Is it
just trying to bring this up because I hope we don't ever have this scenario. But I
Absolutely.
just don't want there to be some, there wasn't clarity on this before, and that was part of what made it clunky. And I feel like at least one council member didn't feel heard because of the way, and so I just, super clearly, so if you want to call an executive session, you should always reach out to Amy is the good you should always reach out to Amy to give a heads up. That then you could bring, if you know that it's going to be in advance, bring it up in future agenda like anything else. If not, you're going to have to bring it up at the meeting, and there would be 2 other people that have to vote with you. We'll still, assuming everybody's okay with it, we would still take recommendations from staff and assume that the agenda planning group could agree that those are good things. But that if you just call, one person calls Amy or one person calls Angie or I, that's not enough.
Right,
Yeah.
That's not how we're deciding.
yes,
So I just want to be clear on that.
yes,
Yeah.
good, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Just, and this may seem like a silly question, but if someone, say, myself, I say, hey, I want to call for an executive session. Do you have to share why?
Yes.
Like you haven't mentioned that, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You
Yeah,
have to
so that
say
we can
why.
be sure we're
Right.
squarely
Allowed
under
to.
That it's
one of the allowed
that
reasons.
it's a legit
Yeah.
reason to do
9
so.
rules.
And
Yeah.
can you have an executive session with 4 people?
Yeah, you definitely can.
Yeah.
You can't,
it with 3.
yeah, you can have it with
Yeah,
3.
so you can have one
Many
with
times.
absences, you can have one?
Yep, even with
Yeah.
absences, you can have one, sure. And there, for whatever
I'm just curious.
reason, I don't feel like this is a council that uses them a lot. Some councils use them all the time, constantly in and out of executive session, but here, really, we just don't. I do think it's part of the characteristic or the general idea out here that everything is done in the open.
Yeah.
And so when we do have one, it's usually, we know well in advance that we're gonna be having it. And, I had suggested the possibility of using one to go over to the PPM, because we could technically get that into an executive session, and I think the general idea on staff was, there's no need to do that. Like, let's just hammer this out in an open meeting. We don't need to be going behind closed doors to talk about our personnel manual, which is fine, and probably a really good choice.
Okay. We're gonna do a break, but just hopefully the consistent takeaway here is if you're seeing something that feels off about how we're working, like, bring it up. And then that way we can, and I really think the sooner that we identify issues and then agree on how to approach it, it's gonna make our lives so much easier throughout. Almost everything I brought up today is something that has been clunky over the past few years, and so I'm trying to get it clarified and agreed so that there's a fair, level playing ground that we're all working from.
Declunked.
Declump, we'll see. We'll see.
Declump.
There's always gonna be new stuff, but, okay. Can we do 10-minute break? Is that cool? So we don't cut too much in? So, 3:10, and then we'll see if we can, finish up by 4. We'll finish by 4. It just,
I think it's out there.
we might have some stuff that's more hanging around. ready?
We still have a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh!
It depends on what time, I don't know.
Yeah, it does. That clock's.
That clock's
yeah.
behind. This is like the national, international respected clock.
It's the Gavin call.
No, it's the clock, I think all of our.
Greenwich.
All of our phones are on the same numbers. Okay. Okay. So we're into village values and strategy screens. So this is kind of like the like beginning phase of moving toward goals. So Judy put it in the packet, the way that the resolution looked last year, right?
And it
Goal setting
just
for-
always has looked.
Has
since
always
we
looked this
started
way?
doing it. Yeah.
So basically, these values are there's 6 values that are sort of listed, and then the goals are what came after it. So we were trying to like see if we could check in about the values now, and then we'll really focus on the goals, and then the housing chunk are the 2 things that are on that work session agenda at this point for that second meeting in February. So I think the question is just, does anybody have any questions or ideas for changes on the 6 values as they are articulated currently? Is everybody with me? Like obviously we're all pulling it up. So just if you want, maybe we'll just take a second and skim over them. I don't know if people made notes before, but if I remember correctly, in just this last year, I don't think we made any changes to them,
You did not.
to the values. So just for whatever it's worth, they've gone through other iterations, but this last year, no changes.
Oh, here, thank you.
It starts with deep in decision-making process, that chunk is what I'm looking at.
I mean, you could kill the word active on value 1 because
Yeah.
it's,
I move to strike the word value on value 1. I mean, active, not value. Not value. Strike the word active on value 1.
I mean, that could be sedentary and I still want to be heard.
So I had a question about value 2. There is not, because there isn't like an HR person, is there a strategy for diverse, like hiring, ensuring diversity in hiring?
There is an HR person,
Who's not in-house?
Shared services.
Well, we did, I mean,
Or at least
assistant-
does, okay.
Yes.
it's a combo of Elise and shared resource center, and then the previous council kind of made a note that in 6 months we would check in about how HR was going. So I think it would be worth us considering, so it's on my list of like things to bring up in a future agenda at some point.
So yeah, Jessie Lytle has been our HR director, so I'd say she's really like the director, and then I'm more of like the on-site manager.
Okay.
So her and I work quite closely together on any HR issues.
Okay, so I guess the question is there an active strategy for achieving diversity in hiring?
We do. We actively put it out in different areas. I mean, we gotta have people apply. So that's the big thing is, and we hire for the best for the position.
Okay, so is there a written strategy
There's nothing
for
written.
diversity in the?
We're just
Okay.
proactive in doing it. We put it at all the colleges, all the local high schools, we put it on our website, we put it on Indeed, and we pick the best applicant.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that stood out to me just with my experience in working with diversity and equity issues is if we're gonna say it, there should be a real intentional plan about what that means. and what diversity we're referring to. If we're gonna use that word, we should really have a clear goal. And so I know that just in the nonprofit context of, we want our board to be 30% of the community we represent, or I worked at an Asian American nonprofit in Columbus, so that meant we wanted our staff to represent the communities that we were working with. So I don't know what that means in terms of municipal hiring, but I'm curious.
I mean, I
It
think
means we
that's-
need a lot of older white folks. So, I mean.
If we're representing our community.
Correct.
I mean, I get, yes, and also, you know, how do I guess a question for you is, how do municipalities handle that? Like, are there other examples of, there have to be other examples of, like, actually on the books, how they, but then, when does that, for the government, when does that, I mean, you can.
Become
I get-
problematic?
Yeah, become problematic. And for me, it's like, if people are not applying, if a diverse population is not applying, then, you know, does the village go and recruit? Like, what is that, like, what does that look like, you know?
I've never seen a municipality that had a particular policy on point about diversity hire.
Sure.
Sure. We could ask the city.
But we're running the risk of looking like, we only advertise at Central State and Wilberforce. We only advertise at, like, what do you, like, this has always been a thing for me.
Then we don't need to say it, is my
Yeah.
opinion, is like, we
Right.
could be a model employer and focus on employee retention and blah, blah, blah. Like, to me, it's just like, use that word if there's meat behind it.
But
if
what
there-
would, okay, so I guess something that if you wouldn't mind putting together something, like, I know that you don't know about, like, the municipality piece, but what does that look like to you? You know what I mean? What's the meat in that word to you?
So diversity, but that could be like age diversity. We want to make sure that, you know, there's different ages represented. But I mean, I'm not attached to that. I just, you know, somebody wrote that, and I want to understand like what they meant when it was written, or when it was, you know, stated as a value. I think everything else in that value makes total sense.
I'll jump in on that.
Yeah.
Like, and again, I don't know if this applies to this, but in general, when we do like DEI hiring, training, retention program, it's not just the applicant part, like that's the first, the in your face, like, oh, we're not getting people, but it's like, in interviews, how are we structuring our questions so that they're not predetermined biases when you're interviewing, right? How are we doing DEI training internally so that then you're creating the culture from within? Then I think there's some of that, like, actively working to achieve diversity. It's the programming that comes in. What goes out is like the final portion, like the part, or we can even switch it around. It's the first portion, even if you want to say that. Whether we get 50 older, you know, white males only who achieve, we still are going through these level of questions that should be fair based off of every ethnic group or socioeconomic group. So yeah, it's a little bit more, I think, like what you're saying is this is like lofty sounding versus the meat, if that makes more sense. Like whenever we would do like interviews, we would make sure that like every question, or maybe not every, that might be extreme, but the questions were geared towards like, hey, if I ask you, talk about your most recent supervisor, not to tiptoe around it, but it'd be like, hey, let's talk about, you know, discrimination practices against you. Let's talk about all these things so that you feel comfortable, so that they know that this is a welcoming community, a welcoming diverse group organization.
Employer.
And so that could be something that could go, like, I mean, I'm sure that what's her name, Jessie? That's a Jessie tweaking thing, maybe? I mean, she's got the expertise.
I would say that you all be very surprised of how the interviews are set up and determined. I don't even see them anymore until the second interview, if they make it past the first one.
Okay.
But there's normally, whoever is department is there with Jesse and with Elise, and there is preset questions that every one of them get asked.
Sure.
There is, how do you feel safe about filing a complaint? Or
Uh-huh.
if you have a problem with your supervisor, how would you address it and stuff like that. So I think
Okay.
It could, I mean, you could tweak the language to some extent to say something more like, be a model employer actively working to maintain a diverse workforce, high employee retention, and provide excellent services. Because, I mean, that's what you're after, but it doesn't say you've got to achieve diversity in hiring, because that is really frickin' difficult to do. It's very difficult to attract candidates and then maintain those candidates when they can grab a higher dollar in another municipality, because it's their ticket, man.
Exactly. Yeah, completely.
And yeah, part of it for me is like, in value 3, you're talking about, you're giving actually a more comprehensive definition, I think, of diversity, right? That's like kind of more comprehensive.
So do we want to change that like, I mean, we don't have to do it right now, but is that a thing that we change that language?
Oh, yeah, you can change that language.
Okay, so we could say,
Did
work,
we- oh, go ahead.
what did you say, Judy?
So I
something
said, be a
like-
model employer actively working to maintain a diverse workforce.
To maintain diversity in hiring and employee retention? Or
No,
what do you
just
think?
maintain a diverse workforce, high retention, and provide excellent services.
Oh, that's a whole, yeah, I like that. So we can change that.
You change that.
Okay, so I think we would do this when we were
Yeah.
gonna do values. I think we were talking about maybe not doing it the next meeting because it was so full, and then moving those to the one after that.
So can we put a
So
pin in that?
can we just do like, Judy will do a red line that'll go in the packet, and then if you don't like the red line, we can do what we're doing here, but just
Yeah, I just want to
public,
know.
we're
if we
getting
could-
close this time, so we'll probably change number
Just
one,
making sure that we put a
some
pin in
kind of
that
edit on number
language.
2. Okay, other ones?
For what it's worth while we're looking through this, the city of Dayton, I was trying to find the report that had been run on the fire department there, because they'd had some issues with DOJ and disparate impact in hiring, and they made changes and tried to do targeted recruiting and all of that, and at least the report that came, this is about 7 years old, was that their demographics were no different than they were in 1965.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it comes down to the pool of applicants, but,
Right.
And it gets a little different when you're talking about collective bargaining too, because you got testing and all that kind of stuff, but it's a challenge, that's for sure.
So we're on
So
4?
I think we're just caught on, like, if there's any other ones that jump out. I'll just say, like, so that, I think this would be, like, if you wanted to talk about this more in terms of, like, actualizing, so, what I heard Judy doing was making it so the value felt more in line with the reality. And then I think the dynamic becomes, if anyone, I suppose on staff or on council, wants to pursue something more in this realm, then it would be future agenda, right? You would be, bring it up, say, bring your case of what, of the work that you want to do toward it, right?
I think you should make a little sign.
Future agenda, yeah.
People want to bring something up, you could
I
just
think I might,
hold up your sign.
That's the name of your new punk rock band.
Future, that's awesome.
Oh.
You mean
Trivia night, trivia night.
Yeah, the bodies.
Did you say
That's
we're
great.
the one?
The one,
No, I
the
could-
bodies.
I'll also say, give it some thought, because career night at the high school, going to talk to kids at the high school, that is your population of people to talk to about, you could be making freaking bank as an electrician working for the village. You can get your training at the Career Center for free. Talk to me if you're interested in that. That kind of stuff, because diversity anymore, getting a local kid is worth its weight in gold, and we don't get a lot of them because they tend to move on
So we're
bigger and better.
we're
But
gonna canvass the
if
career
you're
center.
hitting them early,
Does that happen at the high school? Is
Does what
PD
happen?
that kind of conversation?
We don't go there and have those conversations. There are career nights, there's
Oh.
college
That's a
nights,
good idea.
there's all
Career
kinds of
center,
stuff. So
career
if you
center,
if you got in with the college counselor and said, or the career counselor at the high school and said, hey, we'd like to come in when you do a thing and just have a little conversation.
Yeah, there's a really high
I'm
rate of
surprised
high
we
school
don't.
kids at the computer center this year too.
Career nights, yeah.
Okay, cool. So we got some ideas. If anybody wants to pursue it, you've got some ideas. Any other values,
I mean, that's a
discussion, or ideas for change, questions or ideas for changes?
So on 6, intentionally promote anti-racism, inclusion, equity, and accessibility through all policies. I think we're doing okay on most of these, and on the accessibility part, and it's happened a couple times where someone will bring up an active transportation thing or a sidewalk thing, or why do we need to replace this thing, or what's it? It's because that's the accessibility part, and it's, I mean, all this other stuff is, I don't want to say it's easy, but all these other things we think about all the time, but the thing that we don't think about is accessibility. We have businesses that, when I was working in retail, I would bring things down the steps. Oh, I need to see this Breyer horse. Okay, I'll be right back. Or I need to see this, I really want to see this glass bong in there that my friend blew. Out, out onto the street I would come, because, we don't have, the businesses are the businesses. But what the village can control, we should make sure that, that everything we touch has we're looking at through an accessibility lens. Especially when we talk about infrastructure, and obviously our buildings, but we need to keep that in first mind, I think.
So maybe what I was thinking, change is take out the word all and put village, because we don't have control over all policies, and that is a
Yep.
frickin' broad statement.
Yeah.
But village policies, procedures,
We have
and
control
processes.
over that.
Cool. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to use the accessibility one as like a bridge to the strategy screen thing, because I think this is used in lots of strategy screens are used, and we were talking about this on agenda planning, so I put the definition of it at the beginning of the agenda. But I think it's becoming increasingly popular for organizations of all kinds to use strategy screens, and I thought it was worth us sort of checking in about. I've been pretty vocal consistently that there are some screens that I'm kind of using individually, and I guess sort of checking in to see. So for example, on the accessibility piece, we were talking recently about the memos and what's considered, and as we go into goals, do we want to sort of ask ourselves the question, and let's just use accessibility first, but there could be any number of screens. We could have, right now we have none, but we could have a question where we say, hey, is this policy going to increase accessibility, or is it going to decrease accessibility, or do we think it has no impact? The most, I think, popular use of this is that Ibrahim Kendi wrote this book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, and basically says, hey, every piece of policy is either moving you toward a more anti-racist, policy landscape and outcomes, or less. That everything has some impact. So I'm just opening up the discussion around strategy screens. If I had more time before this meeting, the thing, and I think Judy had said, I had planned on putting together a memo. I think there's sort of I think all of us have some idea of sort of the vision we have for the capital V village and the lowercase v village. And so then we're trying to figure out, are the things that we spend time on, and this goes back to the stop, start, continue, in their totality, are they moving us toward the vision, or are they not? And so I've brought up these ones around housing affordability, around racial diversity, and around median age, because I think I've heard pretty vocally, pretty loudly from lots of people in the community, there's a desire to have a different trend line on those dynamics. And so that any one thing you do might not be notably toward that thing, but if the totality of all the things you do aren't moving you in that direction, or are actually going to move you in the opposite direction, which is what has been happening. For decades we have been changing in the wrong direction on those questions. So I was just sort of throwing it out there. It's been helpful for me, and I wonder to what degree it would be of interest or helpful to others, and that if we might sort of collectively, like when I was looking at our goals last year, I'm looking at our goals and then I'm running through these things, and I'm like, are these things moving us in this direction? And that's helpful for me to kind of get a sense of, are we trying to bend that trend in the way that we want? So it's just a question to bring up to see if other people, I listed them in my memo, some of the ones that I've brought up and then other ones that I've heard. Accessibility would be another kind of example of the kind of thing we could more consciously, systematically ask the question. You know, we could put it in memos, we could make it a topic. But I don't know, just was wondering how does that resonate for people, or are there things that you would like to, sort of consider in that way?
So how does that affect, I mean, it's just thought, but how does that affect sidewalk policy? There are those who would say, get out there with your dang tweezers and pull every weed, because otherwise you are not an accessible community, because I can't roll my, given the reality that most people don't travel in medical wheelchairs, I'm just gonna point that out. But if we return sidewalks to homeowners, is that better? Is it worse? How does it work? Council hasn't had that full conversation. It's mostly been, in order to be fair and accessible, village needs to handle sidewalks. Also, village, here's $50,000 a year to fix all the sidewalks. Those two things do not go together. They don't. So getting realistic about, well, all right, we need to be more accessible, so how much money can we spend? Who takes responsibility for it? How does it, it's just, I'm saying it is a lot.
Accessibility, like, I mean, I have so much to say about this, but I'm gonna crash out. The tweezers to the sidewalk thing, that's not what it is. I mean, that's what it is for some people, but, you know, being a person who has, you know, been in relationships with people who are non-ambulatory, who do use wheelchairs and assistive devices, we're not horrible, but we could be better. And we've taken care of a lot of it. But we have to think about that. Like, are we going to spend money? Is that important to us as a body to make sure that we spend money on sidewalks and infrastructure, especially new projects, when we have matching grants to do it? So, I don't know.
And the real hard part is that then, you know, we often, without talking about it, we prioritize one, you know, sort of, one priority of what kind of, so to use the value 6, like which thing do you prioritize? So with the money that you have, do you do things that are, so for example, we just talked about, we could do some more, you spend more money and do more work around diversity in hiring and, you know, creating a different organizational culture, to try to make effort in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could spend some more money on sidewalks or other forms of, other places where accessibility related to disabilities, particularly for non-ambulatory people. Of course, there's many other kinds of disabilities that we could figure out how to balance. So functionally, we're making decisions about how we prioritize based on how we spend, right? So I think I'm just wondering, like, are there, without getting into the specifics of whether to do an accessibility strategy screen, it's like, is it helpful to sort of name our top priorities? You see how that's different than values and different than goals, right? So I'm just trying to me there feels like there's like a missing piece there of name what your priorities are that the goals should be serving. In the absence especially of a strategic plan, right? Eventually, hopefully, have a plan where the vision is codified and clarified. In between time, do we want to try to make a more conscious effort to have policies that are addressing median age? I don't know. I'm wondering whether that's the kind of thing that people feel like is important.
I think sorry. Do you think it's kind of like a vision statement that you're getting at with this, with the strategy screens, or do you think that a vision statement and strategy screens are different?
I think they're interrelated, and that's why I
Okay.
wish that I had time to put together a vision statement first, to be able to say, hey, here's the vision that I'm imagining that I think is an amalgamation of what the majority of people in Yellow Springs want. And then to that end, so when I bring up like median age, it's because I think there's a concern of like we're getting, you know, statistically, we've gotten wealthier, older, whiter. And I think that's broadly of concern to a lot of people, and yet we don't really talk about it very much. And so then it's like, well, can we consciously look at the policies we're making through that lens to say, do we think it's gonna, is this thing gonna, and I don't think anybody cares if one policy has nothing to do with that, no big deal. But if all of the policies you do for the whole year, and then for many years don't address that, well, then eventually you have a trend that you haven't consciously worked on.
So, you brought up Ibrahim Kendi.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you did, because there are 6,000 more books just like his, right?
Yeah.
So, when we start thinking about how we make Yellow Springs younger, all right, how do we do that? Do we incentivize people to live here with kids, or do we do that with affordable housing? Like, there are a lot of things that can be addressed. I mean, that they're all interrelated.
Yeah.
You know, how do we make Yellow Springs brown again? How do we do that? Right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason why, there are many reasons why it's not as much as it used to be, but the other reason is that as awesome as Yellow Springs is, we don't have much to offer in the way of, you know, these kids and young families that you know, that want to be here, try to get here, but the affordability is a huge issue. We don't know where to put anybody. And then, you know, why would I move to Yellow Springs when I can't get a house in Yellow Springs as a, you know, Puerto Rican family, but I can go to Springfield and get a house? So I think that, like, I'm fried. But I think what I'm getting at is, like, those three things are all interrelated, and, you know, how do we walk the line without being like, come here, black people, come here, poor people.
Totally.
You know, like,
Yeah.
like.
No, I agree.
It's a very slippery slope.
Sure.
And I think that it can be addressed, like, through policy, and also, like, I don't know, it kind of feels like recruitment, and it kind of feels like, you know, and it gives me pause a little bit.
I hear you. I think all what I'm looking at is that I think it's like this, it's like it's an underlying conversation that if we don't have it, we know what's going to happen.
Right.
I mean, we see I think this is what capitalism does. It spreads out wealth
Sure.
in this way, and that is a major driver for those dynamics. And I guess I'm saying I would like to talk about it. I don't know if we'll be able to answer it, and there might be points where we go, we can't, like, we kind of just did that around the diversity and hiring stuff, where, like, I think I heard people saying, probably we can't do that much about it, so at least right now we're not all saying we're going to make some big effort on it, right? So maybe we just think, we can't do anything about it. But when there are pieces like, say, the affordability of housing, I'm looking at it going, I think this is why the housing issue keeps coming up for everybody, is we're going, maybe we could do something about it.
Yeah.
And so we should talk about it. So that's all. I'm trying to I would like to talk about these things, some of these things a little more, even if it's to agree that it's not our purview or we cannot answer the question.
Okay.
To just wonder, is it worth at least trying?
Yeah, I think the accessibility one is interesting because, you know, at the town hall the other night, there's an older, I mean, definitely the people there, it was an older demographic. And, you know, I do think when you talk about accessibility, it's not just people in wheelchairs, but, you know, I'm going around most of my life with a stroller, and there's spaces I can't get into with my stroller. If my baby's asleep, I can't go in,
Right.
can't go into that building. And I know that's the same for for older people, right? And like, so when they were talking about like their parking needs and what it's like to park on Xenia when traffic, I'm like, I experienced that with, when I have a car full of 3 kids. So I think there are, like, I think that's a really interesting one, because I actually think it addresses, if we were gonna have like an
bunch of stuff.
accessibility screen, strategy screen, and I don't exactly understand what it means. I think I understand that it's a tool, it's a lens in which to look at policy. So if there's a memo and there's like
Yeah.
a box, have you thought about accessibility issues?
Yeah.
Check that box.
Like budget impact, or like,
Yeah, I like that, because that actually is, it gets divisive, right? So some of these conversations, when we say, oh, this community is aging, and then I've heard people say, well, what's wrong with that? Like, you want to kick out the old people? And I'm like, no, not at all. I just really enjoy having a young family here, and I'd like to, you know, help other people be able to do that too. It's not a this or that, and we enjoy this community because there's a community of elders. So that type of screen for me, it's pretty awesome, because it actually looks at several groups and thinks about their needs at the same time, without it being a competition of resources.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna bring it up anyway. So I think when you're talking about overweight Richard, right? And then we talk about trying to change something in the village to attract younger people or to attract younger families. And we have the older population saying, no, it's not the way it was in the 50s and 60s, and we want to keep it the same. And I want more parking, but I voted out the comprehensive land use parking plan 6 years ago. But I want parking right next to where I want to walk in a door. Man, we got to determine on, do we want to try to change and bring in younger people? Or are we still going to, there's nothing wrong with listening, right? But we also got to take in consideration, majority of them people, they don't come downtown anymore. Or they don't go to that place anymore. So we got to give voices to even, and I'm sorry, but you probably, other than Carmen, you're all newbies, because you wasn't born and raised there. So your opinions don't matter. That's basically, you know, if you didn't go to elementary school, you're new here. And even you're probably 50 or 60, you know? And that's what we hear all the time.
Yeah.
You don't remember when the good old days were here in the 70s, and that's what I want. Well, sorry, it is 2025, and I'm not trying to change 26-year-old. I'm not trying to change everything, but
Stuck in the
we're also
past.
trying to
Who's old
keep
now?
things going and trying to make accessibility for everybody, and we're trying to, it's not, we have to get caught back up with the times.
We do have to get caught back up with, I mean, I appreciate your saying that, and they're not unrelated.
They're not.
They're not unrelated, they're so not unrelated. And we have the opportunity to do some really good stuff, and to have most of what we want.
We
I
have
think.
to be very cautious or conscious about what we do as a village to draw the people that we want to bring to the village. Because the older population's here,
Well, yeah.
right?
and that's especially, when you gave the examples about Huber Heights and other communities that, when you were talking about like the 15 years, I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get us into, is like, how do we talk about where do we want to go? And then how do we make choices along the way? And I think there's just been a little bit of a dissonance. Or I think there's even amongst people that are older and richer and whiter, like the thing that was really interesting, I don't know if y'all saw it, but when the schools were trying to figure out the levy that eventually passed, they did a survey where there were over 300 responses with like a lot, like a paragraph or more from a lot of people. And of course, I don't know exactly how scientific it was and whatever, but it was basically asking people about their vision for, meaning is it possible that 40 people wrote something? It's possible. It didn't look like that, but anyway, there's like 300 things. You read through them. Some of these trends are like, they're super common, right? I think there's a pretty wide set of people that are like, we want to go here. But then it doesn't feel like we're talking about that very often. And so I'm just wondering if like naming some of those things might increase the number of times. We don't have to do a memo where every time these 5 questions are answered, but maybe at least as we start pursuing goals, and it doesn't even need to be like we agree on them and finalize them. Like, I've thrown out a few, this accessibility one just came up, I'm throwing out, if people have other ones, I think there's ones around, like, is it increasing community engagement and transparency, or is it not? Is it increasing improving the business environment, or is it not? There are a handful of other ones that we could use. Just kind of opening up, when we do goals, would it be okay if we tried to kind of look at them big picture through some of those lenses, even if we don't codify them and make every single memo have to have a checkbox? Is that like, and that in general, as a group, are we interested in, like, when the thing behind the thing comes up, trying to create space to just talk about that thing behind the thing? Because it's been, the thing behind the thing on a lot of the housing stuff is this stuff. But we don't really talk about it that much, and we don't have a plan or a vision that's documented, and so then there becomes, I think there's misunderstanding because there isn't clarity. And I think for staff especially, that's where the strategic plan will be super valuable for that Huber Heights-esque, 15-year arc that you're trying to move toward.
You mentioned a survey, which
Yeah.
about generational differences. I think that's what I found so fascinating about the Short Street survey that we did. I was able to sort of cut the data in a way, apply statistical significance, and see that there really was a huge difference in generational differences about Short Street. But there was also differences in if you've used or engaged with the space. People who haven't used the space tend to not want it to be back open to a street. But there was also, significant differences in older populations not wanting it for the community space. So I just thought that was interesting. And I think, for young people, just having a place to hang out downtown has kind of always been a long-standing issue. On goals, and I know that this isn't part of the agenda, but one thing I am interested in, I guess, of just quickly hearing is what everyone wants the goal-setting session to look like. I know how we did it last time in 25, but sort of what everyone's expecting from that, how you want to do it, if you want me to facilitate it, if you don't, what that's going to look like for the 17th.
I think we talked about this maybe a little in agenda planning. It seemed like it went pretty well last year. Oh no, we talked about it at the meeting, the council meeting. It seemed like it went pretty well last year, so I think it's like, unless somebody has a better idea, it's like plan on, there'll be a date where we say send goals you have. I think in general people tried to keep it to like 5 and maybe the most had 10 kind of thing. I'm just saying, like, and then we're all acknowledging we're trying to figure out how to hone. And then Judy and Elise worked together, I think, to like basically put them into categories. And then Elise facilitated us, started deciding which ones are we doing, which ones aren't we. Does that sound okay to
I
people?
will say that Elise did an incredible job facilitating. And because she has such an I don't imagine that your brain is boxes, but
Well, maybe
I do.
it is.
It's it's like box, so there are just boxes and or everything, but whatever. So saying all this to say, she was really able to, she was effective for me because I go off, but she was able to kind of bring the room back and then consolidate and silo all those goals. So we had one person did have, I think, 10, and I was like, wait a minute, this kind of matches my 4, so these 5 can go away. And she was able to do that really effectively and really very quickly.
And are we starting from blank slate, or are you guys gonna take the 2025 goals and
I think the answer
cross-reference?
is blank slate, and everybody has access to them. And so if there's one that you want to put forth,
Okay,
then you should put it on your goals. But blank slate.
that'll be my rock
Yeah.
band.
Is that,
Blank
so
slate?
is everybody cool with that? So that's the way we'll do it.
Okay, blank slate.
So we just need to pick a date,
Yeah.
and let's just do it right now real quick. So the work session will be on, what is it, February the 17th?
Yep.
And so then, can everybody plan on sending them by February the 5th? That way it's after the next council meeting, gives a solid week for it to be
You said the what 10th? I'm sorry.
by the 5th. So send your
By the
goals by the
5th.
5th,
And the goal, and the session's gonna be on the,
17th.
At the work session on that.
yeah, okay.
That sound okay?
And the way that we did it last year, just for the 3 new council members, basically we'll have, so I'll consolidate the list, so like if Carmen and Stephanie send in something similar, I'll consolidate that into one. And then basically, we'll have all of the goals kind of up together, I'll categorize them, and then it's gonna take a majority of council to say, yes, we wanna keep that goal. So there may be voting,
Okay.
we'll see
Yeah.
how it goes,
Cool.
but yeah, so
Yeah, not everything made the cut.
not everything made the cut.
Yeah.
Well, if
And
you go
yet,
back to this-
you could make a strong case that it still could be cut more, but.
Well,
anyway,
I
yeah.
understand, but you've thrown me for a real big loop right now. Because if you just take these and throw the baby out with the bathwater, we're starting over again. We still have goals. So where do we do with these goals?
That's what I
Okay,
was
how about
wondering,
this?
like,
Yeah.
is there a,
We're not
Yes,
throwing,
some of these
now,
checked
One of the goals is upgrade and make changes to VIP, which is actually on that, which is actually currently happening. But if we decide that that's not a goal no more, we're financially already committed to doing these.
well, I
Okay.
think that that's your, y'all stuff. You know what I mean?
Can you do this before the 5th, and let's say by the, so what if we said the 7th for us, and then by the 5th, so you have a little time after the council meeting, can you send us a memo that just says which of these are actively in process?
yeah, like just highlight them or
We'll
anything?
we'll actually send this and we'll
Just
just
highlight it,
take
sure.
off the ones that we've not started on and leave the
Mhm.
ones that we've
Or
started.
that we haven't made significant progress on.
And
Yeah.
some of these, as was commented when they were done, we have to do it. It's not like you need to put it on
Yeah.
a goal.
Right.
Conduct
But the
internal periodic audit.
Internal
Well,
stuff,
If
yeah.
if you guys could do a red line describing where the status of each one,
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
taking things out, if you could just say,
Yeah.
we finished, didn't start, in process.
Because the dynamic, right, is that it's possible that there are things on there that there's a majority of council that actively does not want that done. But you telling us, here's stuff that's already, so I think this dynamic Johnny brought up before around like, nobody wants to have to change directions totally. I think we all hear that. And if there's a direction that, and that would also include like, if there's a thing where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore, that would be a time we should talk about that.
But there's
too.
stuff that's baked in that has to be done, right? I mean, you're already doing it, yeah.
And
So
we
don't
could
throw
think
that-
about. we
Don't
didn't-
throw that baby out.
Yeah, we didn't do that too much the last time, but we could think about kind
throwing that
of
baby.
screening out the stuff that's like just kind of obvious and making it more like, here are actual new priorities, not just everyday activities.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
So I got
Okay.
clarity on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay, so I think where we kind of shifted over to the goals, but on the strategy screen thing, that basically, I'm going to bring some things to the goals in that context. I want to spend a little bit of time looking at the goal. That would be the one thing I would want to work with you on, is like making sure there's time in the goal review to then look at those things in the broader
Totality.
picture. Yeah. And so if you have things that you want to also be looked at, then either name them now or put them maybe in your goals information that you share. How about that? Okay. I think we've pretty well done the like catching the things for next steps, but I guess, are there any things, and this is, we talked about this in the past, but I think it's worth naming as a practice, that we've encouraged, if you're leaving a council meeting, and especially with staff, but anybody, if you're leaving a council meeting and you're not sure what the next step is, hopefully, it'd be great if you ask, so that we can get, so in the moment or at some point after, as the meeting, before the meeting is over, get clarity. In the absence of that, that's what sometimes happens at agenda planning, is that it's like, okay, what was the thing? But if it's, the clearer it can be for all of us, then that leaves less room for interpretation that's not in the majority's interest. Does that make sense? Okay, so I think we're pretty good on next steps, but are there things that anybody is not clear about or has any, I'm not sure what's happening with this next?
Let me just quickly ask on the goals. So we'll do the 5 to 6 work session. If we, for whatever reason, don't get through it, do we want to continue in the regular council meeting with that? Or
What night is that
I
on?
thought that's what we was doing.
17th, yeah.
On the 17th, we were doing work session about, we were originally going to do work session about No, was that
Yeah.
It was
the
PP,
second one?
it was a
It
PP.
was, yeah.
And then work session about goals.
Right.
If we're not doing the work session about PPM,
Mhm.
then we, which you brought up earlier, then we have to discuss what we would do with the work session the hour before, and then
Goals would be
still
perfect.
goals.
Okay.
Or we could just do no additional work session and just one.
Could we just
Work
start
session.
could we just start council meeting at 5 as a normal, so I'm on Wednesday.
So work session, then council meeting, and so what, guess what? Your question is if we can roll the leftovers, if there
Yeah.
are any leftovers, into the
Mhm.
council meeting.
Yeah, do the goals as a work session from 5 to 6, yeah, and if we don't get through it all,
Yeah.
come back in the
I mean,
regular meeting.
we did,
Well, there's not, we were talking about not doing a regular meeting.
We have some small
Oh, at
agenda
all.
items, remember, that we have to do.
Okay.
Wait,
Just
Wait,
very
not doing a
minimal.
regular
what's happening?
meeting.
wait,
What?
what? Who was talking about?
Yeah, who was talking about?
Sorry, no, I
Judy, you and I and Elise and Johnny talked about this, and we said instead, and we talked about it at council on Monday too. We talked about,
Wasn't here.
oh, you were
That's
here.
true.
But you were here, but you were here for the previous one.
in my office.
Right.
Yeah. We talked about was not doing a full regular council meeting the second meeting of February,
Yes.
I've never
and
heard
just
this.
doing it as the goals work session.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard this.
We
Oh, yeah.
were 100%, we're all sitting there talking about it, but I got.
Different humans
I
are
thought we were
different.
doing, I
Right,
think,
okay, so,
I was not here. I did not hear
but
that
we
conversation.
talked about it before, but, so are there things that you have on it, that we need on agenda for February? Because then we should do the work session.
I'm sure we- go back.
We have a couple
I don't-
of.
There's a
I
couple
don't know,
things.
I think I also may be misremembering.
I don't remember that during the meeting.
I remember we talked
Yeah,
about
coming
the
up at all.
possibility of, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
in the
I'm
meeting
gonna
on-
talk about-
In the meeting on Tuesday, we talked about having the PPM as a work session, and then
Right.
small legislation, and then the rest of council would be goal setting for council.
But I didn't
I just thought
understand
that
that
was
as
the
it not
meeting.
being a
Because I
council.
wrote down,
I
yeah.
understood that as just being
I didn't
on the
understand that it's
council
not a
agenda.
regular meeting,
Right,
so I need to
yeah.
go ahead and rewatch that.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to
But
be a work session, it can be a regular meeting.
where if we're not clear.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm talking about. Yeah,
Because
let's
you
get-
all wasn't clear for being.
Yeah, no, that's why we're talking
I
about it.
thought
We're
we
good.
was clear, but we didn't make it clear to you all, so that's our fault if
Yeah.
that happened.
Yeah, it's all
Well,
good.
there's
Judy,
no-
I'm telling you,
You
100%.
got me questioning my cognition.
Well, there would be
No,
no.
just everybody interpreted it differently. Everyone heard the same words and
Yes,
interpreted
correct.
it differently.
They
And
were
there
not
was-
So,
entitled
okay,
thoughts.
so let's agree on how to approach
Cancel
it.
the regular meeting and have a work session. No, you'd have a regular meeting and your topic would be,
Goals.
yeah.
That's what we've been saying.
But I would just be like.
No,
That's
you
not
were
what you
saying.
No,
to be-
trick no good.
To be clear, so are we having the goals discussion? Last year, we did it, was it a regular meeting or was that a work session?
Work session.
3-hour thing.
We did
Okay.
2 hours, I think.
So do we want to do the goals as a special, as a work session, or is it in the meeting?
Open can of worms.
Well, now we
think
need a
it's-
topic
I think
for
it
the
can
work
be-
session, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
didn't
think it-
until earlier this meeting when you
Right.
said no to PPM. But if we,
So can I add also, we had said that the meeting on the 2nd, because it's about Short Street, we're not changing citizen concerns to the beginning of the meeting, and we wanted to do that at the following meeting, which would be the meeting on the 17th. So, and there were items that you said because Short Street's gonna be such a
Right,
full
on the
agenda,
17th.
there were administrative things you wanted to kick to the 17th. So it sounds like there needs to be a
Yeah,
meeting on the
so like-
17th.
yes.
So I think what that means is that if there aren't other issues that are
Way to
pressing,
go, Itchy.
we should expect a 2-hour plus time slot to work on goals. But after doing the administrative things at 6 PM, that would be the normal schedule that citizens want.
Yes. Yeah.
Is
But
that-
you're not talking about canceling the meeting and
I
converting it
am
to a
not
work
talking
session.
about, I am not talking
No.
about canceling it, and I'm not talking about a work session. It'd be a regular
No.
6 PM meeting, but
That's
it would
what
be
I
really focused
understood,
on
yeah.
goals after the administrative session.
And if we did that, couldn't we keep the PPM work session?
On the
It's
what?
not ready. I mean,
Oh, it's ready.
There's disagreement. I hear
There's
from the side it's
yeah,
not
y'all-
ready, I hear from the side it's
that's a-
ready.
I think,
Yeah.
I
We
think,
are so focused on Short Street right now that we can't get past that meeting.
Well, here's the thing, we just want to look at it. I think that.
Oh, I'm gonna
Amy-
get it to you.
yeah,
You're gonna see.
we- Yeah, no, we just want to have eyes on it. We want to have eyes on it. There's not, I'm not planning on reaching out to anybody about it, like.
You're gonna get all that you want out of that document.
We've still got a little time to figure this out, but we should get clarity on the goals piece. Is the goals piece gonna happen? Hey Judy, is the goal session, do you think, does it need to happen in a work session? Or should it happen in a full meeting? That's the
It can
question.
happen anywhere at once.
Okay.
But I think it's possible, it's gonna take you longer than you think
I know, right?
it will.
Yeah.
If it were me, I'd have a work session starting at 5, you do your goals, but you have on your agenda, goals wrap up, whatever, old business, and then you're probably at that by 6:30.
Yeah.
You wrap it all the rest of the way up and you're done with your meeting by, I don't know, whatever, 7:30, however long else it takes you, but that way, you don't run the risk of, oh, actually, we got into a big discussion, now it's 8 o'clock and we're still not done with goals. I mean, I think it's easier to err on the side of, we started at 5 with a work session and, oh, looky here, we're done at 6:45. Then-
Was 2
So you're,
hours
so to be
enough
clear, you're
last
saying
year?
start at 5 with a work session about goals.
Very well.
Got through it.
Then, at 6, if we're not done, start regular council meeting that we expect will be pretty short. Then, if we're not, hadn't finished, then finish goals after the regular meeting that starts at 6.
Just, you'd have to put it in the regular meeting, so like, it's your old business thing.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you could say, do you want to come back to old business after we roll through future agenda? Okay, sure. Whatever, it's not gonna make a big difference.
Okay.
Gives you a placeholder.
It's a little weird in that it's like breaking it in parts, but whatever.
And if you get all the way done by 5:55, awesome.
It's not gonna be done in an hour,
Right.
it seems. It
No.
sounds like it needs 2 hours.
No way.
We'll
Yeah,
need
it
2
needs 2
hours.
hours.
Yeah.
So the
2
2,
hours.
I mean,
Needs
like
more
the
done.
the 2 hours, I think we can do it in 2 hours, but I think that there were so many, there was so much consolidating of goals that needed to happen last year that was just like, I think that took up
Yeah.
a big part of the time.
And
And
it
just the
also
amount.
had, there's an all stuff page and yellow page and.
It was everybody.
And we're talking about functionally, we're probably more like an hour and a half, because we gotta land the plane on the housing thing too. So just to say, it's like that, we're already assuming goals are gonna take a little less time. Anyway,
So we're counting on 5 PM to
Counting on
start,
5
but then
PM.
carry on after the.
and then y'all can talk about if there's more on
PPM's
the
coming later.
PP, okay.
Okay.
So then, I think if we could just do one quick round of any closing reflection, and then let's get out of here. Is that cool? Okay, unless there's any other thing that we didn't have clarity on. Okay. I'll just say, I like having longer meetings because we get to talk things through more, and I feel like we set a bunch of intentions that I think we can follow through on. We had enough time to talk about them, and I think, even though there will be points where we were all in the same meeting and we will have different interpretations of what happened, we at least started, and
I'm
we
for real
got,
gonna watch it again.
and we got a lot closer. And
It's
then
not
I
all-
think
it can't be Alzheimer's.
the precedent is set that if you're not sure, then say something, and we can keep figuring out how to work well together. So I think we had a good day.
I had a great time.
We had lunch. We had food.
So I,
Me and
I
Craig.
did, I had a great time.
It's nice.
Barely here, you can see, you can see my, yeah, my eyes. I'm- Yeah, but I will say this was very helpful, got a lot of information. I'm gonna sleep a lot later, but also, the only part that I didn't interject that I kind of felt like it was the strategy screening. Most successful organizations and brands that I've been a part of or even adjacent to have done something like that. Like, and we call it the brand lens, that's what we call it, and it's basically like, how do people view us based off of like their version of it? And it's, at the end of the day, that's what should dictate our goals. Goals sometimes to me sound a little selfish, like they're ours individually. So if we can run that through whatever your strategy screen or your brand lens is, because that's the 15-year play that we're talking about. And so I think goals are huge, and we're gonna spend a lot of time on that. But for me, that strategy screen and that brand lens is very important. And what Carmen was saying, I know like the language, like Gavin's was ultra specific, like in terms of like diversity, which is good for the intentionality of it. But I think if we can hone that a little bit, I think it'll bring so much more clarity moving down the road. So, thank you.
Do we have to move? Do we move now?
Oh, and no other
Yeah.
reflections, yeah?
I had a great time.
You like long
I'm
meetings.
excited. Well,
I like
love a long meeting. I'm here till 4:20, whoever. No, I just want to do the work, and I'm excited to work with everyone here. We've been waiting for this moment.
For all my life,
There we go.
alive. Best drum solo, best break.
Blank slate, future agenda.
Best break. Yeah. That was good. I tried to, stay focused. And I think I did pretty good.
Really good.
Except for when I started almost crashing out because of the food. It's really, this is like, all I can say, just as like an old head, is it's really refreshing to be having these conversations because it wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing. And, it renews my hope, right? And it makes me still want to be a council person.
Okay.
Because I thought I was like, you know what, and this is really good. It's really good. It's changed my outlook a little bit, which needed to happen.
Yeah, echo pretty much all of that. It's nice to spend time together, understand everybody's flow a little bit better. I think we, sound silly or whatever, but we grew a little together, today when we spend this time together.
I don't think that sounds silly.
Yeah.
Judy, did you grow a little today?
I would just like to suggest perhaps the possibility of a housing retreat, because it is the hot topic in general, but with this group in particular. And I feel like the possibility of people getting closer on what it is you even want to do about looking at it,
I'm down.
Yeah.
it can happen. It can actually happen. It has not happened
But
the
it
whole
happened.
time I've been here.
But it can
The
happen.
possibility exists. So I think
Cool.
I'd love to suggest that.
Great suggestion.
I'll just say I'm looking forward to working together. And I think looking forward to direction too, and goal setting, and just having like a clear path forward from what is expected of staff. Yeah, and that beautiful
Rainbow
funnel.
behind.
I'm gonna make T-shirts.
Yeah.
You're all gonna get T-shirts.
The rainbow
More of a tote
funnel,
bag kind of
love
shape.
behind. It does, the behind.
It's very
Rainbow funnel
Rorschach
behind.
at this point, right?
That's my
Many
rap name.
things.
Rainbow funnel boo.
We've officially been sitting here too long.
I think,
Oh, wait, we're still on.
I think for me, it's been a good
I
conversation.
saw it, but.
I would suggest that you guys go on field trips, and I plan on going on field trips with 2 other municipalities and sitting in the back of council meetings
Turn me down last
and
time.
watching to see how they operate and how they collaborate. LinkedIn, if you're on LinkedIn, click on managers, there is some crazy stuff. I'm thinking, oh, we thought we was crazy.
And
We're
people
pretty
fighting,
normal.
talking about, did your
That's
mother
actual
slap
facts,
you
yeah.
when you were growing up? I was
Yeah.
like, yo, you asked that?
So, and then
We're still on.
Elise and I will be at the OCMA at the end of February, so it's right around the corner. So, and then we will be seeing a lot of snow, so be patient.
Yeah, stay safe.
So call 911, you said?
I'm gonna call you out.
Come down to the village office, please, Eric.
Thank you, Gavin,
Okay.
facilitating.
All right, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second, I mean.
All those in favor?
Yay.
Bye.
All right.
Yay.
Thanks, everybody.